Driven by an intense enthusiasm for sleeping with someone, student Ying accidentally flirted with the all-powerful President Lu Mujing. She had no idea that he was actually her fiancé, Lu Yuan's uncle. Despite the vast gap in seniority and social status between them, the two were still swept into a storm of mutual attraction. Mujing took the initiative, doing everything he could to pull her to his side. After countless misunderstandings and obstacles, they finally reached a happy ending. So let us follow Lisa Comics into this difficult yet irresistibly captivating love story. At the very beginning of the story, in the upscale Neptune bar, Mujing looked at the girl in front of him in confusion, his expression dark and his eyes flickering like sparks. "Say that again," he ordered. She flashed a mischievous smile, then pressed him against the wall. The next second, she said something shocking. "Sir, could you take off your belt?" Her eyes narrowed with a smile, her manner completely at odds with her words. "Please lend me your belt for a moment. Thank you." Mujing looked at her disdainfully. "Are you a bar hostess?" She immediately panicked and waved her hands frantically. No. But she still stubbornly refused to give up. "I just think your belt has a lot of style. It looks very high-end." Faced with this scene, Mujing was utterly speechless. Damn it, how am I supposed to rationalize something this absurd? Just then, a cheerful voice suddenly sounded behind them. Wow, this time senior sister is definitely going to lose. On the other side, her chubby friend Hua was laughing delightedly. "I won." At the same time, Jiamin felt embarrassed for her friend. "It's all your fault, insisting on playing truth or dare and even betting money. How could she possibly resist the temptation of cash?" They weren't speaking quietly, so Mujing heard every word clearly. So that's what this was about. In an instant, the disgust in his eyes vanished. How interesting. The corners of his lips curled up unconsciously. Fine. But before she could finish speaking, Mujing grabbed Ying's wrist in one swift motion. Then he turned the tables and pinned her against the wall instead. Mujing trapped her in his arms with powerful strength. "You want my belt?" His warm breath brushed against her ear. "Then what price are you prepared to pay?" Her face flushed bright red, and she didn't dare look him in the eyes. How about I treat you to a fruit platter? The newly imported cherries are especially sweet and very juicy." But in her heart, she was secretly calculating. With the 20-employee discount, a fruit platter here cost less than 100. If she won the bet with Fatty Hua and Minmin, she'd get 800, so she'd still come out ahead. Mujing didn't fall for it and instead kept teasing her. "What fruit platter? Isn't there already a very sweet girl right in front of me? Can't I just eat her directly?" Ying was stunned on the spot by those words. She thought she had run into a pervert and immediately became alert. "This guy is bad news. I'd better get out of here first." With that thought, Ying shoved him away without ceremony. "Don't eat me. I was bitten by a dog before, and I still haven't gotten a rabies shot." But before she could get far, someone yanked her back again. Hey, you. Mujing forcibly guided her hand down toward his lower body. "What are you doing?" Ying's hand touched his belt buckle. The next second, there was a click and the buckle came undone. Mujing cleanly pulled the belt from his trousers. As for Ying, she was already frozen in shock. "I really did run into a pervert." The next second, he placed the belt in her hand. "Keep this belt with you for now. I have something to do. Return to me later." After saying that, he turned and walked away coolly. "Don't cry from gratitude. I'm just the kind of person who enjoys helping others." In complete contrast to Mujing's kindness, Ying only felt utterly disgusted. "I don't even want this hand anymore," she screamed inwardly. "This man is way too bold." Hwada immediately ran up from behind. He actually gave it to her. We lost. At the same time, Jiamin was already completely captivated by Mujing's looks. That man is so incredibly charming. After that, they returned to their own gathering. Jiamin was still swooning over Mujing. "Ying, that man is seriously handsome. He's the most handsome man I've ever seen. If only I could get his phone number." Hearing that, Ying immediately placed the belt on the table. "Later, you can return the belt to him and use that chance to get to know him." Not only was Jiamin not disgusted, she was thrilled. "You're really entrusting such a glorious mission to me." Hwada immediately cut in. "Of course, senior sister is already engaged. Her fiancé is the eldest grandson of the Lu family, young Master Yuan. The Lu family is one of the most powerful elite families in the world. No matter how handsome that man was just now, compared to Lu Yuan, he's nothing." Ying set down her wine glass and smiled smugly. "Anyway, all you rich people, I've already gotten the belt. You play, you pay." I'll gladly take these 800. The junior from a lower year who had been playing with them felt the pain of losing the money, but still had no choice except to transfer it obediently by phone. Senior sister, do you really need to care about such a small amount of money? It's only 800. Isn't your family rich? And you're a workaholic who moonlights as a bartender at the bar. You shouldn't be short of this little bit of money, right? She lifted her hand and smacked him on the head. What do you mean by that? What's wrong with 800? That's half a month's food expenses for the orphanage. But Hwada suddenly noticed something. Wait, this belt is very likely a custom Hermes piece. And those on it are real diamonds, at least worth 500,000. Ying's jaw nearly dropped on the spot. What? Those are real diamonds? Not glass or plastic decorations. Jiamin's eyes lit up instantly. Fatty Hua is a rich second-generation kid after all, so he definitely wouldn't be mistaken. That man must be someone wealthy and powerful. Suddenly, Hwada lowered his voice and glanced in one direction. Senior sister, look over at the VIP section. Ying followed his gaze and discovered it was the very man from before. Isn't that our bar's manager, Zhang? He spent a year abroad. When did he come back? He's actually serving that man in person, bowing and scraping like that. Mujing seemed to be giving instructions about something, his expression extremely serious. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward them. Under the stare of those eyes, Ying felt inexplicably guilty. That look was like a predator lurking in the darkness, always giving off a sense of extreme danger. In that moment, the atmosphere turned a little subtle. Back then, I thought opportunities were endless, so I didn't know how to cherish you standing right in front of me. Just then, Ying's phone began to vibrate. Along with the strange ringtone, a familiar name flashed across the screen. Wishing you wealth, wishing you success. A trace of irritation appeared on her face. Hello. The moment she answered, Mrs. Fong Yin, began chattering nonstop. Ying, young Master Yuan has already returned to Luaning City. He's staying in room 801, the 5-star hotel above the bar where you work part-time. I've already prepared clothes and a gift for you. Once you've changed, take the gift up to him. Seize the opportunity and perform well. Otherwise, don't even think about graduating smoothly. After hearing that, Ying exploded on the spot. Got it. I'm leaving first. Make sure you return the belt to him, and whatever you do, don't lose it. Xiaoman waved goodbye to her friends. Got it. Be careful on the way. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind them of one more thing. When you pay the bill, remember to give my name so you can get the employee discount. In the premium VIP seat, Mujing took a small sip of his drink, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Meeting her again after 4 years. Fate really was hard to predict. Half an hour later, Ying arrived at the hotel. She was wearing a wine-red dress, stunningly sexy. The outfit Fong Yin had chosen made her want to write, I'm here, T.O., sell myself directly across her forehead. The Tan family really was rich, but that wasn't her money, and they would never give her any of it. If not for that damned fortune teller saying, when she was 8 years old, that her fate could help shield the Tan family from disaster, and that she was suitable to be taken in as a guardian. Fong Yin would never have gone to Ying's orphanage 14 years ago. I want to adopt this child. And because of that, all she could do was clutch her teddy bear tightly. Otherwise, there was no way she would ever have been adopted by the Tan family. Now she was almost graduating, yet that woman was threatening her again. If she married into the prominent Lu family in exchange for business investment, then with Fong Yan's many eyes and ears everywhere, she definitely wouldn't let Ying live well. I have connections with your school, and if you refuse this marriage alliance with the Lu family, then don't even think about graduating smoothly. Right now, all she wanted was to get as far away from this poisonous place as possible. Once I graduate, I'm going to focus on my career and escape the Tan family. I love money. Money loves me, and wealth comes pouring in from every direction. I'll rise to the pinnacle of life and earn more money than I can spend a lifetime. That way, she wouldn't be forced to the point of selling herself just to pay Aunt Jean's medical bills. Soon, Ying arrived at the hotel room door. 801, is this the place? She was just about to knock when she discovered the door wasn't fully closed at all. So Ying walked straight in. Excuse me, is anyone here? But she quickly realized that the person seemed to be in the bathroom. She took a few steps forward and called out loudly. Young Master Lu, are you in there? I'm here to deliver something to you. Ying kept approaching without any guard up. Young Master Lu? The bathroom had a transparent glass door, and the figure inside was clearly visible. Mujing paused in his movement and turned at the sound of her voice. This voice, The moment she saw the scene, Ying's face instantly burned red. Oh my god. She hurriedly shut her eyes tight and turned around so her back faced Mujing. Sorry, I didn't know you were showering. She wanted to dig a hole and bury herself from sheer embarrassment. What kind of hotel is this? The bathroom door is actually transparent glass. Not only was he not angry, he even brazenly displayed his perfect body. How did you know I was here? Ying had no idea who the person in front of her was. She simply held out the gift box. My mother asked me to give this to you. See whether you're satisfied. If you are, please remember to give me a 5-star review so I can report back. Mujing was puzzled, but he still reached out and took it. Your mother? His heart filled with suspicion. No matter where he went, there were always plenty of people trying to curry favor with him, competing to send women to him. But someone barging in through the door like this. She was the first. He opened the box right then and there. After seeing what was inside, Mujing said in a teasing tone this, do you want to put on for me personally, or should I help you put it on? Ying didn't understand and immediately turned to look. What do you mean? In his hand was something indecent beyond words. This time you don't need a belt. You need me in person. The moment she saw it, she looked as though she had seen a ghost. Oh my god. Then, when she saw the transparent lingerie, Ying immediately snatched it over. Oh my god. Her heart was filled with both shock and anger. She knew Fong Yin wanted to sell her off, but she never expected her to be shameless to this extent. But then she realized something even more important. Wait, because the person in front of her was not her fiancé at all. How is it you? Ying's mind was a complete mess. Did I go into the wrong room? That can't be right. I clearly checked before I came in. Just then, Mujing suddenly spoke. I always refuse women sent to me by others. I'm a very guarded person. He walked closer to her and looked at her seriously. Mujing's handsome face suddenly loomed large before her eyes. But if it's you, it seems I don't really mind. She was startled and immediately stumbled backward. No, you misunderstood. But because she was wearing high heels, her foot slipped. Ying fell straight backward. Mujing reacted almost on instinct and lunged forward to catch her. Careful, their hands were just about to meet, but because she was too flustered, Ying grabbed the wrong place. The moment she felt what was in her hand, her eyes widened instantly. Oh my god! Ying's face turned crimson in an instant, and she spun around in shame, wanting to run. I'm sorry, I was trying to grab your hand, but instead. Yet before she could flee, Mujing had already blocked her path. You're still looking. She tried to dodge, but accidentally brushed the light switch. The atmosphere gradually turned ambiguous. Dear God, did it have to be this coincidental? Ying didn't dare look him in the eye at all. Too close. Her hand was firmly seized again by Mujing. Her heart was pounding like she was at a dance party. This man had just finished bathing. His body carried moist heat mixed with the scent of shower gel. Her gaze dropped uncontrollably to his solid chest. For that moment, Ying even forgot to push him away. This atmosphere was becoming more and more wrong. Fortunately, she came to her senses in time and hurriedly shoved Mujing away. Sorry, I'll help you fix it right now. Doing this kind of thing with her own hands was just too hard to explain. Even Ying's voice trembled as she spoke. Can you do it yourself? She was practically crying inside. I don't want to touch something I shouldn't, or I really won't want this hand anymore. But Mujing suddenly grabbed her hand, then naturally wrapped it around his waist. You started this first, so why are you making me do it myself now? Ying's face slammed straight into his chest. Oh my god, am I about to hug him? She couldn't even move her face away and could only press against his chest. As though she had been burned, she pulled her hand back at lightning speed. Ying probably wouldn't forget everything that happened today, even in her next life. Oh, okay, it's fastened. Mujing suddenly lifted her chin. You're satisfied now, so shouldn't you return the favor? Ying had no time to react at all. What? The next second, a kiss pressed down on her lips. She froze completely. Let go. But she couldn't push Mujing away at all. Had he really mistaken her for the kind of woman sent over to sleep with him? So, Ying decisively bit him hard. Only then did he finally let her go. Ying felt utterly sickened. At this moment, her whole body felt uncomfortable. She rubbed her lips hard and said, sorry, but I think you need to wake up. Ying reached out and turned the room lights back on. She decided to make things clear. I'm not here for you. Why are you in Lu Yuan's room? Mujing's expression shifted slightly. This is my room. So that gift just now, you were actually trying to give it to Lu Yuan? He's your boyfriend? Do you like him that much? Yanning immediately straightened her chest, lifted her chin, and said with full confidence, of course, he's coming to see me very soon. Are you trying to interrogate my household registration? Inwardly, however, she was secretly praying that he wouldn't keep asking questions. Saying it like this should be safer, right? Hearing that, Mujing's attitude changed completely at once. I'm not a substitute. Get out. That was exactly what Ying had been waiting for, and she immediately bolted out like a flash. I'm going. Let's never see each other again. But in reality, Ying was already collapsing inside. What on earth just happened? Did Ying get the room number wrong? Could I possibly have any worse luck? Just then, a figure appeared at the end of the hallway. That person was none other than her fiancé, Lu Yuan. The moment she saw him, Ying completely broke down. Could it be? She immediately retreated back into the room, terrified. If Lu Yuan saw her walking out of another man's room dressed like this, she'd never be able to clear her name, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Lu Yuan's voice came from outside the door. Room 801, this should be it. He muttered to himself as he swiped the room card at the door. By then, Ying had already hidden behind the sofa. This is bad. Why is Lu Yuan coming into this room too? Lu Yuan walked in naturally. Uncle, I brought you some late-night snacks and came to see you. I even used the room card to get in. Hearing that form of address, Ying froze stiff all over. Uncle? Mujing was busy putting on his bathrobe. Only then did she finally learn exactly who the man she had just provoked really was. He was actually the legendary third young master of the Lu family, chairman of the Asia-Pacific Group, and Lu Yuan's uncle, the recently much talked about, Lu Mujing. Seeing his gaze turn toward her, she hurriedly made a pleading gesture. So Fong Yan's information really had been wrong. Lu Yuan wasn't staying in room 801 at all. He had only come to visit his uncle. No wonder Lu Mujing had said this was his room. But Mujing acted as if he had seen nothing. Lu Yuan, didn't you say this hotel wouldn't let people slip into rooms so casually? Ying was instantly startled and trembled all over. This man was doing it on purpose. She didn't care at all whether the engagement would be broken off, but if this blew up, Fong Yin would never let her graduate smoothly. If she couldn't get her diploma, how was she supposed to find work and make money? How was she supposed to help Aunt Zhang and the orphanage? Over here, in the end, he was still moved by Yin Ying's pitiful expression. On the other side, Lu Yuan was lounging lazily against the sofa. Someone slipped in? How is that possible? This is the best hotel in Luoning City, and its security system is the strictest too. Don't worry, even those crazy stalker fangirls obsessed with you couldn't get in. Mujing walked over and sat down across from him. Have you gone to see Grandfather? But even as he spoke, he was still taking things out of his bag. I asked around. Grandpa's still the same as ever, raising fish and walking his birds. By the way, Uncle, are you really going to take over the Lu group? Lu Mujing picked up a slice of sashimi. Your grandfather's health isn't very good. I'm only taking over temporarily. I have other things to do. As he said that, he suddenly remembered the person hiding behind him. If she kept squatting there, her legs were definitely going to go numb. So Lu Mujing casually ordered his nephew around. Lu Yuran, do me a favor and go to the kitchen to get me a bottle of wine. Hearing that, Ying quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The kitchen? Lu Mujing was deliberately sending Lu Yuran away. How could Lu Yuran dare refuse? If Uncle's in the mood, of course I have to join you. We're definitely drinking our fill tonight. But just then his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Lu Yuran answered at once. Hello, Mrs. Phone? What? Miss Tan has already arrived? The gift? I'll call and ask her. The moment she heard that, Ying was startled. If he called her and her phone rang, wouldn't he know she was hiding here? But before Lu Yuran could dial, Lu Mujing took the phone from him and casually tossed it onto the sofa behind him. Go get the wine first. Lu Yuran was already used to it. He only shrugged. All right, wait for me, Uncle. Once the man finally left their sight, Lu Mujing signaled, go in. She poked her head out and looked around, then turned and ran. The corners of Lu Mujing's lips lifted slightly. She really ran fast, but soon his expression darkened again. She was that afraid of Lu Yuran misunderstanding. Did she care that much about Lu Yuran? Just then, Lu Yuran came back out. Uncle, there's only beer in the kitchen. Let's order a bottle of red wine later. Lu Mujing asked his nephew in a casual tone. That Ying, is she the fiancé your grandfather found for you? He dropped down beside his uncle. Yeah. As he said that, his expression darkened for a brief moment. What do you think of her? Lu Yuran still didn't notice anything unusual. She looks pretty obedient, and she's beautiful too. But she doesn't seem to have much personality. Just the ordinary type, I guess. Nothing especially memorable about her. Lu Mujing unconsciously repeated those key words in his mind. Obedient, no personality, ordinary. He gave a cold snort inwardly. That woman was clearly the best at pretending. That kiss from just now immediately flashed through his mind. In Yin Ying's outfit. I wasn't there to see you, so why were you in Lu Yuan's room? How could her figure possibly be called unremarkable? The look in Lu Mujing's eyes as he glanced at his nephew grew even more disdainful. Was this kid blind? Lu Yuan was still drinking his beer carelessly. So what then? Lu Mujing pretended to continue asking. How long have the two of you been seeing each other? Lu Yuan laughed and teased. We met once and made eye contact for 10 minutes. Does that count as dating? Hearing that, Lu Mujing visibly relaxed, then immediately put on the air of an elder giving advice. If you don't feel anything for that girl, there's no need to rush into an engagement. I could say a few words to your grandfather for you. As if a sore spot had been hit, Lu Yuan became dissatisfied at once. The one I want to marry, I can't marry anyway. So what difference does it make who I marry? After saying that, he tilted his head back and finished the whole can of beer in one gulp. Then he let out a long sigh and slammed the empty can onto the table. Lu Yuan pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. By the way, uncle, how about you pick me an aunt? Your taste is so good. Any girl you choose would definitely be my type. Lu Mujing shot him a glance. Forget it. Any woman I take a liking to can only be my woman. Lu Yuan's hand holding the lighter froze for a moment. But the other man's words made so much sense that he couldn't think of anything to say in rebuttal. True enough, outside the hotel, Ying was limping as she huddled in a corner. It's really cold today. What she had gone through today was practically unforgettable for life. She had been unbelievably unlucky. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Uncle Wong. The man bent respectfully and handed her a phone. Miss, madam's call. The moment she heard that, the anger in her heart flared up again. Ying cursed nonstop in her mind. You even got the information wrong, and you still have the nerve to call me. You almost caused something to happen between me and Lu Yuan's uncle. But when she actually answered, she didn't dare say any of that. Hello, what is it? Yin Ying's adoptive mother, Feng Yin, asked sharply, was young Master Lu satisfied with the gift you gave him? Ying frowned in irritation. No, he wasn't. Why are you asking whether he was satisfied? Why not just ask me directly whether I took my clothes off? She shouted angrily into the phone. The person on the other end cursed harshly as well. You useless thing. Don't even think about coming home tonight. I won't let you through this door. The call finally ended, not giving her a chance to say another word. Ying didn't care too much and muttered stubbornly. Who wants to go back anyway? I already delivered the gift. What does it have to do with me whether they liked it or not? Just then, the clock pointed to 11:30 p.m. She suddenly panicked. Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. She quickly got into the car and shouted to old Jiao, the Yin family driver. Hurry to Baikuan Plaza? I'm almost late for work. Seeing how anxious she was, old Jiao panicked too. Yes, Mississippi. He slammed his foot on the gas, and the car shot out at once. The car sped off into the night, leaving behind only a dejected voice echoing in the air. Miss, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Morning, Luning University of Architecture. At 7 o'clock the next morning, in the hallway of the teaching building, Ying walked upstairs while yawning. Her mind was full of last night's night shift. I am exhausted. I worked the night shift and didn't get a wink of sleep. Ying was walking forward when she nearly bumped into someone coming toward her. She jumped in fright, looked up, and Lu Mujing was actually standing right in front of her. Yin Ying's vision went dark. She hurriedly stepped back. Why you? Why are you here? He looked her up and down and calmly reached a conclusion. You're a teacher at this school? On the surface, she still had to force out a smile and wave her hands in denial. No, I'm a student. But inside, she was already screaming in collapse. Stay away from me. Oh my God, what kind of cursed fate is this? Lu Mujing frowned and asked directly, what year, what class, what major, and who's your advisor? Faced with this rapid string of questions, Ying was momentarily speechless. She muttered unhappily, why should I tell you? Are we that close? He bent down and moved closer, replying bluntly, not at all. Step by step, he pressed her back against the wall, frightening Ying so much that she couldn't help swallowing. The corners of Lu Mujing's lips lifted slightly, his smile carrying a trace of provocation. Aren't I your fiancé's uncle? She turned her face away to avoid his gaze. Since you know I'm your nephew's fiancé, then you should stay farther away from me. Instead, that made Lu Mujing laugh. Fiancé? Has he kissed you? In this situation, Ying could only force herself to lie, not even daring to meet his eyes. Of course, he won't come verify it anyway. Lu Mujing let out a cold laugh and exposed her on the spot. Really? As far as I know, your fiancé only met you for 10 minutes. Are you sure he kissed you? Ying tightened her grip on the notebook in her hand and turned her head to glare at him. So, what if he didn't? What? Are you going to bite me? Suddenly, an arm reached out from behind her head and pulled her a little closer. Their faces were inches apart. Lu Mujing pressed close to her ear and whispered, "Do you want me that badly to want you?" This was exactly the moment Ying had been waiting for. She immediately raised her voice and protested firmly. "Of course not. Are your ears not working? Can't you just?" He still wasn't willing to let her go and continued teasing her. "Don't want what?" Blushing, Ying pushed Lu Mujing away. "I'm still a student. I'm not as worldly as you, and I don't understand your profound hints. I have to go to class." After saying that, Ying walked around him and left with a look of disgust on her face. "Lu Mujing, I don't know what he's trying to do, but I'd better stay far away from him. Best if I never see him again." Watching her gradually receding figure, Lu Mujing gave a cold snort. "Never see me again? We'll see about that." An hour later, the class bell rang in the lecture hall. Jiang Min gently hooked her arm through Yin Ying's and shook her awake. "Sis, wake up." She had even thoughtfully brought Ying a cup of coffee. "Drink some coffee to wake yourself up. I just heard that the new professor for construction cost estimation is some kind of legendary figure." Jiang Min couldn't hide her excitement at all and launched into an endless stream about the man. He has dual doctorates in business administration and architecture, and he won the world's top architecture award with a single project. It's a true classic among classics. Always imitated, never surpassed. She raised her voice even more and went on about his family background. And the luxury hotels under his name are all over the world. He's unbelievably rich. I also heard he comes from the top elite family in Luning City. The more Ying heard, the stronger the ominous feeling in her heart became. Why did this sound so familiar? The mysterious professor drew everyone's attention the moment he walked into the classroom. "Oh my God, this man is way too handsome. His looks are unreal, and his presence is incredible. He's the finest of the fine. Seriously, he's absurdly handsome." Lu Mujing swept his gaze across the classroom and spoke coldly. "Class begins." He walked calmly toward the lectern, his elegant bearing making the female students swoon. The moment Jiang Min recognized that familiar face, she grabbed Yin Ying's arm. "Isn't this that President Lu from the bar last time? He even bought us drinks that night." Everyone else was captivated by his looks, but only one miserable thought flashed through Yin Ying's mind. He's already that rich, so why did he come here to teach? Did he get hit in the head by a door? Seeing that her best friend still hadn't reacted, Jiang Min kept chirping in her ear. He was specially invited by the school. He only teaches one class a week, but he'll supervise our graduation theses too. And he's also the one who decides the list for the Outstanding Graduate Award. Her tone was full of admiration when she spoke of him. "I also heard Professor Lu didn't come to the school just to teach. I'm also conducting some inspections at the school." Lu Mujing placed his book on the desk, looked up at the lecture hall, and gave a simple introduction. "My name is Lu Mujing. Starting today, I'll come each week to teach one construction cost estimation class." Ying instantly felt that at this university, there was no way she could avoid this man. This man had power and influence. He was not only Lu Yuren's uncle, but now also her professor. He controlled her academic future, and he also controlled the evaluation for her honors as an outstanding student. She had practically fallen into the palm of his hand. 40 minutes later, Lu Mujing was still focused on teaching, giving the students his lecture. There was one thing Ying had to admit, putting everything else aside, he really was a good teacher. "I'm actually learning. I'm really learning." Just as the classroom had gone completely quiet, her phone suddenly vibrated a few times. Frowning, she irritably pulled out her phone while muttering under her breath, "What does Phone Yin want now?" She tapped the screen to look at the message. A long string of messages filled the screen. Phone Yin knew Lu Mujing had returned to the country, so she wanted to invite both him and Lu Yuren home for dinner to build a closer relationship. Besides that, she ordered Ying to return home immediately, or she'd better not blame her for what came next. Ying could only cover the phone with one hand, while secretly typing with the other, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Suddenly, a tall, gloomy shadow fell over her. Ying instinctively swallowed and looked up in terror. Lu Mujing was standing right in front of her. Professor Lu, he slowly bent closer to her desk, narrowed his eyes, and asked in a tone like a judgment being pronounced, "According to the student handbook, how should a student who plays with their phone during class be dealt with?" Ying immediately stood up with her hands pressed together in apology and hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, Professor. My family just sent me a message." She forced out a smile and gave a reason. "My fiancé's uncle has arrived in Luning City, and my family is afraid they won't host him properly, so they told me to go back and make preparations." A smile with an unreadable meaning flashed through his eyes. "Is this uncle very important to you?" Ying fell silent for a moment, her mind racing over how to answer politely. "If I say he's important, he'll definitely get even smugger. If I say he isn't, I'll offend him instead." In the end, she looked up and said to him seriously, "To me, my fiancé is very important. So whether this uncle approves of me is equally important." With every other word out of her mouth being fiancé, Lu Mujing's displeasure was practically written all over his face. He turned irritably and walked back to the lectern, then coldly punished her. "You don't need to attend the rest of this class. Before tomorrow, submit a 10,000-word self-criticism." Ying froze completely. She didn't need to attend the rest of the class? Then, right after that, she slowly processed the second half. 10,000 words? She slowly packed up her books and left through the back door, full of resentment. This man was absolutely impossible, always targeting her for no reason. 10,000 words. How ruthless. But what Ying didn't know was that behind her, Lu Mujing was watching her with worry in his eyes. She's fallen too deeply for Lu Yuran. In the end, she'll only end up covered in wounds. I have to find a way to make her see the truth. It was a long time later before she finally arrived at the Yin residence. Ying was forcibly changed into a strapless micro-mini dress so short that her whole face scrunched up. "Do we really have to be this shameless?" The moment she complained, Feng Yin shrieked at her. "The eldest young master of the Lu family likes girls with sexy figures. The gift you delivered before didn't even get a glance from him. If you still won't put in the effort yourself, what right do you have to talk about boundaries?" Tugging the hem down desperately, Ying said, "But aren't we meeting his uncle this time? Dressing a little more conservatively might be better." Hearing her mutter that, Feng Yin actually thought it over. That was true. Although young Master Lu was said to like sexy women, rumors said his uncle kept women at a distance and had a cold personality, so being more conservative might be better. In the end, she reluctantly agreed to let Ying drape a fur coat over her shoulders. "Then wear this coat. When you're alone with young Master Yuran, take it off." Looking at Feng Yan's departing back, Ying felt nothing but disgust. "Too bad you're not some brothel madam." In the private room, Lu Yuran and Lu Mujing were already waiting. Not long after, Feng Yin walked in with Ying. "President Lu, young Master Yuran, sorry to have kept you waiting." The moment Lu Mujing lifted his eyes, his gaze fell straight onto her, hiding behind the woman. He couldn't help being slightly startled. She really was eye-catching. The moment he saw her, Lu Yuran merely pointed casually to the seat beside him. "Sit here. Uncle wants to get a good look at you." Feng Yin didn't want to miss the opportunity either, so she directly pressed Ying down into the seat between the two men. "You're too polite." Ying, hurry and greet him. "This is young Master Yuran's uncle, so you should call him uncle too." Ying shrank her shoulders timidly, not daring to raise her head, and softly said, "Uncle." Lu Mujing raised his wine glass and replied impatiently, "I don't have a niece that old." The moment she heard that tone, Ying knew he was still holding a grudge, and she couldn't help cursing inwardly. This man is still angry. He's so petty. Feng Yin seized the chance and sat down beside Lu Mujing, her voice sickeningly sweet. "President Lu looks so young. You're not even that much older than young Master Yuran." Feng Yin even shot Ying a look. "Right, Ying." Receiving the signal, Ying quickly nodded in agreement. "Right, President Lu is so young. He looks about the same age as young Master Yuran." Suddenly, Lu Mujing reached his arm behind her. "That's right. I'm only 3 years older than him." His hand brushed lightly against her bare back. "What? Are you very interested?" She immediately shook her head. No. She cast an uncomfortable glance at the person across from her and thought to herself, anyone who didn't know better would think he and I were the couple. But when she looked at that young master of the Lu family, she found it very strange. Lu Mujing was acting like this, yet Lu Yuran didn't mind at all. He even said with a smile, asking for her help, "Ying, uncle likes shrimp. Peel some for him." Ying sneered inwardly, as if she had already seen through that twisted little mindset of his. He didn't care at all. He even found it amusing. These rich young masters really did treat other people's dignity like a game. So she directly pushed away, Lu Mujing's hand resting behind her. I don't know how to peel shrimp. Don't expect me to show you any respect. At last, Lu Yuran couldn't help himself. His face darkened as he scolded her. Ying, what nonsense are you talking about? You're the best at peeling shrimp. Hurry up and peel some for President Lu. Seeing how tense her face had become, Lu Mujing slightly turned his head and glanced at Lu Yuran. If Miss Yin doesn't know how, Yuran, teach your fiancé. Lu Yuran, sitting beside her, didn't care in the least and did exactly as he said. Sure. As he spoke, his long fingers reached over. It's easier with your hands. First suck the shrimp head a little, use a bit of force, and suck out the juices inside. He deliberately struck a flirtatious, suggestive pose. After that, bite gently along the body of the shrimp, and once you've sucked out all the juices inside, you can eat it like this. She frowned, thinking he can't be talking about more than just how to eat shrimp, can he? Ying's face instantly flushed bright red, and she coughed several times in a row. So that's how it is. This is the proper way to eat shrimp. I feel like all the shrimp I ate before were wasted. Lu Mujing frowned and glanced at his nephew. The way you're putting it sounds a bit like you're asking to get hit. After demonstrating, Lu Yuran even winked at everyone. Practice more, and you won't waste shrimp in the future. There are plenty of chances in life to eat shrimp. If you eat it properly, you have to make full use of it and enjoy it too. Don't you agree, Uncle? Being teased by these two, while stuck between them, was truly infuriating. The two of them were playing off each other, so while I want to beat up both uncle and nephew, the private room door was suddenly pushed open. The person who walked in was none other than the Yin family's second daughter, Yin Ruowei. Uncle, brother-in-law, Mom. Sorry I'm late. She swept her gaze across the center of the room and let out a cold laugh. That adopted daughter really thinks she's worthy of sitting in the seat of honor. Yin Ruowei looked at Ying with nothing but contempt in her eyes. Even if you're the fiancé of the Lu family's eldest grandson, don't even think you can stand above me. She even used the chance to pull her chair closer to Lu Yuran to apologize. Brother-in-law, the traffic was terrible. Resting his hand against his face, he nodded with a smile. It's fine. Ying shot her a disdainful, sidelong glance. She refuses to acknowledge me as her sister, but she sure was quick to acknowledge her brother-in-law. She suddenly realized something. Wait, Yin Ruowei also calls Lu Mujing uncle, yet Lu Mujing doesn't seem bothered at all. Ying glanced at him, anger filling her heart. So he only targets me, does he? Her cheeks immediately turned red, and goosebumps rose all over her body. Under the table, Yin Ruowei's leg was anything but well-behaved. It stretched over and bumped into her. Yin Ruowei was trying to seduce Lu Yuran and accidentally touched me instead. Above the table, the two of them really were flirting with their eyes, their gazes stuck to each other. Watching them smile and chat, Ying shifted to the side. Her only thought now was, please, I don't want any part in your little game. Lu Mujing noticed that she was avoiding him, so he spoke to break the stalemate. Yuran, eat properly. Lu Yuran answered with a fake smile. Fine, I'll listen to you, uncle. Yin Ruowei, sitting beside him, was terribly embarrassed and lowered her head, not even daring to speak. A strange feeling rose in her heart. Did he notice too? But that bit of happiness didn't last long. Ruan, Yin coughed a few times, pulling Ying back to reality. She put a smile back on her face and poured a glass of wine one-handed. A moment later, she raised it toward Lu Mujing. I'd like to offer President Lu a toast. But the moment Ying smiled, he immediately poured cold water on it and refused her on the spot. I don't usually drink wine offered by women. Sorry. She could only awkwardly withdraw her hand. Fine. Ying was already so angry her vision was going dark. I was kind enough to toast you. Drink it or don't, you bastard. But in the next second, Lu Mujing stepped closer to her. I'll toast you instead. On the surface, she smiled and clinked glasses with him. Thank you. But inside, she was raging. This man was definitely doing it on purpose. What was this? Toying with people, toying with hearts, toying with the atmosphere. He was an absolute expert. The two glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound in the private room. The glass in Ying's hand suddenly tipped, and the wine spilled out at once, spreading a large red stain across his trousers. She cried out in alarm. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Ying immediately seized the chance to get up and run outside. Go ahead and eat, everyone. I'll go ask a server for a towel. As soon as she got out the door, she smiled and even stuck out her tongue provocatively. That's what you get for provoking me. Uncle, enjoy the feeling of wet pants for a while. So Ying stayed outside for a full 15 minutes. The receptionist at the front desk asked, sweating profusely, "Miss?" But Ying ignored her completely and kept playing the card game on her phone with her head lowered. "Call landlord." Bid. The receptionist asked again. "You've been standing here for over 10 minutes. Is there anything you need help with?" But Ying's mind was still buzzing excitedly. "Once I finish this round, I'll call Lu Mujing." Suddenly, a low, warm male voice sounded right by Ying's ear. "Having fun?" She spun around and saw Lu Mujing standing tall in front of her. "Having fun?" Ying shrugged and deliberately folded her arms. "You're the one who messed with me first." His gaze swept over her as he countered. "Mess with you?" Lu Mujing forced Ying back against the wall again, giving her no room to retreat. Even the receptionist behind them shrank her neck. "My God, they can't be about to do it right here, can they?" Lu Mujing's hand lightly reached for her fur coat and pulled the collar up around her. "Do you know what it really means to mess with someone?" He moved closer and closer, while Ying deliberately raised her voice to draw the attention of others. "Uncle, I'm your nephew's fiancé. Aren't you afraid of falling out with your nephew, or of not being able to explain yourself to your father?" Those words only made her seem more interesting to him. Lu Mujing looked at Ying with dark, intent eyes. "Do you think I want to hear that nonsense? Or is that what Lu Yuran made you think?" He lifted his head and reminded her in perfectly clear terms. "If I really laid a hand on you, or humiliated you, he'd only find it more amusing. Not only would he not save you, he'd push you toward me, and might even say all sorts of filthy things about you right in front of me." Lu Mujing's tone grew more serious. "I'm only trying to make you see clearly that Yuran has always been casual about relationships. I'm afraid you'll fall too deeply and end up making the wrong choice." But as usual, Ying still turned the spearhead toward him. You're saying all this about Lu Yuran on purpose, aren't you?" He let out a low sound of acknowledgement, his fingers gently brushing her cheek. "So, Xiaoxi, you still think I was teasing you just now?" Lu Mujing's hand did not stop. Instead, he directly pinched Ying's face and pulled her forcefully closer. Frowning, she raised her heel and stomped hard on his foot, snapping fiercely, "Don't call me by my nickname." The harder Ying stomped, the more relieved she felt. Because of that step, Lu Mujing staggered slightly. "Uncle, I think you may have misunderstood one thing." Her voice was very firm. "As for my own future, from the very beginning, I never had any feelings for this engagement. I have my own plans and my own life." Those were exactly the words he had truly wanted to hear. Lu Mujing slowly straightened up. "So you're finally willing to tell the truth." As he spoke, he slipped both hands into his pockets and approached her with a half smile. "Since you've stomped enough and you're not angry anymore." Ying fell silent, unable to refute him for a moment. She truly felt that this man was impossible to read. If he got angry, I'd feel justified for stepping on him. But he just keeps smiling at me. I can't read him at all. And because of that, she was afraid and wanted to stay farther away from him. Annoyed, Ying turned and left. "I can't be bothered getting mad at you anymore. I'm going back to the private room. By the way, when did you change your pants? Do you normally carry a spare with you?" Following behind her, he strolled down the corridor, laughing lazily as he teased her. Secret. As the two passed another private room, Yin Ruowei's sweet, affected voice came from inside and caught Ying's attention. "Brother-in-law, Ying runs around outside all day. She's just a pretentious, scheming woman." Ying muttered irritably. "Yin Ruowei, why is she in another private room with Lu Yuran? This can't be anything good." The two of them stopped to listen, and what they heard made them witness a bold little scene on the spot. "Brother-in-law, if you marry her, you'll definitely regret it in the future. Brother-in-law, you're so bad. You're so cute when you're jealous." Ying's face reddened, and she simply couldn't keep listening. These two are way too impatient. Lu Mujing rubbed his forehead and asked what she planned to do. "So what do you want to do?" Suddenly, a mop standing in the corner caught her eye. Ying moved quickly and cleanly, grabbed the mop, and jammed it straight through the door handle. She clapped her hands and looked provocatively at the people inside. "Since you say I'm a scheming woman, if I don't do something, wouldn't I be letting you down? Enjoy yourselves in there." The people inside the private room quickly realized something was wrong and immediately started pounding on the door. "Who's out there? Who's outside?" Even Lu Mujing couldn't help applauding in praise. just as expected of you. An hour later, outside the restaurant, Yin folded her arms and looked around in confusion. How strange. Where did Ruowei and young Master Yurin go? But she still had to lean toward the car window and sweetly remind her daughter, Ying, President Lu has been drinking. Take him home and make sure you take good care of him. Even though Ying was unwilling 100 times over, all she could do was agree aloud. Got it. I'll leave as soon as I get Lu Mujing there. Being alone with this man always made her uncomfortable. Yin kept nagging on and on. President Lu, if you need anything, just ask Ying to do it. Ying was so irritated by listening to it that she simply slammed the car door shut and drove off with one step on the gas. The shouting behind the car grew fainter and fainter. Ying, why did you close the door? Sitting in the car, Lu Mujing couldn't help asking. They were already together in that kind of VIP room, and you still want to marry Lu Yuran? She didn't answer right away, only shifted gears and started the car with practiced ease. After the car steadied, Ying looked out the window and replied blandly, "This marriage was arranged by old Master Lu. I can't change it." His eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced at the girl beside him. Could it be that what you care about is the Lu family's power? But no matter how Lu Mujing guessed, Ying couldn't be bothered to explain. If that's how you want to put it, then suit yourself. That only made him more curious about her. Her own fiancé was with her younger sister, and she could still stay this calm. What kind of person is she? As night fell, at Lu Mujing's villa, Yin Ruowei screamed in fury. Ying, do you have to be this vicious? Standing at the doorway, she jabbed a finger so close it almost hit Yin Ying's face. How dare you lock me in that VIP room? Faced with such baseless accusations, Ying shrugged and asked in return, why would I lock you in? Besides, why were you in another VIP room? And how did you get back earlier than us? We were only halfway through dinner, and young Master Yuran. But Lu Yuran sat there like a statue, calm as could be, not a trace of concern visible on his face, too lazy even to spare anyone a glance. Suddenly, he stood up and casually toyed with a strand of hair as he asked, "Why don't you guess what we were doing just now?" Ying let out a cold laugh and finally saw the key point clearly. So that's it. Lu Yuran deliberately used Yin Ruowei to provoke me, try to force me to take the initiative to break off the engagement. I won't fall for your trap and become the one who angers Grandpa Lu first. So she stood there, completely unaffected. I'm not interested. If there's nothing else, I'm going back first. Hearing that, displeasure immediately surged in Lu Yuran's heart. That must have been her doing. She saw me like that with Yin Ruowei, yet she's neither angry nor crying. Too lazy to argue further, he got up to return to his room. It's late. I'm going back to my room. You two can stay here if you want. Lu Yuran stepped directly in front of him, leaving him no room to refuse. You'll agree, right, uncle? As he spoke, he even winked, as if seeking Lu Mujing's approval. Lu Mujing let out a tired sigh. This brat clearly hasn't reached his goal, so he still wants to keep stirring things up tonight. Seeing this, Yin Ruowei happily snatched Yin Ying's bag and forcibly kept her there. Sister, it's already very late. Let's stay here tonight. After saying that, she left the living room in high spirits, leaving only Ying, who was nearly exploding with anger. Anyway, brother-in-law already said uncle agreed. She pounded hard on the door and shouted in vain. Yin Ruowei, open the door right now and give me back my bag. I have to go back to the dorm. My student ID and phone are both in there. Without them, there was no way she could get back to school. That little witch was obviously taking revenge on her. Seeing that the person inside completely ignored her, she had no choice but to ask Lu Mujing for help. Uncle, are you really just going to watch them fool around like this? But he made it obvious he had no intention of interfering. I'm old now. I can't manage all this messy romantic nonsense you young people get into. Then Lu Mujing folded his arms and revealed a meaningful smile. But I should remind you, there are only 3 bedrooms here. Your sister and Yuran have each taken one, so only the last room is left. Ying cried out in shock. What? She carefully walked closer to him and pleaded in a low voice. If possible, could I trouble you to lend me a car? I can stay at a hotel. Face ID payment is fine. But Lu Mujing refused cleanly. No, it's too late. It's not safe for a girl to go out alone. Ying had no other choice and could only sigh and accept reality. Fine then, I'll sleep on the living room sofa. But what he said next surprised her even more. You want to steal my spot? What? Lu Mujing turned and walked toward the living room, not forgetting to remind Ying, you'll sleep in my room tonight. Remember to lock the door. His tone was full of concern. It's not appropriate for a girl to sleep in the living room. On the surface, Ying seemed not to care, but inside she was so moved she nearly cried. Looking at his back, she thought silently, he may always like teasing people, but when it really counts, he's quite gentlemanly. In the end, she solemnly thanked him. Thank you. Leaning back, Lu Mujing nodded. Go on. Good night. At 1 in the morning, strange sounds were still coming from the room across the hall. Brother-in-law, kiss me. You really are a little vixen. Come here, baby. Ying, who had been sleeping soundly, was suddenly woken up by the noise. Who would have thought that Lu Mujing's room happened to be right next to Lu Yuren's, and I could hear everything perfectly clearly. She sat up and let out a long sigh, immediately guessing what was going on. No wonder Yin Ruowei insisted on dragging me here. She just wanted to show off in front of me. Who's going to compensate me for my lost sleep? After thinking about it, Ying still got out of bed. These two have only known each other for a few hours. How well could they possibly know each other? They're probably just thinking with their lower bodies. She let out a long yawn and walked toward the door. If Yin Ruowei throws herself at him like this, how could Lu Yuren possibly treasure her? I'm so thirsty. Half asleep, Ying walked into the living room. Besides, Lu Yuren is a famous playboy. How could he possibly give his true heart so easily? Suddenly, her steps stopped. Her gaze landed on the sofa. She couldn't help feeling a little guilty. He's so tall, yet he's sleeping on such a small sofa, and it's all because of me. With that thought, Ying couldn't help stepping forward and reaching for the blanket. She slowly pulled the blanket up to his chest and muttered softly, "Don't catch cold. I don't want to owe you a favor." Ying even thoughtfully pulled the blanket all the way up to his neck, and only then did she feel a little more at ease. But those bold noises from Lu Yuren's room still came through with perfect clarity. Brother-in-law, Ying frowned, her whole body freezing in place. I can hear them even more clearly in the living room. I shouldn't stay here too long. After doing all this, she stood up and turned to leave. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist and yanked her back hard. Who is it? Lu Mujing had actually woken up in the middle of the night, his hand gripping Ying tightly. She trembled all over in fright and lowered her voice. What are you doing? Let go of me. But Lu Mujing's hazy gaze and slightly parted lips only made his grip on her tighten. He sat up, still holding her firmly, and frowned at the sight of her slightly disheveled clothes. You deliberately dressed like this to seduce me? She immediately retorted on instinct. Of course not. There weren't any other clothes in your house for me to change into. Just then, Yin Ruowei's sweet, affected voice came from Lu Yuren's room. Brother-in-law, I need to go back now. If my sister finds out, I'm dead for sure. Come here. The lock clicked, and Ying was so frightened her soul nearly left her body. Her face darkened as she frantically searched for a way to escape. No, if Yin Ruowei sees me with Lu Mujing, she'll definitely blow this completely out of proportion. At the crucial moment, Lu Mujing reached out and yanked her back again. Lie down, quick. In the confusion, Ying accidentally fell into his arms. Because they were far too close, their lips unexpectedly brushed together. She stared wide-eyed in shock, and her cheeks slowly reddened. But there was not the slightest emotion in Lu Mujing's eyes. He still looked cold and distant as ever. Ying came back to her senses and shoved him hard onto the sofa, scolding angrily, "You bastard." But he paid no mind to her attitude and instead pulled her back down again, close against himself. Ying still wanted to struggle free, but Lu Mujing snatched up the blanket and covered both of them with it, warning in a low voice, "Don't move." The two outside really had not gone far. Lu Yuren looked at Yin Ruowei with deep affection and suggested, "Let's continue in your room." Meanwhile, beneath the blanket, the two of them were pressed tightly together, neither daring to make sound. Taking the opportunity, Lu Mujing lightly rubbed his chin against Yin Ying's hair. The door across the hall sounded again, and only then did Ying let out a breath of relief. Good thing we hid in time. That was close. She didn't want any more entanglement with him at all. Thanks for helping me. I'm going back to my room. But Lu Mujing still held her tightly, as if determined to make her tell the truth. Ying frowned and complained unhappily, "Hey, Lu Mujing, what more do you want?" He grabbed her and forced her to lower her head and meet his eyes. His voice was icy, mercilessly exposing her. "Miss Ying, may I ask why you put a blanket over me? Were you worried about me? After all, you can't keep playing hard to get forever." So that was what this was about. She let out a cold laugh and admitted it openly. "Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to cover you up a little." Lu Mujing asked her another question. "You should know what they were doing in that room, right?" She nodded and answered calmly, "I know. They were doing what they were supposed to do." Hearing that, he finally could not hold back any longer. He seized her and pressed her for an explanation. "You know, and yet you're still this calm?" What is wrong with you? You really don't mind sharing a husband with another woman? She truly could not understand him and struggled in his arms. That's my business. What does it have to do with President Lu? Lu Mujing lowered his voice and demanded, "Explain yourself clearly." His gaze locked tightly on the person before him. Why does it always have to be Lu Yuyuan? Why can't it be me, Lu Mujing? She could hardly believe her ears. Her voice trembled as she stammered. Why you? You? What nonsense are you talking about? Is that something an elder should say? He actually wanted an affair with his nephew's fiancé? It was unbelievable. That night, Lu Mujing finally laid himself bare to her and spoke the truth in his heart. Ningxi, I, Lu Mujing, do not lack women. But not just any woman is qualified to stand by my side. He asked one last serious question. Are you sure you don't want to be my woman? She shoved him away and answered cleanly and decisively, I don't. His lofty, overbearing CEO attitude returned at once. But she was at least fair and said frankly, a man as high above everyone else as you is indeed beyond my reach. At last, Lu Mujing stopped gripping her so tightly and let go. His gaze lowered, avoiding hers as he dismissed her lightly. Go back to your room and sleep. She did not want to stay for even 1 second longer and slipped away at once. The bedroom door slammed shut. Back in her room, Ying still could not calm down for a long while, breathing hard. Too dangerous. Not one of the two men in the Lu family seemed normal. The next day at noon, at the upscale bar Neptune, a hand blocked Ying from leaving. No, I want this little girl to drink with me. The man was red-faced with drunkenness and kept tugging at her. Come to the room with me. What a tongue you've got. Ying frowned and tried to pull free, but still responded politely. Sorry, I'm not that kind of hostess. The customer immediately flew into a rage and slammed the table. Pointing at her face, he shouted, You think you're too good for me? Working in a place like this, and you're pretending to be so pure. Just then, several male employees hurried over to calm him down and ushered him outside. Sir, please don't do this. We'll escort you back to your room, and we'll also give you a complimentary fruit platter. One of them turned back and softly comforted her. Sister Yin, don't be afraid. Go to the back for now. Watching them leave, Ying let out an irritated sigh. Afraid? Honestly, after what happened last night, no matter what happened now, her heart was as still as dead water. She returned to the bar counter and kept working. She had not slept well last night, and she had spent the whole morning drawing design drafts. Worse still, she had received a new notice from Lu Mujing in the class group chat. That bastard Lu Mujing had actually been transferred. She was spacing out when the sound of high heels clicking against the floor drew nearer. Ying, I heard you offended another customer again. Deduction. Ling Bao tilted her head with a fake smile as her pen moved quickly across her notebook. At this rate, your bonus is going to be gone. The sight of her made Ying's blood boil. This team leader Ling Bao relied on being the manager's girlfriend to squeeze them every day. You fat woman, this spot hasn't been cleaned properly. Get down on your knees and wipe it. How many times do I have to tell you? Deduction. Other than stuffing herself with food, what else could she do? Ying cursed inwardly as she clenched the cocktail shaker tightly. She truly wanted to smash a bottle over that woman's head. Suddenly, the bar owner came running out in a hurry and reminded them, Why are you two still standing here? The eldest young master of the Lu family is here. Hurry and go greet him. Hearing that, Ling Bao immediately straightened her back and rushed to push herself forward. President Zhang, I have more experience. Let me serve him. But the other party ignored her completely and came straight for Ying. Ying, come with me at once. Young Master Yuyuan specifically asked to see you. Hearing that, she cursed fiercely in her heart. That Lu Yuran, what trick was he trying to play now? Being ignored only made Ling Bao want to deal with her even more harshly. Ying, you really do have some nerve stealing my assignment. Just wait and see how I deal with you. In the VIP room, Ying sat down across from Yuyuan. Holding a menu, he said provocatively, You probably already know what happened between your sister and me last night, right? Leaning forward, Yuyuan solemnly declared, Compared to you, I'm more interested in your sister. But Ying had already expected that, so she was not surprised at all. Her reaction instead took him aback. He closed the menu in his hand. This woman was a little too calm, but I can't be bothered wasting time on her. Yuyuan got straight to the point. Name your price. How much will it take for you to agree to break off the engagement? This woman was hard to deal with. Money alone might not even be enough to shake her off. Yet things turned out to be completely different from what he had imagined. She nodded repeatedly, fully agreeing. You're right. We should have talked money from start. She gave a mysterious smile and stared at the man across from her. Since Lu Yuran was so arrogant, if I didn't ask for a ridiculous sum, wouldn't that be letting down the status of the Lu family's young master? Crossing one leg over the other, she began calculating seriously. If an office worker earns $150,000 a year and works for 50 years, that comes to $7.5 million. So Ying made a firm decision and gave him a round number. If young Master Yuen gives me $10 million right now, I guarantee I'll immediately call your grandfather and voluntarily break off the engagement. She had even begun imagining the future already. With $10 million, would she still have to worry about not getting her diploma? Aunt Zhang would not have to rent a place anymore, and the money saved could be used to take care of those children. Perfect. Hearing that, Yuen showed clear displeasure. In your eyes, I'm only worth $10 million? Ying replied sweetly, of course not. It's just that the position of Mrs. Lu is worth $10 million. But in her heart, she was thinking, in my eyes, you, Lu Yuran, are nothing more than a useless four-legged toad. You're not worth a single cent. He could hardly believe it. How had she suddenly become like a different person? But now that the words had already been spoken, Yuen pulled a black card from his pocket. There's $12 million in here. The password is 891015. Before handing the card to Ying, he reminded her with a frown, call my grandfather right now. But Ying was equally cautious. How do I know there's really money in this card? Yuen immediately called his assistant in. Check it for her. Yes, young master. The assistant quickly took out a POS machine, and the balance displayed clearly $12 million. After confirming it was correct, she took the card and agreed to the deal. Deal. I'll call now. Sitting across from Ying casually picked up the phone and dialed. A familiar voice soon came from the other end. Hello, Fiancé. Ying spoke her mind directly. Grandpa, it's me. Here's the situation. I can't marry Lu Yuran. Hearing her speak so bluntly, Yuen frowned in surprise. When she talked to grandfather, there was not even the slightest trace of deference, and she was this direct. She even smiled as she explained in detail to old Master Lu. Of course, he didn't force me to say this. Yuen is a rare and excellent husband candidate, but he and I really are not suitable for each other. I am sorry, Grandpa. I wish you good health and a long life. Old Master Lu let out a long sigh. Ningxi, you're the granddaughter-in-law of the Lu family that I personally chose. The old man's voice carried a trace of nostalgia for the past. I decided this many years ago. Ying was stunned for quite a while. Many years ago? What did that mean? Could it be that Grandpa Lu had known her long ago? But he did not force her and instead agreed. However, if you've already made up your mind, then I'll listen to you. Before hanging up, Ying thanked him respectfully once more. Thank you, Grandpa. The moment the call ended, she let out a long breath of relief. Finally, it was over. It felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Ying did not stay in the VIP room for even a second longer. Before leaving, she secretly made one more judgment about him. Grandpa Lu really was an upright man. What a pity this young master had inherited none of it. No matter what, the money was in hand. She turned back, waved the black card in her hand, and deliberately teased him. Let's not meet again in the future, young Master Yuen. Yuen still had not fully digested everything. Grandfather had agreed that quickly? Was it really over just like that? The VIP room door slammed shut with a bang, and that finally jolted him awake. Yuen suddenly felt inexplicably irritated. The engagement had been canceled, so why did she seem happier than he was? And she had even taken $12 million from him. After all that, she had been pretending to be innocent the whole time and deliberately setting him up. With a cigarette hanging from his lips, he muttered in a low voice, "A woman's heart really is sinister." Having just accomplished a major feat, Ying wandered around the bar in an excellent mood. Today, the whole world looked especially beautiful. The moment she stepped out, she ran into the person she disliked most. The woman mocked. Wasn't someone saying she wouldn't serve certain customers? But the moment it's a powerful man with status, she forgets her place and still pretends to be innocent here. Ying did not back down and snapped loudly. At least I don't sleep with married men. The ones who become mistresses are the truly shameless ones. After mocking her in return, Ying flicked her hair and asked, "Team leader, don't you agree?" Ling Bao had her sore spot hit and was left speechless for a moment. "Why you?" "You." The employees beside them immediately began whispering. "What? The team leader is a mistress? She's having an affair with management?" Sister Yin actually said it outright. That was so satisfying. Ling Bao flew into a rage and pointed at Yin Ying's face, trying to act imposing. "Yining, you don't want to work here anymore, is that it?" This was exactly the moment she had been waiting for. Yining raised her hand and slapped Ling Bao across the face, as if collecting back all the anger she had swallowed before. "That's right. I stopped caring about this lousy job a long time ago." The slap sent Ling Bao crashing hard to the floor, crying out in pain. The employees who had always admired her could not help praising her over and over. "Sister Yin, that was amazing. You're my idol. Sister Yin, don't forget about us. See you at the bank later." Delighted, Yining muttered to herself, "I need to hurry and call Aunt Zhang with the good news and transfer this month's money over too." Just then, Aunt Ruan's call came in. What was supposed to come had finally come. Good luck? More like bad luck in bloom. She answered weakly, "Hello." Yining was still operating the machine to make the transfer when Aunt Ruan's shrill voice came from the other end. "Yining, you know President Lu is your thesis advisor now, right?" The woman took a sip of tea and announced, "He'll be living at the school from now on. I've already arranged for you to go over and take care of his daily needs. You'll be staying there tonight." Yining smiled faintly and deliberately teased, "Mom, I heard Grandpa Lu is still single. How about I marry him instead? Wouldn't that let me make money faster?" The remark made Aunt Ruan choke and cough. "What did you say?" She nodded and continued her nonsense with a straight face. "Of course it's true. If Grandpa Lu really takes a liking to me, then wouldn't I become the future?" Aunt Ruan slammed the table in fury. "What, Yining? Don't forget where you came from. If it weren't for me, you would have starved to death long ago." Hearing that, Yining let out a cold laugh. "Don't forget where you came from?" The moment those terrible memories surfaced, her heart sank. When she was 8, Feng Ruanyin had adopted her only so she could take the blame for Yin Ruowei. After entering the Yin family, she washed clothes, cooked, and cleaned for them every day, desperately trying since childhood to repay the so-called kindness of a Yin family. Since she was little, she had been ordered around non-stop, busy from morning to night. "Yining, wipe the carpet later." "Yes, Mom." Yining would never forget those memories of being abandoned for the rest of her life. Later, when she contracted an acute infectious disease, Feng Ruanyin actually framed her for theft and abandoned her, leaving Aunt Zhang to raise her. From that point on, she finally saw that woman's selfish, ugly face clearly. The Yin family had long since had nothing to do with her. Handle your own affairs yourselves. Later, she recovered from her illness, but Yin Ruowei got into a car accident. Ruanyin became even more aggressive. Feng Ruanyin wanted to force her back and continue making her Yin Ruowei's scapegoat, but Aunt Zhang firmly refused. In the end, they began using money to pressure them. Feng Ruanyin had the school expel her and made trouble for the orphanage at every turn. To let the orphanage have peace, she had no choice but to return to the Yin family, also in exchange for Feng Ruanyin's promise not to harass Aunt Zhang again. A major incident happened around that time as well. When she was 18, Aunt Zhang's heart disease relapsed, and she urgently needed surgery. But the Yin family refused to lend her even a penny. In the end, she did everything she could to earn money, and that was how she saved Aunt Zhang. Yet Ruanyin once again made things difficult for Yin Ying and forced her to continue being manipulated by others. That same year, she was admitted to a prestigious university in the neighboring province. But to control her even more tightly, Feng Ruanyin tore up her admission letter and locked her up, causing her to miss the enrollment deadline, and then insisted on sending her to her brother's elite school, using the diploma to keep her under control. She gripped her phone tightly. "I know all of this. I endured it until today for one reason only, to wait for graduation day." But that joy did not last long. When the account balance clearly displayed 0, Yining was completely stunned. There was no money in the bank card at all. On the other end, Aunt Ruan was still shouting angrily, "Say something, you damn girl. Are you mute?" She immediately called that man to settle the score. "What the hell is going on? I clearly checked before. There were 12 million in the card." Yining frowned, no longer able to suppress her emotions. She gave a cold snort full of contempt. "Young Master Lu, your bank card is showing a balance of 0. What exactly is the meaning of this? Gripping her phone, her voice was full of accusation and suspicion as she asked again. Young Master Lu, your bank card is showing a balance of 0. What exactly is the meaning of this? Over there, Ying was surrounded by a group of beauties and replied carelessly, I'm not canceling the engagement anymore. The next sentence left her completely dumbfounded. Our previous agreement is void. I'm going to marry you. The fire in her chest surged upward, but Ying still forced a decent expression onto her face, her voice taut with strain. Is young Master Lu's word worth so little? Do you think this is fun? Does this mean anything? Is toying with people your favorite pastime? Yuen calmly flipped through a stack of documents as he said, Grandpa wants to see you. Be at the Lu family's old residence in half an hour. She finally could not bear it any longer and exploded completely. Hey, what makes you think I'll go? Before she had even finished speaking, Yuen coldly cut her off. Ying, let me remind you of one thing, he continued lazily. The land that orphanage you lived and sits on belongs to the Lu group. If you don't behave, whether that orphanage can continue operating is hard to say. Ying clenched her fists and cursed wildly inside. Damn it, using that to threaten me? You really are qualified to call phone Ruanyin Mom. Anyone who didn't know better would really think the two of you were biological. Mother and son. After the call was suddenly hung up on him, Yuen muttered irritably, Crazy woman. Seeing how bad his expression was, the girl beside him asked curiously in a soft voice, What's wrong, young Master Lu? Yuen did not answer. He only thought to himself, other than Grandpa and my little uncle, no one has ever dared curse at me. She really is the first one who isn't afraid of death. On the other side, Ying covered her face and let out a weary sigh. Grandpa, Lu must have gone back on his word and pressured Lu Yuran. She wailed inwardly. I should have transferred the money to my phone immediately. Killing intent practically radiated from her entire body. Through gritted teeth, Ying said, Lu Yuran, I will absolutely not let you off. Anyone who saw this could not help thinking, what is wrong with this girl? Why is her face so dark? In the quiet space, the elevator gave a ding. A middle-aged man bent respectfully at the waist and followed behind Lu Mujing, speaking carefully. Thank you, President Lu, for acquiring our bank. We hope for your continued support in the future. Suddenly, Lu Mujing's steps halted, as if he had seen something. He looked at the gloomy-faced Ying in the distance and thought, who upset her again? Was it Yuen? Xin Song stepped closer and whispered in his ear, President Lu, we just received word that Grandpa Lu has invited young Master Yuen and Miss Yin to his private residence. Lu Mujing made his decision without hesitation. Inform the old residents that I'll be going back tonight as well. Also, bring a lady's evening gown. When he finished speaking, the corner of his lips curved slightly into a meaningful smile. How interesting. The assistant respectfully accepted the order. Yes, President Lu. Meanwhile, Ying was trembling with anger when someone suddenly grabbed her wrist and said, Miss, need a ride? Irritated and dark-faced, she turned to look. Which blind fool dared touch her? Before she could finish speaking, Lu Mujing cut in to explain, I'm on my way to the Lu family's old residence too. Let's go together. In the distance, the crowd watching the scene was packed together, buzzing with gossip. Who is that? He's so handsome. Are they a couple? After extending the invitation, he waited for her answer with a faint smile. Ying was surprised by his sudden appearance and blurted out, Lu Mujing. Lu Mujing's car drove smoothly along the neat asphalt road, leaving the stone-paved sidewalk and lush green trees behind. Inside the car, Ying, dressed in an elegant white gown, could not help asking curiously, Why did you make me change clothes? Resting one hand on the car door, Lu Mujing turned his head and said, There is nothing wrong with what you were wearing before, but Yuran would think it wasn't classy enough. He spoke with complete frankness. It's better to change in advance, so there won't be any unpleasantness later. Hearing that, Ying had nothing to say. Suddenly, his expression shifted, making her ask, What's wrong? He leaned back in his seat and raised a hand to remind her, Your zipper isn't all the way up. Before she could respond, Lu Mujing reached out and pulled up the zipper on Ying's dress for her. Her face instantly turned scarlet with embarrassment, and she jerked backward, crying out, W2 told you to help. Lu Mujing remained calm, propping his chin on one hand, and did not forget to tease her. You mean you left it that way on purpose for me to see? If so, I can help you pull it back down too. By then, her heart was already pounding wildly out of control. Frowning, Ying reminded him. Didn't we already make things clear last night? Why do you still have no sense of boundaries? Besides, I'm going to see Grandpa Lu today. The corner of Lu Mujing's lips curved upward, and he nodded in agreement. True, since Miss Ying wants to keep her distance from me, there's really no need to emphasize it so much less blush every time you see me. Then he suddenly leaned close to Yin Ying's ear and said in a low voice, and you're the one who said you wanted to see my father. No matter how I look at it, it sounds like you're hinting that you want to tell him what happened between us. Memories flashed through her mind all at once, choking off her words so completely that she could not think of any reply. In the end, Ying sat up straight, looked ahead, and shot back. President Lu's powers of interpretation are really something. Lu Mujing leaned back into place and replied casually, "Thanks for the compliment." She shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "That wasn't a compliment." Ying thought to herself that this man really was strange. The car sped along the road, and the driver suddenly took a sharp turn. Ying immediately lost her balance and fell toward Lu Mujing's side. The next moment, she collapsed right onto his lap. Ying hurriedly sat up and waved her hands. "I am sorry." She turned her face away, screaming inwardly, "Dear God, are you doing this on purpose?" Just as Ying was at a complete loss, Lu Mujing reached out and took hold of her wrist, reminding her, "I forgot to tell you, the road ahead is a mountain road. There are a lot of bends." Before she could answer, he pulled her directly onto his lap. "Sit like this and don't move. If you throw yourself at me again, I can't guarantee what might happen." She sat there stiffly, not daring to move at all, while her mind was in total chaos. Lu Mujing could find an excuse for anything. Scene change. The Lu family's private residence. As soon as Lu Mujing and Ying walked in, they ran into Lu Yuran. "Uncle, why are you back too?" Lu Mujing slipped his hands into his pockets and answered solemnly, "I came back to take care of some personal business. I ran into her on the way, so I gave her a ride." Before leaving, he did not forget to remind them, "I'm going in first. You two take your time." Watching Lu Mujing's back, Ying comforted herself inwardly. Lu Mujing is being so open and straightforward. What am I afraid of? I haven't done anything wrong. Once he was gone, Lu Yuran spoke irritably. "You know my uncle?" She shot him a sideways glance and snapped back mercilessly, "What does it matter to you whether I know him or not? What are you glaring at? Does young Master Lu think that if he glares at someone, they'll lose a piece of flesh?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became. She was the one who should be upset. She had lost 12 million for nothing and still had to look at his sour face. As if recalling something, she immediately demanded, "Oh, right, are you really not planning to cancel the engagement? We'll never be happy together." Yet Lu Yuran did not care about what she said at all, and replied indifferently, "Our definitions of happiness are different. Besides, to me, a wife is nothing more than an ornament." She curled her lips and folded her arms, exposing him directly. "Looks like you changed your mind and decided to marry me because Grandpa Lu pressured you. What benefit did he promise you?" Having his sore spot hit, Lu Yuran frowned in irritation and suddenly covered her mouth with his hand, startling her. "You." Lu Yuran pressed close to Ying, his tone cold and threatening. "Listen carefully. I have no need to explain anything to you. That mouth of yours talks too much. If you stay with me, your life will only be miserable." Inwardly, he calculated, "Grandpa did promise me that as long as I marry Ying and produce an heir, he'll hand the Lu Corporation over to me. Other than that person, marrying anyone is the same to me, so I might as well marry the one who benefits me the most." Ying shoved Lu Yuran away hard, covered her chest, and vowed, "I guarantee this will be the biggest mistake of your life, because I will never let you get your way." Just as the two were locked in a tense confrontation, a familiar voice suddenly rang out and interrupted them. Yuran, Lin Yufei came running over in a fluster, her face full of grievance and heartbreak. "Yuran, do you really not want me anymore? We used to be so good together." A maid followed behind her, trying to stop her. "Young master." Miss Lin said a few words and then insisted on barging in. I really couldn't stop her. Seeing this, Ying laughed inwardly. The show was here. Wasn't this one of Lu Yuran's ex-girlfriends? Lu Yuran remained calm as he instructed. "It's fine. You may leave." The maid respectfully answered, "Yes, young master." Then Lu Yuran stepped closer to Yufei and questioned her coldly. "Lin Yufei, I don't remember ever saying I wanted you. But if by want you means sleeping with you." His tone was cold yet suggestive as he said, "Then either wait a few days, or I'll come find you later tonight." Feeling humiliated, Yufei bit down hard and hissed bitterly. Lu Yuran, standing off to the side, Ying did not forget to add, "Hey, at least for now, I'm still your fiancé. But never mind, you two talk." Inwardly, she looked down on her. This Miss Lin really knew how to torment herself. She had clearly already been played with, yet still thought she could salvage something. True to her word, Ying turned and left, briskly and decisively giving them space. But Lu Yuran refused to let her go and chased after her, calling out, "Hey." He grabbed her wrist and ordered, "You're my fiancé. Handle this matter for me." Ying merely smiled and refused offhandedly. "What is this? Ancient times? Are you the emperor and I'm the empress? You want me to manage your harem for you two? Not to be outdone." Yufei immediately dropped a bombshell. "Lu Yuran, I'm pregnant, and now you're going to marry someone else." Ying blurted out in shock. "Why, you're pregnant?" Beside her, Lu Yuran made his decision without hesitation. "Abort it. A child born from you would surely be just like you. I don't want it." The usual elegance on Yufei's face vanished completely, and she struck back at once. "What about me? At least I didn't commit incest like you did, Lu Yuran." Lu Yuran stiffened slightly and instinctively glanced at Ying, but Yufei only grew more unhinged as she went on. "At any rate, I'd never fall in love with my own stepsister." In that instant, Ying froze all over, as if she could not believe what she was hearing. "Incest? Stepsister?" Lu Yuran refused to let her continue. He rushed forward and slapped Yufei across the face. "Shut up." Yufei refused to back down. Covering her cheek, she cursed, "I hate you." Then Yufei turned her hostility on Ying. "What are you staring at? Isn't it all because of you, you little seductress? You stole Yuran from me." Folding her arms, Ying spoke like an older sister scolding someone. "Listen, little girl, stop digging pits for other people. When others fall into a pit, at least they know to find a way to climb back out. But you fell into a public toilet and got so happy you even forgot the way home." Then Ying generously added, "If you want to marry Lu Yuran, then take him." Hearing that, Lu Yuran was furious. He leaned in close and growled, "Ying, in your eyes, am I something that can just be given away to anyone?" She fired back without the slightest hesitation. "In my eyes, you're not even a thing. You're a spot in a public toilet." In the end, Lu Yuran could only force out a helpless, "You win." On the other side, Yufei had completely lost all composure. She clutched her stomach and sat on the ground, muttering to herself, "They don't want me. None of them want me. If I can't have a good life, then neither will you." As if she had come prepared, she took a knife out of her bag while no one was paying attention. Without a second thought, Yufei charged at the two of them with the knife raised, screaming, "I'm going to kill you both." Ying reacted quickly and immediately dodged to the side. Then her pupils contracted sharply as she looked at Lu Yuran beside her, alarm flaring in her heart. At that moment, a warm hand swiftly grabbed Ying by the wrist. At some point, Lu Mujing had appeared. He pulled her firmly into his arms in one motion, narrowly avoiding the danger. Startled, Ying looked up and cried out, "Lu Mujing." Without saying a word, he decisively kicked the knife out of Yufei's hand. The kick threw Yufei off balance, and she fell backward onto the ground, clutching her stomach and screaming, "My child." However, no one paid her any attention. Ying looked at Lu Mujing with concern. "You're bleeding. Hurry and get it bandaged." Lu Yuran also quickly stepped forward and added, "I'll call the private doctor." Before leaving, Lu Mujing instructed sternly, "Yuran, don't let Grandpa hear about this." "I'm going to the hospital." Lu Yuran nodded. "Understood." After the two of them left, killing intent filled Lu Yuran's face. He turned and barked sharply, "Lin Yufei." Without mercy, he clamped a hand around her throat. "You dared to cause trouble in the Lu family home, and you even dared attack me." Seeing that Lu Yuran had actually laid hands on her, Ying reminded him, "Hey, I'm telling you, you should try to earn yourself some virtue. She just took a bad fall. Don't harm the child in her belly. Better send her to the hospital first." She thought to herself that Lin Yufei was hardly the only one at fault anyway. Hearing that, Lu Yuran snapped back impatiently. "What did you say?" Seeing Lu Yuran in that state, Lu Mujing spoke up. "There's no need for you to glare at Ying." Then, With a serious expression, he analyzed the situation. If anything really happens to this woman, even if you're the Lu family's eldest grandson, you won't escape responsibility. What's more, your fingerprints are still on her neck. After hearing that, Lu Yuran grew even more annoyed. Damn it, he had utterly disgraced himself in his own home. In the end, Lin Yufei finally. He released his hand, allowing Yufei to breathe again. That's enough. Lu Mujing shot him a glance and reminded him once more, handle this properly and remember to explain it clearly to Grandpa. Lu Yuran clenched his teeth and forced himself to answer, I know. Meanwhile, the one everyone wanted to keep in the dark was upstairs at that very moment, having watched the entire farce from beginning to end. Lu Miao Miao cursed and then made a decision. That brat Lu Yuran needs to be taught a proper lesson. But I originally wanted Ying to be my granddaughter-in-law. Looking at it now, she's practically about to become my daughter-in-law instead. Scene change. People's Hospital. The hospital corridor was packed with people, and the waiting benches were full of pregnant women standing in line for appointments. Ying followed Lu Mujing inside and blurted out in confusion, obstetrics and gynecology? A girl nearby noticed the two of them and came over to chat on her own initiative. Are you here for a prenatal checkup too? How many months along are you? Any morning sickness? Another woman joined in and asked, Is this your husband? He's so handsome and so considerate too. The girl noticed the blood on Lu Mujing's hand and hurriedly asked, How did he get hurt? Ying did not know how to respond for a moment and could only turn to remind him, President Lu, say something. Did we come to the wrong place? Expressionless, Lu Mujing explained, It's just a scrape. Cleaning the wound, bandaging it, prescribing medicine. Any department's doctor can handle that. It just so happens I know a doctor here. After knocking on the door a few times, a voice suddenly came from inside the room. Come in. After receiving permission, he calmly pushed open the tightly shut door. When Wang Xiaoni saw Lu Mujing, she was quite surprised. Second brother, what brings you here? She stood up happily to greet them. A rare guest indeed. Standing behind him, Ying secretly marveled. She's really beautiful. Xiaoni continued to ask curiously, Is she your woman? Lu Mujing glanced at Ying, a smile curling at his lips, and answered, The future, Mrs. Lu. Ying did not refute it. She merely pressed her lips together and looked at him, thinking how strange that sounded. Hearing the answer, Xiaoni covered her mouth and laughed. I understand. Noticing the injury on his hand, she bent down and asked, How did you get hurt? Lu Mujing looked at Ying again and answered meaningfully, Got into a fight over a woman. Hearing that, Ying finally could not take it anymore and hurriedly waved her hands in protest. Actually, I'm not his. Yet before she could finish, Lu Mujing interrupted, Let me introduce you. He gestured toward her and said calmly, This is the second young miss of the Wang medical family, Wang Xiaoni. Somewhat embarrassed, Ying said softly, Hello, Dr. Wang. Inwardly she thought, This Lu Mujing really won't even give me a chance to explain. A few memories flashed through her mind. Come to think of it, the great families of Luoning City had practically monopolized the nation's four major spheres: military, politics, business, and medicine. They also kept close ties with one another. Lu Mujing was the second of the four young masters of Luoning. The eldest was Qin Hua, the man in charge of the Qin family, who was currently in the military. The third seemed to be Chu Yuntian, eldest son of the Chu family, which also carried great weight in political circles. While his wound was being treated, Lu Mujing took the chance to remind Ying, It's nothing serious. Just call her Dr. Wang. She took the wallet from his hand and nodded. I understand. Without wasting any time, Ying went out to buy things as Lu Mujing had instructed. Once only the two of them were left in the room, Xiaoni finally asked, How long have you known each other? It's really rare to see second brother. Thinking of that small figure hurrying out of the room, Lu Mujing revealed a satisfied smile and said, She's Nanin's mother. Xiaoni nodded and exclaimed, So it's her. In the hospital corridor, Ying was walking forward when she suddenly heard someone shouting loudly, Lu Yuran, if you don't love my sister, then why did you play with her? Lin Ruyin angrily confronted him. Yufei originally had a boyfriend who truly loved her, and both families had already met. Your appearance ruined her life. Hearing that familiar name, Ying quickly moved closer to eavesdrop. So Lu Yuran was actually being cursed out at the hospital by Lin Yufei's family? Near the stairwell, Lu Yuran showed no guilt at all. Leaning against the wall with a cigarette in hand, he replied indifferently, When she was with me, didn't she enjoy it well enough to? Ruyin completely lost control and screamed at Lu Yuran. Enjoy what? What she wanted was never those designer bags and expensive jewelry you gave her. What she needed was a man who loved her wholeheartedly. Lu Yuran remained cold-faced as he continued. Didn't that old boyfriend of hers love her wholeheartedly too? She was the one who willingly gave him up in order to get designer bags and expensive jewelry for me. Those things are the only things I could ever give her. Ruyin raised a hand and pointed straight at Lu Yuran's face, rebuking him. Even so, you should never have gotten her pregnant. Lu Yuran, I'm warning you. If you refuse to take responsibility, I'll make sure the whole of Luoning City knows what a heartless man you are, using women and then throwing them away. After letting Ruyin vent for quite a while, Lu Yuran finally dropped the truth. I had a vasectomy 3 years ago. So where did the child in her belly come from? Hearing that, Ruyin took a step back on the spot. What? Good heavens. Elsewhere, the eavesdropping Ying was also so shocked she could not close her mouth. So Lu Yuran had known from the very beginning that the child was not his. This situation was really a mess now. Radiating murderous intent, Lu Yuran delivered the final blow. You'd better go ask your sister for the truth first. As he walked past Ruyin, she angrily rammed her shoulder into him. I'm warning you, no one threatens me, Lin Ruyin. He stopped in his tracks and issued a cold warning. Watch your mouth. Otherwise, your Lin family won't have any place left to stand in Luoning City. In the end, Ruyin was rendered speechless, unable to say a single word. Hidden in the corner, Ying had not even had time to react before Lu Yuran spotted her. He frowned at the things in her hand. She was holding his uncle's wallet. Ying did not dare linger and tried to sneak away on tiptoe. Go, go, go. But before she had taken more than a few steps, he shouted sharply to stop her. Get back here. Lu Yuran grabbed Ying's hand and pinned her against the door, demanding, Why is my uncle's wallet in your hand? Are you trying to seduce my uncle? Ying glared at him and let out a cold snort. Isn't it all because of the emotional disaster stirred up by young Master Lu here? His coat got ruined, so he sent me out to buy a new one. Lowering his voice, Lu Yuran pressed on, My uncle is a clean freak. If there's nothing between you, why would he hand his wallet to you? Ying shot back without hesitation. You can shamelessly stay alone in a room with your own fiancé's sister and do those disgusting things. So please don't use your filthy mind to judge everyone else. As she spoke, a mocking smile rose on her lips. Besides, even if there really were something between your uncle and me, that would only prove one thing. You're useless, and you could never win my heart. A memory flashed through Lu Yuran's mind. That's right, I fell in love with your little uncle. Don't blame me for changing my heart. Any woman forced to choose between you and your little uncle would never choose you. He froze, then murmured a name in a low voice. Sure. Tanning Shua instantly lost her composure, clenched her fists, and shouted at him. Then, without hesitation, he slammed his fist into the wall behind her. Startled by the sudden move, Tanning Shua pressed her lips together and thought, This man is really insane. Radiating murderous intent, Lu Yuran stepped closer and threatened, I'm warning you now. You are my woman, and in the future you'll be the young madam of the Lu family. I absolutely will not allow you to cuckold me. Do you hear me? Calm-faced, she raised her hand and pushed his hand away. My ears aren't deaf. Then, Tanning Shua turned and walked away, rubbing her aching wrist as she thought, this guy is really lucky to be the eldest grandson of the Lu family. Otherwise, I'd have beaten him into a pulp already. Meanwhile, Lu Yuran's mind had become a complete mess. Clutching his head, he had to admit that after all these years, she was still my weak spot. Just thinking about it is enough to make me lose control. A while later, Tanning Shua pushed open the door and walked into the hospital room. President Lu, I bought the jacket back. 20 minutes later, she lifted the bag and said, I brought you something to eat too. My treat. After taking the jacket, Lu Mujing noticed the bruise on her wrist. What happened to your wrist? Who did that? Tanning Shua lowered her head and answered softly, as if she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Accidents are hard to avoid. It's just a flesh wound. I'm Fina. As Lu Mujing put on his jacket, he said bluntly, It was Lu Yuran again, wasn't it? He adjusted his collar and continued, Weren't you pretty fierce before? My foot still hurts from the last time you stepped on it. So why is it that whenever you run into Lu Yuran, you just let him bully you? She crossed her arms and answered casually, Do I really need to get angry over a rabid dog? She recalled what Lin Yofei had blurted out before. What's wrong with me? At least I'm not committing incest like you, Lu Yuran. Resting her chin on one hand, Tan Ingshua sank into thought. Right, Lin Yofei mentioned before that Lu Yuran and his stepsister seemed to have some kind of hidden past. She instinctively glanced to the side, guessing that Lu Mujing probably knew about it too, but it really wasn't appropriate to ask him, the man's little uncle, about something like that. So she decided to investigate it herself. Lowering his voice, Lu Mujing said coolly, "Why are you looking at me? Want me to stand up for you?" Tan Yingxue cut him off immediately. "You're overthinking it." She arched a brow slightly and said with a hint of mockery, "Do I look like the kind of person who gets bullied and doesn't know how to hit back?" The corner of Tan Yingxue's lips lifted faintly as she said meaningfully, "When I went out just now to buy your shirt, I saw young Master Lu's car illegally parked outside the hospital, so I casually called a tow company and had it hauled away." At the same time, she let out a sigh of exaggerated regret. Car, don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame the fact that you chose the wrong owner. The next second, an enraged roar rang out at once. "Who the hell had my car towed away?" Then he raised a hand and gently ruffled Tan Yingxue's hair. "Nicely done. That's more like you." Her gaze flickered slightly, and her heartbeat began to quicken. Complex emotions filled Lu Mujing's eyes. "But I've never eaten this kind of fast food before, and I'm not used to having a woman treat me. Just eat it." Tan Yingxue paused, then said hesitantly, "I'm not treating you for no reason. If you hadn't saved me, the one lying in the hospital now might have been me." A sarcastic smile curved his lips. "So you plan to repay a life-saving favor with one meal of KFC?" Hearing that, Tan Yingxue awkwardly looked away. "Come on, I only had enough money for one KFC meal, and that was after using a bunch of coupons. I usually can't even bear to buy it for myself. This is the best thing I can give you." Somewhat doubtful, Lu Mujing asked, "The Tan family isn't poor. How are you short on money?" She still looked unconcerned. "At the end of the day, I'm only an adopted daughter." Tan Yingxue paused awkwardly. "Wait." Her eyes instantly grew more guarded, and her tone dropped. "When have you ever seen me short on money?" He was silent for a moment, then said heavily, "Never." Lu Mujing suddenly changed the subject, looking a little lonely. "By the way, can you cook?" Tan Yingxue immediately frowned, suspicion all over her face. "It's edible." "Why? What's with this guy suddenly changing the subject again?" Calmly, he said, "I'll be staying near the school from now on, but I haven't found a suitable housekeeper yet. Could I trouble you to come by every evening and cook me dinner? 20,000 a month. What do you think?" Her eyes lit up instantly, practically sparkling with excitement. 20,000? Tan Yingxue's whole body tensed at once, full of caution. "Wait, there are plenty of people who can cook, so why do you have to ask me? Our relationship is already complicated enough. It's better if we keep some distance." "No, this feels way too much like an old trap. I can't let a high salary cloud my judgment." Lu Mujing's gaze darkened slightly, and he let out a soft sigh. "With this injury, my hands aren't very convenient." She frowned in displeasure. This man was obviously doing it on purpose. Tan Yingxue awkwardly avoided his gaze and said, "Fine, but I'll only do it for 1 month. Hurry up and find a suitable housekeeper." He responded calmly, "Of course." The expression on Lu Mujing's face was somewhat complicated. "The fish has already taken a bait. You won't get away that easily." Outside the door, a figure stood watching silently. Johnny fell into thought. I've never seen Second Brother smile this happily before. Her expression changed, tinged with annoyance. This little girl still doesn't even know that Second Brother has already been married once. In the university library, Tan Yingxue sat alone in a daze. Jiamin suddenly appeared and said leisurely, "Yingxue, I just saw a poster on the bulletin board. Our school is going to collaborate with the Lu Corporation to hold a rookie design competition." Leaning closer, she lowered her voice and added, "Students who place in the top 3 can go directly to work for the Lu Group." Hesitation appeared in Tan Yingxue's eyes, her face full of confusion. The Lu Group was the largest conglomerate in the entire country. If it were only a competition within the school, I might still have a shot at the top 3, but she paused uncertainly. My life and studies are already tangled deeply enough with the Lu family. Do I really have to get involved with the Lu Group for work too? Jiamin said excitedly. I heard the top 3 also get a 1 million yuan prize. Tan Yingxue instantly stood up, a blazing fighting spirit igniting in her eyes. Sign me up right now. Jiamin sighed. That's so like you. The moment money comes up, you come alive. At 7 in the evening, on the back hill of the school, a sharp voice came from the other end of the phone. Tan Yingxue, don't you think? Tan Ruiyan's face was full of fury, practically twisted. Without the power of the Tan family behind you, you're nothing but a plucked chicken. Dan Ying suicide. Looks like what I said back to Annie the other day really made her furious. A cold smile curled on the other woman's lips. Besides, do you really think you're cut out to be an architect? Do you even have that kind of talent? Even if you graduate smoothly, you probably won't even qualify for a small company. In the end, all you'll be able to do is work for others your whole life, earning a dead salary and never amounting to anything. With that, Tan Ruian hung up coldly. Fine, think it over yourself. Tan Yingshue's gaze remained firm. At this point, I only have to endure one more month. Getting my diploma is what matters most. Tan Yingshue looked around warily at the dark, gloomy surroundings. Come to think of it, Shilin Apartments was famous in campus ghost stories as a haunted residence. So why had Lu Mujing chosen to live here of all places? With a calm expression, she thought, the resentment I'm carrying around right now is so heavy that if any ghost saw me, it would probably be the one running first. The scene shifted to Shilin Apartments. Tan Yingshue slowly walked in. Is anyone here? Her steps suddenly halted, and a puzzled look crossed her face. This is... Tan Yingshue gently set the food down on the table, her attention fixed on the documents. This design combined Baroque and postmodern styles so seamlessly that there wasn't the slightest sense of discord, and it even incorporated neoclassical elements. It was grand and luxurious. She seemed deeply captivated by the drawings. Every page carried an intense visual impact, with flawless details, magnificent, ornate, and spectacular. She suddenly froze when a steady voice rang out. The one on the first page is a private castle a prince of Monaco wants to build. Lu Mujing looked at her with a complicated expression. What do you think? Still not fully recovered. Tan Yingshue said hesitantly. Almost perfect. He slowly walked toward her. Almost. If you have any thoughts, try saying them. She immediately began analyzing with confidence. It's not exciting enough. The Monaco royal family likes designs with a hint of adventure. If you added a racetrack outside the house, I think it would be much more interesting. A flash of surprise instantly crossed Lu Mujing's eyes. Tan Yingshue looked away awkwardly. That's just my personal opinion. You can just treat it like I'm talking nonsense. But suddenly he reached out and pulled her straight into his arms. The air around them seemed to turn ambiguous. Lu Mujing's almond-shaped eyes stared directly at her. Exciting. She panicked at once and hurriedly stepped back. What are you doing? If you want excitement, go to a bar. There are plenty of pretty girls there. Any one of them can give you excitement. His expression remained composed. What are you thinking? I'm talking about this design draft. I've always felt it was missing something. The corners of Lu Mujing's lips slowly lifted, interest deepening in his eyes. That sense of excitement that can bring a static building to life. That's the element I need to add. You're absolutely right. Tan Yingshue stood there stunned, her face full of surprise. He actually accepted my suggestion. With a complicated expression, Lu Mujing continued, or we could design a few very cool private passageways leading directly into the main hall. That will work too. Lu Mujing went on, your bold creative style makes it obvious that deep down, you have a rebellious streak. You've just always kept it suppressed. His eyes were full of gentleness as he lowered his voice. But one day, it won't stay hidden anymore. Confusion appeared on Tan Yingshue's face. What does he mean by that? She immediately turned away and said coldly, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm going to cook. Tan Yingshue's back looked weighed down by heavy thoughts. Lu Mujing was far too good at seeing through people. He was dangerous. At the same time, Lu Mujing refocused on his work. I'll just do the job, take the money, and talk to him as little as possible. 2 hours later, a table full of lavish dishes had been beautifully arranged. Time to eat. He deliberately teased her with those almond-shaped eyes. Chives, pork liver, lamb. You're trying to nourish me so much I won't be able to sleep tonight? She remained calm. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Lu Mujing slowly sampled every dish. He suddenly put down his chopsticks and said with certainty, it's delicious. As long as the boss is satisfied. Suddenly, the department chair called, and the ringtone sounded. Tan Yingshue's eyes sharpened with confusion. Why would Director Wong suddenly call this late? Director Wong said slowly, Tan Yingshue, the department has just decided that starting today, you will serve as Professor Lu's assistant. To make it easier for you to take care of him, you'll be staying at Shilin Apartments from now on. Lu Mujing's expression turned complicated. Director Wong quickly added, also, tomorrow go pack up your things from the dorm. Your bed has already been assigned to an exchange student. Hurry it up. Tan Yingshue panicked on the spot. What? Director Wong. The busy tone after the call ended left her completely stunned. Lu Mujing, what exactly is going on? Avoiding her gaze, he said hesitantly. Director Wang originally said he was going to arrange for a student to come take care of my daily needs. I refused. Tan Xue instantly let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. But Lu Mujing's lips lifted in a meaningful smile. But after thinking it over, I realized I really do need an assistant at school, so I agreed. She was so angry that she gripped her chopsticks tightly. What? You totally set me up. How annoying. He remained calm. For now, I'm staying in the middle room upstairs. There are 5 rooms upstairs. You can choose whichever one you want. Tan Xue turned and stormed off. I'm absolutely not staying here. I still have to work the night shift at the barbecue stall. Bye. Lu Mujing said in a low voice. It's late. I'll take you, she replied sarcastically. How could I possibly trouble President Lu? Take your time eating. Don't choke, he said calmly. The design competition, jointly organized by the Lu Corporation and the school, closes the day after tomorrow. With your talent, don't miss this opportunity. Looking displeased, Tan Xue turned and left. As if I need you to remind me. Of course I'm going to sign up. Lu Mujing's gaze was complicated. She's really stubborn. I honestly have no way to deal with her. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, meaningful and unreadable. Still, she'll definitely come back. The next afternoon, the classroom gradually became lively. During the break, Tan Xue sank into thought. I stayed over at a junior co-worker's place last night. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in the hallway. There's a super handsome guy with platinum blonde hair. I've never seen him before. Which class is he from? I want to go talk to him. What's so handsome about him? I seriously don't get you girls. Tan Xue looked utterly confused. What are they making such a fuss about? Lu Yuran was sitting in the back row of the classroom, his expression cold, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. She fell silent at once. Last night, Lu Yuran asked me to go see a movie with him, and I turned him down. The previous evening, while Tan Xue was busy working, her phone rang. Lu Yuran said on the other end, Grandpa told me to treat you better. Be at Jadai Cinema in half an hour. We're seeing a movie. You have to come. At the time, she deliberately ignored the mocking tone in Lu Yuran's voice. What? I didn't hear you clearly. What kind of spoiled young master tone is that? Do I owe you something? She hadn't expected him to come straight to the school today. With an indifferent expression, Lu Yuran thought, I waited for her at the theater for an hour last night, and she actually dared to stand me up. Lu Yuran's gaze was somewhat complicated. Still, I'm starting to get a little interested in her. Jiamin turned around excitedly. Xue, look, he's so handsome. He's seriously good looking. Other than Professor Lu, he's the most handsome guy I've ever seen. Tan Xue's face darkened, and she lowered her voice. Minmin, save me. That's Lu Yuran. Jiamin's attitude changed instantly. Lu Yuran, the fiancé you said was fooling around with Tan Rui? He actually has the nerve to come to school looking for you. She fell into thought. My taste in looks may be normal, but my morals definitely won't follow my eyes. Tan Xue lowered her voice and said meaningfully, I don't want to see him. After class, I'm going to slip away quietly. Help cover for me. Jiamin blinked and said playfully, leave it to me. I'll rope in a few friends to help too. The teacher at the podium immediately spoke sternly. All right, quiet down. Let's continue class. Her eyes were full of mixed emotions. Come to think of it, Jing and Panda have been helping me investigate these past few days. Tan Xue sank into thought. So Lu Yuran's stepsister was Liang Shirua, the eldest daughter of the Liang family and the daughter of real estate tycoon Liang Naoqing. It was said that Lu Yuran's parents divorced when he was very young. His mother remarried Liang Naoqing and took him with her, forming a new family. Meanwhile, Lu Yuran's older sister stayed with the Lu family and was personally raised by Old Master Lu. Scene after scene of his closeness with his stepsister flashed through her mind. Lu Yuran had always been very close to that stepsister. It was said that as they grew older, feelings developed between them that no one could accept. Later, the boat they were on encountered a terrible storm. After that, Miss Liang was unfortunately involved in an accident while traveling by boat and disappeared without a trace. It seemed that from then on, Lu Yuran had remained trapped in an inescapable pain. His personality had completely changed as well, turning him into what he was now. Tan Xue looked complicated. The stories of these rich young masters and heiresses really are no different for novels. She calculated thoughtfully. I never expected a madman like Lu Yuran to have had a relationship like that. Maybe I can start with Liang Shihua and persuade Lu Yuran to break off the engagement. Tan Yingxue suddenly hesitated again. But if Liang Shihua is an absolutely untouchable taboo for Lu Yuran, then I need to think this through more carefully. His eyes had been following her from the back the entire time. 45 minutes later, the bell rang. All right, that's all for today. Class dismissed. The students immediately swarmed around Lu Yuran. Handsome, what's your name? Are you a student at our school, or are you here to see a friend? His face darkened, and he said coldly, Get lost. Everyone froze. So cold. Meanwhile, Tan Yingxue had already slipped away quickly. Lu Yuran's gaze turned dark and murderous. Dan Jingsui, wearing a displeased expression, he left coldly. How dare you play tricks right in front of me, and even turn off your phone? Tan Yingxue, do you really think you can escape the palm of my hand? Tan Ruwei suddenly appeared and said sweetly, Yuran, why did you come to our school? Lu Yuran lowered his voice coldly. Where's your sister? A mocking smile appeared on her face. If my sister isn't in class, then she's probably at your little uncle's apartment. Tan Ruwei raised a brow meaningfully, her eyes full of interest. They're already living together. Didn't you know? His face instantly twisted with fury. What? That night, at Shilin Apartments, Tan Yingxue looked down at a message. I have a meeting tonight. I'll be back a little late. I want to eat oysters. She frowned in dissatisfaction. Was this Lu Mujing really smart, or just absurdly bold? He actually dared to make me cook for him. Is he not afraid I'll poison him? Ying sighed and walked forward tiredly. Even if I'm not living here, I still can't miss a chance to make money. She suddenly stopped in her tracks because she heard a knock at the door. Ying's face turned pale at once. Right, wasn't this spirit-dwelling apartment supposed to be haunted? No way. She decisively grabbed a glass bottle and tiptoed forward, slowly approaching while telling herself in her heart, Be brave, be brave. Lu Yuran suddenly appeared, startling her so badly she jolted. It was as if the air around them had frozen. He raised an eyebrow and sneered. So you really are living together? Just as I thought. You're trying to seduce my uncle. She clenched the wine bottle coldly. What a waste that young Master Lu didn't become a screenwriter. Your uncle lives at school. Feng Yuan deliberately sent me here to serve him so she could curry favor with him. Lu Yuran's gaze turned complicated. Shouldn't the person you ought to be serving be me? Ying decisively set down the bag of groceries in her hand. Didn't Madame Feng already give Tan Ruwei to you? She turned around, her expression icy. She was even willing to hand over her own biological daughter to you. So stop acting wrong. An adopted daughter like me is only fit for menial service, like pouring tea and waiting on people. His expression darkened, and he demanded unhappily, Tan Ying, you're getting far too arrogant. Ying smiled gently. If young Master Lu can't stand a woman like me being arrogant, then cancel the engagement. I'm sure there are plenty of girls lined up waiting for you. So why force yourself to endure me here? Lu Yuran grabbed her by the arm, and the two of them fell onto the sofa together. Hey, Ying still looked casual and unconcerned. Didn't young Master Lu say before that you wanted me to live like a widow? What? Are you planning to slap your own face now? His voice lowered, carrying a threat. Looks like you're really looking forward to widowhood. But unfortunately, I don't feel like letting you have your way anymore. Lu Yuran decisively leaned his face closer. Panic flashed through Ying's eyes, and she cried out, I don't want this. She immediately raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. Ying froze, looking awkward. Oh no, that had been pure instinct. He turned his head aside, then slowly turned it back, his eyes full of killing intent. Ew. She forced out an odd smile and tested the waters. If I said that was just a reflex, would you believe me? Lu Yuran suppressed his fury. So now your reflexes have migrated to your hands, have they? His almond-shaped eyes looked down at her with a strangely gentle expression. Want to try a more advanced kind of reflex? Ying's cheeks instantly burned, both embarrassed and angry. Just as she tried to dodge away, a sharp voice rang out. Get off her! Lu Mujing gripped Lu Yuran's shoulder and said in warning, You're being too casual. His voice was low and threatening. This is my house. Lu Yuran, however, still looked completely unconcerned. Uncle, you're back. Ying hurriedly straightened her clothes. He really had come back at just the right time. Lu Yuran closely observed Lu Mujing's expression. Seeing his always composed uncle so tense because of Tan Ying, it didn't look at all like she was the one seducing him. If anything, it looked more like his uncle was interested in Tan Ying. Lu Yuren immediately wrapped an arm around her shoulders and said meaningfully, "Sorry, uncle. We got a little carried away just now." Ying shrugged him off and demanded, "What nonsense are you talking about?" But he remained nonchalant. Little Shirt doesn't have much experience, so she got a little flustered just now and forgot where we were. Lu Yuren deliberately lowered his voice, full of provocation. "We'll be more careful in the future." Lu Mujing's gaze darkened, and he said firmly, "You'd better not have a next time." Lu Yuran smiled with interest, turned, and left. "I'm going now, Ying. We have a long road ahead of us." Lu Yuren's eyes darkened with meaning. "But uncle, I won't let my woman be stolen away again. You understand what I mean, right?" The corner of his mouth curled into a provocative arc. "Otherwise, I really will turn against you." Ying sat on the sofa, repeatedly turning over the words "stolen away again" in her mind. She looked utterly puzzled. What kind of secret was hidden between this uncle and nephew? At that moment, Lu Mujing glanced at Ying. "I didn't expect Miss Tan to be so passionate that you couldn't even wait to get intimate with your fiancé." Hearing that, she hurriedly stood up from the sofa and stammered, "I." But then Ying frowned and lowered her head. "Forget it. I'll go cook." She thought to herself, if he doesn't believe me, why bother explaining? Suddenly, a large hand gently circled her waist and pulled her into an embrace. He drew her closer and reminded her in a low voice, "Even if you don't like me, don't treat yourself like this." Then Lu Mujing lifted Ying's chin with one hand. "Or are you really willing to accept Lu Yuran having countless other women around him and then still touching you?" At those words, she immediately pushed him away. "President Lu, please show some respect." Lu Mujing remained expressionless and frowned as he asked, "When I touch you, do you find it disgusting?" With a trace of displeasure, he reminded Ying, "I can help you stop Lu Yuran from harassing you, but on one condition. You must become my woman. Only then would I have the right to do these things." She widened her eyes in shock. "What do you mean?" At the same time, there was only one thought in her head. Has he lost his mind? Though Lu Mujing felt irritable inside, he didn't show it. As he walked upstairs, he said, "If you don't understand, then just pretend I was meddling where I shouldn't." Seeing this, Ying quickly called after him, "Wait." He turned back, a faint smile at the corners of his lips. Blushing, she awkwardly asked, "After I finish cooking, could I borrow one of the upstairs rooms? The professor assigned a lot of homework today, and I still have to work tonight. Otherwise, I won't finish it in time." After hearing that, Lu Mujing felt a little disappointed, and the next second he irritably slammed the door shut. Ying clicked her tongue in confusion. Why did he slam the door so hard? Just then, resting her chin on her hand, she frowned and thought, "But he just said he wanted me to be his woman. He wasn't serious, was he?" Suddenly, her phone rang with a cheerful ringtone. The caller was Feng Yuan. On the other end of the line, Feng Yuan spoke in the tone of a loving mother. "Daughter, I heard from young Master Lu that you're with President Lu right now. So, is President Lu satisfied with your cooking? I should stop by the apartment and see you sometime." Hearing those sickeningly sweet words, Ying couldn't help shivering, thinking, that is absolutely revolting. Then Feng Yuan smilingly suggested, "Oh, right. My precious young Master Lu is coming to the Tan family for lunch tomorrow, so you should come back too. I have something to say to you." Ying immediately broke out in a cold sweat and cautiously asked, "What is it?" Feng Yuan clicked her tongue impatiently. "Just come back. Why are you asking so many questions?" Ying stared blankly ahead, thinking she can't even keep up the act for a full minute. Then she suddenly jolted. "Wait," Lu Yuran tattled to Feng Yuan about me. "Doesn't that mean he admitted I'm living here with Lu Mujing? Then doesn't that mean from now on I'll never be able to get out of living here?" At the thought, Ying felt as if the sky had collapsed. The next second, she shoved the door open and charged inside, shouting, "Lu Yuran, Lu Yuran, I'm going to kill you." Inside the room, hearing this, Lu Mujing couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat. She might not like him yet, but one thing was certain, she absolutely hated Lu Yuran. The scene shifted. The next day, at the Yin family home, Lu Yuran sat on the sofa and arrogantly ordered, "Come here." At the same time, Feng Yuan frowned and reminded her, "What are you still standing there for? Bring me the fruit over there." Ying stared at the man in front of her with a face full of disgust. Yin Ruowei stood behind Lu Yuran with her arms crossed and gave a cold snort. As Ying set down the fruit platter, she thought, I truly don't want to look at these two disgusting faces for even a second." Suddenly, he seized her wrist roughly, startling Ying. Lu Yuran yanked her down to sit beside him, then turned and whispered in her ear, "Did you forget what I said yesterday? Days are long. There's plenty of time to correct you slowly. She stood up, cutting him off with obvious revulsion. I usually throw away things that have no nutritional value. Yin Ruowei immediately glared at her and anxiously demanded, "What did you two say yesterday? Why do I know nothing about it?" She grabbed Yin Ying's arm and shrieked angrily. "Yin Ying, explain yourself." Lu Yuran also refused to let go of her hand. Caught in the middle, Ying thought helplessly, are these two kindergarten children? Their combined mental age isn't even 5. Lu Yuran frowned and said seriously, "Yin Ruowei, stop making trouble." Then he forcibly pulled Ying down onto his lap. He continued with a baffled look, "What's there to be shy about?" Ying looked utterly disgusted and immediately shoved him away. "Have you two had enough?" Yin Ruowei clutched a cup and shrieked furiously, "Yin Ying, do you have no shame at all?" But before Yin Ruowei could strike, Ying had her firmly restrained, leaving her able only to cry out in pain, "It hurts. Let go." Ying shot her a threatening look and warned her in a cold, sharp voice, "Yin Ruowei, think about the consequences first." At the same time, Feng Yuan snatched up a cup and hurled it at Yin Ying's head, roaring, "Yin Ying, how dare you lay hands on your sister? If there's a problem, why can't you talk it out properly? Why do you have to use violence?" The glass cup shattered on the floor. The air instantly turned deathly still, with only Yin Ying's angry breathing left. The next second, Feng Yuan crouched down with a flattering expression. This. I'm terribly sorry, young Master Lu. My hand moved too fast, and I almost hit you. I'm so sorry. Beside her, Yin Ruowei also put on a worried face. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Did any glass shards hit you? Standing in the corner and watching the scene, Ying thought bitterly. No one noticed how miserable I looked, and no one cared whether I was hurt. But I'm already used to it. Ever since I was little, there's been nothing here except schemes, exploitation, and bullying. There isn't a shred of human warmth here worth trusting. Then she turned and left. Lu Yuran stood up, thinking this whole argument started because of me. I should go ask about her injury. But when the words reached his lips, he just couldn't say them. In Yin Ying's room, Yin Ruowei pointed at her and shouted furiously, "Yin Ying, this is all your fault. If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself in front of my brother-in-law." While disinfecting her own wound, Yin Ying said calmly, "Yin Ruowei, if I remember correctly, he's your man, right? Stop calling him brother-in-law. Wouldn't it make more sense to just call him husband?" Hearing that, Yin Ruowei crossed her arms and warned, "I'm warning you, stay away from Lu Yuran." Gently touching her forehead, Ying said, setting aside the fact that Feng Yuan would never agree. "Even if I take a step back, are you sure that Playboy would really marry you?" Yin Ruowei said firmly, "He will marry me." Ying turned her head, her expression cold and stern. "I don't think so. There's still another girl in Lu Yuran's heart. That girl betrayed him and left a deep wound. So now he has no heart left at all. He loves no one, and he'll never fall in love with anyone again." Just then, Lu Yuran kicked open the bedroom door with a cold expression. Then he raised an eyebrow and demanded, "I was hurt by someone? Why don't I know about that myself?" Immediately after, Lu Yuran roughly shoved Yin Ruowei outside. "Get out." Yin Ruowei stared in shock. Yuran, seeing this, Ying frowned and demanded, "Lu Yuran, what are you doing? Why are you locking the door?" Too lazy to answer, he directly threw her heavily onto the bed. "Come here." The next second, Lu Yuran leaned his face close. "You dare investigate me?" At those words, only one thought remained in her mind. Here we go again. He reached out and lightly tugged down her collar. Then Lu Yuran frowned and pressed her. "Speak. What do you know?" Driven into a corner with nowhere to retreat, Ying frowned and explained, "Who investigated you? I only said that on purpose for Yin Ruowei to hear. Why are you getting so worked up?" Her heart sank. Damn it, I hit a sore spot. This time he's really gone crazy. His restless hand slid on her backside, his voice hoarse. "A woman like you never says a single truthful thing. How am I supposed to know whether you're lying to me or not?" A dull thud sounded, and Ying jolted in fright, thinking, "My head." At the same time, Yin Ruowei's shrill voice sounded from outside the door. "Mom, don't stop me. Let me in." The figure before her gradually blurred, and she thought anxiously, "This is bad. My head is spinning so badly. Could the hit from Feng Yuan really have caused internal damage?" The door was violently slammed open. Yin Ruowei rushed in holding a chair, screaming furiously, "Ying, But when she saw the scene before her, she instantly lost all composure. What are you two doing? Just then, Ying used all her strength to shove Lu Yuran away and simultaneously drove a hard punch into his face. Get off me. Leaving both of them behind, she ran desperately toward the outside. Clutching her head, she thought, I'm too dizzy. I can't hold on much longer. Then everything went black before her eyes, and Ying fainted. Seeing this, Lu Mujing gently caught her. He gathered her into his arms and softly called her name. Little sure, Feng Yuan hurried forward and said, President Lu, Ying is fine. She's just a little dramatic. I only hit her on the head once. President Lu, you weren't frightened, were you? Lu Mujing continued, holding her tightly and coldly demanded, Madam Feng, Ying is a future member of the Lu family. Even the Lu family is reluctant to lay a finger on her, yet you dare treat her like this? Hearing that, Feng Yuan instantly panicked. This. Then he coldly reminded her, know your place. Be respectful to the Lu family's people. Otherwise, the Yin family can forget about receiving any more investment. At the same time, Lu Yuran walked out of the room. Uncle, you really came at the perfect time. At that moment, Lu Yuran thought irritably, this woman is really ruthless. She nearly dislocated my jaw. Lu Mujing lowered his head and gently lifted the unconscious woman in his arms. Then he turned back and warned, Lu Yuran, I may not care to discipline you, but if you keep acting recklessly like this, your position as the future heir of the Lu family may not remain yours. Hearing that, Lu Yuran frowned. You're going to turn against me over Ying? Lu Mujing looked at him expressionlessly. Think it through carefully. Lu Yuran was so angry he laughed instead, thinking, using Ying to threaten me and openly trying to steal her from me. Has Uncle really fallen for her? In his mind appeared the image of Ying swinging her fist at him, angrily cursing, You pervert! The second you get a chance, you throw yourself at me. That punch should have landed right in the center of your face. You're no king. You're just a bastard, and you should really take a look in the mirror. After cursing him out, she planted her hands on her hips and warned, and another thing, stop barking at me. I've been afraid of dogs since I was little. You've ruined my whole day so badly I couldn't get anything done. Kicking you in the head would only be what you deserve. At that moment, she was lying on the bed laughing out loud. No anger, no lingering frustration. Absolutely not. She could not let a beast get under her skin. Ying suddenly woke with a start, snapping her eyes open, a trace of drool still at the corner of her mouth. Wang Zhanlan smiled and spoke first. Beautiful lady, what kind of good dream were you having that made you so happy? She thought in confusion. Dr. Wang? Who is this man? This looks like a room in Spirit Dwelling apartment, the one Lu Mujing prepared for me. Lu Mujing caught the man's wrist and reminded him, keep your paws to yourself. The other man shrugged. Second brother, these hands of mine are used for surgery. Then Lu Mujing introduced him in a low voice. This is Wang Zhanlan, a neurosurgery specialist. He's here to examine you. Rubbing his wrist, Wang Zhanlan smiled and said, Don't worry, Miss Tan. The injury on your head didn't cause any internal damage. Just apply the medicine on time and rest for a few days. She touched her forehead and smiled. Thank you. But inwardly she thought, it's just a bump on the head. And Lu Mujing actually called Wang Zhanlan over for this? Isn't that overkill? At the same time, Wang Zhanlan cheerfully suggested, all right, both of you move aside and let our little Sure get some proper rest. Once only the two of them were left in the room, he took out several kinds of medicine and gently instructed her. This ointment is for external use, 3 times a day. Just apply it after skincare. This one is an anti-inflammatory. Take it orally. Then Wang Zhanlan looked at her and said, Oh, right, I should apologize to you too. Before, I thought you were second brother's girlfriend. I didn't expect you to turn out to be Yuran's fiancé. Sitting on the bed, Ying hurriedly waved her hand. It's fine. At the same time, she thought in a cold sweat. Anyway, that last identity probably won't last much longer. Then he said, that's for the best. Second brother's love life used to be far too complicated. He's already been divorced twice. The first marriage caused a huge uproar, and the second one was kept completely under wraps. Wang Zhanlan smiled gently. I was worried before that you were too young to handle it. After all, matters of the heart. At the same time, Ying frowned slightly, thinking, even though I'd already prepared myself and guessed his romantic history was rich, Lu Mujing is only 27, and he's already been married twice. And now he's flirting with his nephew's fiancé. Wang Zhanlan looked awkward and quickly covered his mouth. Your second brother's future niece-in-law. So I guess you should know these things, right? Did I say too much? With the attitude of someone merely listening to gossip, she answered casually, "It's fine. Even if this is my first time hearing about it, I'm not that surprised. I used to work as a bartender. After all, I've heard all kinds of things in bars." She waved a hand as she thought to herself that there were far scarier things in this world than this. Johnny smiled, thinking, is she really this calm? But I always felt like she's a little interested in second brother too. Then she rose lightly to her feet. "All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Get some rest early." A thought suddenly flashed through Ying's mind. Maybe Dr. Huang likes Lu Mujing. What kind of magic do the men of the Lu family have that so many girls like them? Lu Mujing really hides himself well. I need to be more careful. But there's no need for Dr. Huang's hints to affect me. After all, she had her own reasons for saying those things. Their business has nothing to do with me. She tugged at the blanket and thought with a trace of self-pity. But why do I feel a little uncomfortable hearing her talk about Lu Mu? No, not uncomfortable, awkward. It must be awkward. The scene shifted to the following afternoon. Clean clothes swayed gently in the wind. The room had also been cleaned spotless. Not a speck of dust could be found. Still sleepy, Ying rubbed her eyes and walked toward Lu Mujing. "Lu Mujing, didn't you go to the office this morning?" Wearing an apron, Lu Mujing turned back to glance at her and said, "I already finished handling everything at the company this morning. I'll stay home this afternoon and take care of you." "Cool, me, eat." Hearing that, she thought in surprise. "So he came home early on purpose to cook for me? He even did the housework." Then she replied hesitantly, "Thank you." Ying put a spoonful of rice in her mouth and muttered inwardly, "Something this unusual has to mean something. What exactly is he up to?" But after tasting the food, her eyes lit up at once. "This soup is so good." Sitting across from her, Lu Mujing gently placed some food in her bowl and said, "Eat more. I added some pig brain and walnuts. They're good for the brain." Looking at the scene before her, her throat tightened as she thought, "Ever since I was little, I've basically always been the one taking care of other people. Except for Aunt Zhong. This is the first time anyone has taken care of me like this." A glistening tear welled up at the corner of Ying's eye. Then she wiped her tears and said awkwardly, "Lu Mujing, we're only in a business relationship right now, aren't we? You really don't need to be this nice to me. I'm a reasonable person. I'll find a way to repay this kindness." He handed her a tissue and answered gently, "You don't need to feel pressured. Just think of it as me apologizing to you on Lu Yuan's behalf." Then Lu Mujing said in a serious tone, "I already warned Lu Yuan that day. He'll probably restrain himself from now on and won't dare do anything excessive again." Ying took the tissue and said with a smile, "Thank you." At the same time, he lifted a brow and reminded her with a teasing smile, "You're looking at me with those deeply affectionate eyes again. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist wanting you." She looked at the person in front of her blankly. "Want me?" Ying seemed to realize what he meant and instantly snapped in anger. "Want your sister?" She thought to herself. That little bit of emotion just now really was a complete illusion. Lu Mujing said playfully, "Want my sister? Then I'll call my sister right now and have her come over." She said furiously, "Lu Mujing, you're absolutely awful." At the same time, she thought, every time I'm just about to change my opinion of him, he shows his true colors again and makes me look like an idiot. He stopped teasing Ying and urged happily, "Hurry up and eat, or it'll get cold." She obediently sat down and continued eating, thinking, still, even though he can be so improper sometimes as a boss and as a teacher, he really is warm. That night in the bathroom, Ying shouted inside irritably, "So why would I think he's warm?" She clutched her head and bit her lip. "No, if we keep living together like this, it's too dangerous." Ying hesitated and pressed her forehead against the wall. "But I can't bear to give up the chance to live in this apartment for free. Quit a job that pays $20,000 a month, then go out and rent a place, using my own hard-earned money to pay rent?" Suddenly the lights went out, and her eyes widened in shock. Ying fumbled around in the darkness, thinking blankly, what's going on? Is there a power outage, or did the breaker trip? Just as she touched a rubber glove, she muttered in terror, "A human hand? It's so fat. Don't tell me this is like one of those campus ghost stories. It feels like a chubby female ghost." Then Ying grabbed a towel and screamed in panic, "Help!" Perhaps because the floor was too slippery, her foot slipped, and Ying's scream echoed through the entire house. Lu Mujing, who happened to be passing by, stopped in his tracks at once. Looking worried, he hurriedly pushed the door open. "What's wrong?" Ying lay on the floor, pointing ahead in terror. "Lu Mujing, there's a ghost. I touched her hand just now." Lu Mujing stepped forward and helped her up. "Can you sit up? Did you hit your head?" Her face pale, she turned her head and shouted, "That ghost says she's right behind the curtain." Seeing this, even his forehead broke out in sweat. He said under his breath, "Right now, you look more like a ghost." Then Lu Mujing calmly walked forward. "As a college student, you should believe in science." Wrapped in only a towel, Ying asked, sweating all over, but just now it was clearly a human hand. "Could someone have been peeping on me while I bathed?" His expression remained calm as he reached out and pulled back the thin curtain. What came into view, for both of them, was nothing more than a yellow rubber glove hanging there. The two of them froze on the spot. Lu Mujing picked up the glove and smiled. "The hand you were talking about was this rubber glove?" Ying was so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground and quickly turn her head away. Just then, he stepped closer to her and said with a smile, "Since you're scared, how about I sleep with you?" Then Lu Mujing lightly pressed a kiss to the back of Ying's neck. She immediately turned around and scolded him angrily. "What nonsense are you saying now?" Looking at the glove in his hand, he thought to himself, "Actually, to lighten Xiaoshi's burden with the housework, I've always secretly called in cleaners while she was away. I didn't expect the cleaner to leave the glove behind this time." At the same time, the power came back on. Seeing that, she looked up. The electricity's back. She noticed Lu Mujing's gaze fixed on her lower body and immediately blushed as she covered herself. "Where are you looking?" "Look but do not touch. No, don't even look." Covering his mouth, he looked puzzled. "What is there to look at?" Then Lu Mujing turned to leave. "I was looking at the bruise on your leg. Change your clothes and come out so I could put some medicine on it." Ying pushed him away and said, "It's just putting on medicine. I can do it myself." Then, with her hands on her hips, she reminded him, "I'm telling you, you don't need to be this nice to me." With a serious expression, Ying pointed at him. "My heart is made of iron. Even if you were the last man left in the world, I would absolutely never have any other thoughts about you." Lu Mujing braced a hand against the door and said, "Xiaoshi, have you heard the saying? The more you emphasize something, the more you're admitting it." Hearing this, she froze for a moment. But right after that, Ying pushed hard against the door and said, "What kind of twisted logic is that? I'm just making my position clear. Let go." Lu Mujing seemed to have teased her enough, so he released his hand. The bang of the closing door echoed through the air. Her cheeks flushed red as she bit her lip and thought, "This man is like some kind of intoxicating poison. If I'm not careful, I'll fall in completely." Every time, he carries that intensely aggressive presence about him. "I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. This is so awful. What's wrong with me?" Outside the door, however, he smiled gently. "Take it slow. I'm not in a hurry." A few days later, in the university office, Professor Yang exclaimed excitedly, "This design is truly beyond imagination. Such talent, such talent." Looking at the drawings in his hand, he said firmly, "Based on my experience, you'll definitely win a major award this time." Then Professor Yang said happily, "Ying, you must cherish your talent. I believe that with your talent and hard work, you'll definitely become famous in the industry in the future." Hearing all this praise, Ying scratched her head shyly. "I should be the one thanking you for your guidance and support." With tears glimmering in his eyes, he said emotionally, "As a professor already 80 years old, being able to teach a child as patient and sensible as you is a blessing in my career." Seeing this, she hurriedly reminded him, "Professor, please don't get too emotional." The vice principal rushed in with a smile plastered across his face. "Professor Yang." He immediately got to the point. "It's like this. The school leadership would like to invite President Lu to dinner, and President Lu specifically asked for you to join as well." Professor Yang frowned slightly. "Who?" Standing to the side, Ying understood everything and thought to herself, "Professor Yang doesn't like socializing. Although his memory really is bad sometimes, right now, he's definitely pretending to be confused because he doesn't want to go." The vice principal grew anxious and started pulling him away. "Oh, stop pretending. Come on, take my car. Don't keep our school's great benefactor waiting too long." He glanced at her and casually dragged her along too. "All right, since Ying is here too, you should come along as well." She paused. "Me?" The vice principal went right back into lecture mode. "Ying is no ordinary person now. President Lu values you highly." Hearing that, Ying sneered inwardly. The vice principal clearly thought she had climbed into Lu Mujing's good graces. He glanced at her and lowered his voice, though his words carried another meaning. Ying, you don't need to force yourself too much either. Ying replied with a sweet smile. Will reading too many books affect childbirth? I'm only afraid that reading too little might produce someone like you. The vice principal was furious, but still had to keep up appearances. Look at young people these days, every last one of them sharp-tongued. What's wrong with letting an elder lose a little face? She nodded and replied very seriously. Then I wish the vice principal the arrival of the 5 blessings and good fortune every year. Ying turned to Professor Yang, her tone obviously much gentler. Professor, today was supposed to be your day to rest, but you came to school especially to help look over my work. I need to take care of you. I'll only feel at ease if I go with you. Professor Yang gave a slight nod and said under his breath, well said. The vice principal wore a fake smile on his face, but inwardly he thought, once that dragon flies into the sky, the mud beneath its feet is nothing. As for this girl, I'd like to see how long she can keep acting so arrogant. At the restaurant, everyone had already taken their seats. As they waited, the atmosphere felt rather formal. Lu raised her wine glass and opened with a set of standard social pleasantries. This design competition really owes a great deal to President Lu. Let me offer you a toast. Just then, someone hurriedly interrupted, smiling as he smoothed things over. Sorry, we're late. Mujing stood up to greet them, his manner very courteous. Professor Yang is here. Please sit. He looked at the professor with a trace of respect in his eyes. Professor Yang was already widely renowned, and he responded calmly. President Lu truly lives up to his reputation. Gentle as jade, handsome, and talented. He quickly arranged the seating. Ying, sit next to Professor Yang and take care of him. She nodded obediently. Okay. Their eyes met by chance, and for a moment the air seemed to freeze. Ying quickly lowered her gaze, her heart skipping a beat. After what had happened last night, she truly didn't dare look directly at him anymore. Lu seized the chance to cozy up, her voice full of eager flattery. By the way, I heard President Lu's International Hotel in Luoning is almost finished. Congratulations. My daughter happens to be studying hotel management. I wonder whether she might have the honor of working at your company. Mujing responded politely, but kept his distance. I generally don't interfere in personal staffing arrangements. However, I can forward your daughter's resume to the HR manager. They'll notify her for an interview when the time comes. She immediately understood the subtext in his words. He was reminding Principal Fong that whether she got in or not would depend entirely on Fong, Judge's own ability. That man immediately turned to his daughter, urging her on. Xiao, why aren't you hurrying to offer President Lu a toast and thank him? She stood up, wearing a smile she had practiced countless times. Yes, President Lu, thank you. He took a sip of wine and smiled faintly, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for people to hear. This toast is a little premature. I'm only passing along a resume. It's nothing. Lu hurriedly laughed and smoothed things over. Yes, of course. It won't be too late to thank you again once she's really hired. Judge's eyes shifted, and she began putting on an act. She felt that only by making someone else look worse could she divert everyone's attention. She shot Ying a glance, her voice filled with undisguised mockery. Dad, is this some kind of charity hall for the poor or an orphanage? How could just anyone come here for a meal? The nerve is unbelievable. Mujing spoke up, his voice low but clear. Student Yin is my special assistant at the university. I specifically asked Professor Yang to bring her. He set down his wine glass as if preparing to rise. If it's inconvenient, then we'll leave first so we don't disturb your meal. She froze for a moment, and warmth surged into her heart at once. Is he standing up for me? That man quickly smiled apologetically and tried to keep them there. How could that be? Anyone invited by President Lu is an honored guest to us. We couldn't ask for more. Jia apologized to Ying immediately. She clenched her teeth hard, full of resentment. Wasn't Ying just Lu Mujing's maid who washed clothes and cooked for him? How had she become some kind of special assistant at a prestigious university like this? Jia immediately switched to a fake, soft tone. Ying, I spoke wrongly just now. We're cousins after all. You're not really angry with me, are you? As she spoke, she poured a glass of wine, calculation flashing in her eyes. Besides, I'm personally pouring you a drink to apologize. You wouldn't refuse to show me some respect, would you? The corners of her lips curved into a faint, obedient smile. Of course not. Since it's a drink from you, Of course I have to accept it. But inwardly, Ying was already on high alert. She knew Feng Jiejia was trying to get her drunk. She smiled gently, but there was a hook hidden in her words. It's just that when I get drunk, I can be a little troublesome. Don't hold it against me when that happens. Hearing that, memories from last winter that still haunted her immediately surged up in Jiejia's mind. Thinking about it carefully, this damn girl really wasn't easy to deal with when drunk. Last time, she and Yin Ryu had tried to get Yanning drunk, but in the end, Yanning had poured an entire bottle of liquor over her head in front of everyone in the dead of winter. It was so cold that Jiejia ran a fever that very night and ended up in the hospital. She shivered and remembered another unlucky victim. Yin Ryu had it even worse. Yanning had kicked her straight into the swimming pool, and she had hit her head hard too. Her expression changed instantly, and she quickly took it back. Forget it, don't drink. Seeing that the atmosphere had turned awkward, Ruan Lu quickly signaled for the others to continue offering toasts. Secretary Sun raised his glass and smiled kindly. Yanning, good child, let me toast you. Follow President Lu well from now on. I wish you a bright future. Ying sure replied politely. You're too kind, Secretary Sunday. She remained measured the whole time. Because Secretary Sun had helped her when she first enrolled, she felt this was a toast she ought to accept. Director Chun was unwilling to fall behind and followed up with praise. Then let me also drink a toast with Yanning. Our Yanning really is an outstanding student. Once she enters society in the future, she'll definitely be a rare talent. Yanning smiled and replied, Thank you, Director Chun. Mujing sat beside her, his gaze gradually darkening. Although he didn't want her to drink, this time she was choosing to drink on her own. If he stopped her, would she think he was meddling too much? A few minutes later, she stood up and walked outside, her voice gentler now. Excuse me, where's the restroom? The server quickly pointed the way. Turn left, go straight, then, at the end of the corridor, turn left again. Seeing that her steps were a little unsteady, the server quickly reminded her, Careful, be careful. She nodded. Thank you. Watching her stagger away, the server couldn't help thinking, she really is drunk, isn't she? She actually asked a life-size cardboard standee for directions. As she walked, she scolded herself inwardly. She had clearly worked as a bartender before, and her alcohol tolerance was pretty decent, yet she had gone and drunk so much on an empty stomach, it was really too much to handle. What's more, it had been cocktails, red wine, beer, baijiu, and hard liquor all mixed together. She also hadn't expected that group of school leaders to be so aggressive at the table. The image of Mujing blocking drinks for her flashed through her mind. I'll drink for her. She let out a soft breath, her heart warming slightly. If Lu Mujing hadn't helped block those drinks from Ruan Lu and the others, her stomach probably really wouldn't have endured today. Her steps faltered, and her body swayed as she nearly fell. An arm caught her just in time, and then a low voice sounded. You shouldn't push yourself like this. In a hazy, drunken daze, Yanning looked up. Lu Mujing, through her intoxication, she even found herself thinking, why does his voice sound so nice? Mujing frowned, and his tone turned more serious. I won't let you drink another drop. At such close range, Ying's heart had already begun to disobey her. Being this close to him, she felt as if she were about to lose control. A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Ying narrowed her eyes at him, her voice tinged with drunkenness, yet remarkably bold. President Lu, has anyone ever told you that your lips are very beautiful? He paused for a moment, then let out a low chuckle. You're even more charming when you're drunk. Lu Mujing looked at her, his eyes darkening. When she was sober, she was always on guard. Only when drunk would she finally relax a little. Ying's mood suddenly sank, and her voice softened. Actually, I didn't want to have dinner with Feng Rulu and Feng Jiejia. They're relatives of Feng Ruyin and Yin Ruowei. She smiled faintly, as if telling someone else's story. When I was little, they always ganged up to bully me. He fell silent for a moment. So it wasn't that she never said anything, nor that seeming not to care meant she didn't understand or couldn't be hurt. Lu Mujing's voice softened noticeably. All right, Xiaoshi, I'll take you home so you can rest. She nodded obediently. Okay. At that instant, he froze slightly. She suddenly leaned forward and lightly brushed his lips. Lu Mujing narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping lower. So you don't care anymore that I'm your fiancé's uncle? Ying shook her head, blunt as ever. I'm not marrying Lu Yuan, so how would you be my uncle? He gave a soft laugh. That's true enough. Lu Mujing's gaze deepened. Then why did you kiss me? Do you like me? Ying blinked, looking completely confused as she replied. Like? Who likes who? Like what? She began seriously listing the things she liked, all of them very practical. I like money. I like making money. I like Annie Zhang. I like Shunshin and Xiao Xiao at the orphanage. And I like eating big meals without looking at the price, just ordering whatever I want. He looked at her, his heart melting into a complete mess. She was simply too adorable like this. Lu Mujing clenched his hand slightly, as if holding himself back. He was starting to lose control. In a low voice, he called Xiao Shi. His voice carried a trace of helplessness. Don't tease me like this, and then fall asleep yourself. On the other side, Xiao Xiao immediately ran off to tattle. Sister Rui, do you know about Ying? She went out, and President Lu followed her out too. Neither of them came back. The banquet ended later. After speaking, she curled her lips and raised her phone. Listen to this. Then she added fuel to the fire. Looks like you were right, Yanni. She really is seducing President Lu. Lu Yuan's mind was full of calculations. Little uncle, you've been using your status as the heir to suppress me. Let's see whether Grandpa will still let you manage the Lu group once he finds out you dared seduce your own nephew's fiancé. After returning to the apartment, he handed her some medicine, his voice gentle. This is a hangover pill. Take it and get some proper sleep. Ying was groggy, her head spinning badly. All she knew was that Lu Mujing was taking care of her. Lu Mujing coaxed her patiently. Come on, open your mouth. She was weak and dazed, with barely enough strength even to speak. He carefully fed her the medicine and tucked the blanket around her. In a low voice, Lu Mujing said, as if issuing an order, good night. Even if you want to drink in the future, I absolutely won't let you drink again. He sat by the bed, quietly watching her. In Lu Mujing's eyes, Ying now was completely different from how she was when awake. Lying there so quietly, she had lost some of her slyness and instead looked like a sleeping princess, gentle and serene. He exhaled softly, emotions faintly surging within him. Lu Mujing rubbed his forehead and endured it by force. Tonight was destined to be a miserable, sleepless night. In her dream, Ying felt a heavy weight pressing down on her. Still half asleep, she frowned and realized something was wrong. What's going on? A low, distinct voice rang out. Xiao Shi, when a woman is drunk, having a man beside her is very dangerous. So frightened that she gasped, she let out a weak cry. When she saw that it was him, Ying stammered, Lu Mujing, are you crazy? That low voice was unnaturally clear in the dream. I've never been more clear-headed than I am right now. She frowned, her instincts reacting with lightning speed. You uncle and nephew are both perverts. Ying suddenly jerked all over, slammed into the bed with a thud, and woke up. Holding her forehead, she still felt shaken. How could I have such an outrageous dream? Ying muttered under her breath, trying to calm herself. I need some water to settle my nerves. But just as she was about to get up, her eyes suddenly froze. Last night's memories came rushing back all at once. She remembered now. Yesterday, she had gotten drunk, Lu Mujing had brought her back, and even fed her hangover medicine. It even stirred up that distant memory from when she was 10 and sick when, aside from Annie Zhang, someone had cared for her. Ying lightly gripped the curtain. All these years, whenever she was sick or unwell, she had always endured it alone. She took a deep breath and thought no one had ever come to see her, much less feed her medicine or tuck her in. This time, being cared for by someone really did feel warm. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. But Ying quickly pulled herself back. This kind of warmth made it too easy to become dependent on it, even addicted to it. Just then, her stomach gave an unhappy growl. Ying jumped up at once and blurted out anxiously, "Oh no, I forgot to make breakfast." The moment she walked downstairs, she took a deep breath. That smells so good. When she saw the scene in the kitchen, she stood there stunned for several seconds. Lu Mujing was actually cooking porridge. Housework was supposed to be her job, so who exactly was the boss here? Leaning against the doorway, Ying watched him, a little dazed. The sight of Lu Mujing busy in the kitchen didn't match his usual calm and noble air, yet for some reason it was deeply reassuring. She immediately shook her head, forcing herself to sober up a little. Pull yourself together, Ying. What are you even thinking? Just then, Lu Mujing was on the phone. Hello, baby. What's wrong? Ying froze, her thoughts instantly drifting far away. Baby? Such an intimate tone. Could it be a lover? His voice softened to the extreme. Be good. Once I'm done here, I'll come see you. Lu Mujing let out a low laugh. Of course I love you. If I don't love you, who else would I love? You're my favorite baby. His voice was full of indulgent affection. What goes on in that little head of yours? How could I have that many vixens around me? You've been watching too many ghost stories, madam. I promise I'll miss you every day. Standing not far away, Ying was completely stunned. Lu Mujing said a few more words before finally hanging up. It's still early over there, so sleep a little longer. Only if you rest enough will you have the energy to have fun, madam. All right, bye-bye. Ying turned her gaze away, her expression complicated. That smile, that indulgent affection, she had never seen it before. Lowering her eyes, she reminded herself that a man like Lu Mujing had seen countless beauties. Ying steadied herself and forcibly cut off those dangerous thoughts. His kindness wasn't given to only one person, nor was it because of love. She warned herself not to sink too deep. He was probably only amused for the moment and toying with her a little. If she kept depending on him like this, then if her heart was broken in the future, she would have no one to blame but herself. Forget it. Before she fell too far, she had to stop these thoughts immediately. Seeing Ying sitting in the chair, he glanced at her and said, "You're awake." Lu Mujing's tone was calm. "Hungry? I made porridge. Eat some." She instantly went on guard, speaking rapidly as if reciting a lesson. "It's time for my class. There's no need to trouble yourself, President Lu." The corner of his lips lifted as he brought up what had happened last night. "President Lu? Last night, you were the one who took the initiative to kiss me, and now you're shy?" Ying froze for several seconds, her mind racing. Took the initiative to kiss him? She remembered and inwardly screamed so hard she wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. Wait, last night it seemed she really had taken the initiative to kiss Lu Mujing. This was bad. Drinking really did make it easy to cause trouble. In Ying's mind, a full tragic drama had already begun to play out. What would Lu Mujing think of her? Would he think she had deliberately thrown herself at him? Oh God, this misunderstanding was huge. She immediately confessed, words pouring out in a rush. "I'm very sorry about kissing you, President Lu. I really was drunk last night. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I still wouldn't dare profane your precious lips. Someone as magnanimous as you surely wouldn't hold it against a nobody like me, right? I absolutely won't do it again." Lu Mujing frowned and immediately caught the issue in her words. "What do you mean you won't do it again? Don't tell me you've already forgotten that you kissed me." Ying quickly changed the subject awkwardly. "People who get drunk black out, you know. The weather's really nice today, isn't it?" He looked at her like a teacher catching a cheating student, avoiding the question, changing the subject, not daring to look me in the eye. Lu Mujing stepped closer. "What are you hiding from?" Not giving her a chance to escape, he asked directly, "Ying, do you like me?" Her reaction was as quick as lightning, and she immediately shot back. "Does President Lu think he's some kind of honey cake? Even if you were, I'm not a bee." She couldn't help grumbling inwardly. He was calling someone else baby, and now he was asking whether she liked him. What exactly was going on in this man's head? Lu Mujing stopped beating around the bush. "Get to the point." Ying answered crisply, "I don't like you." Yet he still refused to let her off. "If you don't like me, then why did you kiss me?" She was screaming and collapsed inside. How had they gone back to this topic again? Ying had no choice but to explain one last time. "I already told you, I was drunk. I didn't even know what I was doing. Even if I really kissed you, that wasn't something I could control." Her voice grew smaller and smaller, carrying a trace of guilt. "If I made you misunderstand, then I'm truly sorry." Lu Mujing was not satisfied. He yanked her closer. His eyes darkened, and his voice sank lower. "Do you think one apology is enough? Do you think I'm the kind of person anyone can kiss whenever they want?" She grew irritated. "Then what else do you want? It's already been kissed." Lu Mujing bent down, his voice as low as a whisper near her ear. "I can help you remember." He moved in and directly captured Ying's lips. The deep kiss lasted a long time, as if forcing her to remember everything. Ying struggled in panic. "Let go." Inside, she cursed him from head to toe. This bastard. Ying gritted her teeth and endured it. He was clearly taking the opportunity to vent his anger. Realizing that she simply couldn't break free, she immediately changed tactics. "Fine, you're stronger than me, and I can't get free." Ying decided to fight dirty. "Then I won't let you have it easy either. I'll suffocate you." The two of them stayed tangled in that kiss for a long time, before Lu Mujing finally released her. Breathing slightly hard, he then said coldly, "That kiss makes us even." Lu Mujing's voice returned to calm, but there was obvious distance in it. "Since you don't like me, then don't do things that make people misunderstand again. I won't ask anymore." Ying clenched her fists and stared at the man's departing back, her mind calculating rapidly. If they kept living under the same roof like this, it would probably be hard to avoid even more outrageous things from happening. Just then, the phone in her pocket vibrated violently, pulling Ying out of her thoughts. When she looked at the two cold words on the screen, "Come out," she instantly let out a miserable cry. My nemesis is here again. The moment Ying walked out of the apartment building, Lu Yuren's car stopped in front of her. He adjusted his glasses, looked her up and down, and spoke in a tone of disgust. "How could you come out looking like this? You didn't even brush your hair. So sloppy." Already full of anger, Ying immediately snapped back. "You're not anyone important. You're not worth my putting in daily disposable contacts, dressing up carefully, and doing my makeup just to see you." Rarely, Lu Yuren had the sense not to keep arguing. Seeing the wound on her head, he said, "I can't be bothered to fight with you. How's your recovery?" But Ying's tone remained full of sarcasm. "Thanks to young Master Lu, my brain wasn't damaged, so I'm still unable to send you and Yenru away to the police station together." Lu Yuren frowned and warned, "Ying, do you have to be this mean and sharp-tongued?" He took a deep breath before finally getting to the point. "Grandpa wants you to go see him tomorrow. I'll pick you up in the morning." Ying immediately touched her chin, calculating to herself. She really did need to see old Master Lu. After all, the only reason Lu Yuan wanted to marry her was because of the old man's pressure. If that pressure was gone, then she wouldn't have to deal with Lu Yuan anymore. After finishing her calculations, she responded rather cheerfully, "Got it." Seeing her reaction, Lu Yuren couldn't help asking again, "Does your shoulder hurt? Where did you and little uncle go after leaving the banquet yesterday? Don't tell me you two went off to do something shameful." Ying rolled her eyes and exposed him on the spot. "Do you even need a guess?" "Feng Jia told Yin Ruowei, and then Yin Ruowei told you, right?" Lu Yuren froze, then immediately raised his voice. Of course not, but his heart was pounding. How was she so sharp, guessing it right in one try? Ying had no intention of letting him off and drove in another dagger. "Something shameful?" "Lu Yuren, just because your stomach is full of maggots doesn't mean everyone else has flies in their mouth." The metaphor disgusted him so much he nearly gagged. "Maggots?" Seeing his reaction, she sneered. "Besides, you know he's your little uncle. Where he goes has nothing to do with me. You keep prying into your uncle's business. Don't tell me you're actually interested in him." Lu Yuren was so choked up he couldn't speak for a moment, denying it in a stammer. "What nonsense! What kind of things are you stuffing into your head?" He cursed inwardly. This woman's mouth was far too vicious. Ying decided to give him one more fatal blow. "If you really like him, then go tell your little uncle yourself. Why do you always use me to ask about him?" Lu Yuren, who had been at a disadvantage the whole time, finally exploded. "What rubbish are you talking about? Are you sick?" Ying felt she had teased him enough and waved her hand at him. "Does young Master Lu have any other instructions? If not, then go. If you don't leave now, you'll hit rush hour, and I still have class to get to." Lu Yuren was thoroughly defeated and could only grit his teeth and throw out a threat. "Just you wait." With that, he slammed on the gas and drove his sports car onto the main road. Ying took a big gulp of exhaust fumes and cursed under her breath while coughing. "Neither this uncle nor that nephew is any good. I need to cut off this cursed entanglement with them as soon as possible." The next day, Lu Mujing arrived at the Lu family's old residence early in the morning. Seeing him drinking tea with a perfectly normal expression, old Master Lu probed, "Mujing, Yuran complained to me, saying you and his fiancé have been getting a little too close. Is it true?" Lu Mujing remained composed, but his tone was exceptionally firm. "In any case, times have changed. Dad, you'd better not make the announcement, or just directly call off Yuran and Yin Ying's engagement." The old man did not answer directly, and instead began talking about the past. "In my life, I, Lu Miao, have had 3 children. Even though you're the youngest, you've always handled things meticulously and never given me any cause for worry. Your second sister, Lu Mulan, married abroad when she was young and devoted herself wholeheartedly to her husband and children. You could say she's had a happy and complete life." Old Master Lu paused briefly before continuing. Your eldest brother, Lu Mingkai, had an unhappy marriage back then. He married Shun Wenran, who came from a prominent family, and the two of them quarreled every day. In the end, they divorced. After the divorce, your eldest brother left home and disappeared, with no one knowing whether he was dead or alive. Just like that, he abandoned his two children, Yuchen and Yuran. At that time, Shun Wenran wanted to take both children away so she could remarry Liang Haoqing. To compensate her, I could only agree to let her take Yuran. Yuchen was a girl, and it was safer for her to stay with the Lu family. Old Master Lu's tone grew increasingly bitter. Who would have known that after Yuran came of age, he would get entangled with his stepsister Liang Shirao? That scandal of near incest was truly the greatest disgrace of our Lu family. He glanced at Lu Mujing from the corner of his eye before continuing. In the end, it was because I, as his grandfather, failed to watch over Yuran properly. All these years, I've always felt I owed your eldest brother, so I wanted to make it up a little through Yuchen and Yuran. Thankfully, Yuchen got married a few years ago. Old Master Lu took a drag on his cigarette before going on. But a few years ago, Liang Shirao went missing in a maritime disaster, and no one knows whether she's alive or dead. So I thought I should seize the chance and quickly find Yuran a suitable match. After looking around, I finally chose Ying to be his future wife. At this point, he looked at his youngest son with a hint of reproach. And then there's you, Lu Mujing. You've always been the one I worry about least, so why are you causing trouble this time too? Without hesitation, Lu Mujing poured cold water all over the old man's hopes. From the very beginning, Yuran strongly opposed this marriage. Your self-righteous way of making compensation may not benefit him at all. Instead, it sacrifices a young girl's happiness. In the future, stop playing matchmaker at random. You have no talent for it. He even rubbed salt into the old man's wound without mercy. After all, you yourself have been divorced for 20 years and are still single to this day. The old man coughed, suppressing his anger, and shot back. Now that you mention it, why is it that you and your nephew always get tangled up with the same woman? First Liang Shirao, and now Ying. Lu Mujing coldly cut off the gossip. I never liked Liang Shiro back then. I was forced by circumstances, so I only entered a fake marriage with her for a year. Later we divorced and went our separate ways. You don't need to bring this up again. Hearing the chill in Lu Mujing's voice, Old Master Lu quickly changed the subject. Fine, I won't mention it. Then how has your mother been doing overseas all these years? Lu Mujing had been waiting for that question and immediately laid a cruel truth before his father. In the 20 years since you separated, Madame Lu has been doing very well. So well that she's already forgotten there's such a person as you in this world. As expected, that line successfully enraged Old Master Lu. What? After divorcing me? How could that woman possibly be living so well? But after calming down, he immediately shot back. Don't try to fool me with that doing well nonsense. A few years ago, she was framed by Liang Haoqing and nearly locked up in a dark room. You were also forced to marry his daughter Liang Shiro before he agreed to let her go. And who would have thought that after she was released, she refused to come home and went abroad instead? Irritated, Lu Mujing set his teacup down on the table. Are we really going to keep talking about Liang Shiro? He narrowed his eyes, clearly intending to settle accounts this time. Come to think of it, didn't Madame Lu divorce you back then because you had another woman outside? Old Master Lu's defense was completely shattered by that single sentence. Stiffening his neck, he argued, "Nonsense. That was all a misunderstanding. Over the years I've explained it to your mother 10,000 times, but she just refuses to believe me." After roaring that out, Old Master Lu dejectedly summed up, "Anyway, get your mother to come back and remarry me. I can protect her. What if Liang Haoqing's people chase her overseas? Wouldn't your mother be in danger again?" Crossing his arms, Lu Mujing asked with utter disdain, would he dare? He picked up a stack of documents, offering Old Master Lu a bit of reassurance. "You don't need to worry about my mother. You should be paying more attention to the people in this house instead. This is the latest report from the Lu Corporation. There are obvious problems." The turn in the conversation came so fast that Old Master Lu was momentarily speechless. Lu Mujing analyzed the situation with a serious expression, while Old Master Lu flipped through the documents and listened. "At the moment, I suspect the person behind this is Lu Yuren's husband, our dear son-in-law, Li Tingwei." Old Master Lu pondered for a moment. "Yu Chen and Tingwei will be back today. I'll ask him later." Just then, a voice came from the doorway announcing, Master, second master, young Master Yuan and his fiancé have arrived. As the words fell, Lu Yuran and Ying walked in side by side. Ying greeted them politely. Hello, Grandpa Lu. Hello, President Lu. In contrast to her gentle manner, Lu Mujing's face was as dark as coal. To make matters worse, Lu Yuran deliberately pulled Ying a little closer to his side, staking his claim. Sorry, we're late. That small gesture instantly ignited a silent but brutal battlefield of jealousy. Like Lu Mujing, Lu Yuran's face was taut as a drum. Suddenly, he grabbed Ying's hand and said something sickeningly sweet. Xiao Shi, don't be nervous. Your husband's here. The moment Ying sat down, her whole body stiffened, anger blazing inside her. What is Lu Yuran trying to pull now? But in front of old Master Lu, she couldn't humiliate him. Completely unaware, old Master Lu asked with great interest, weren't you begging me to cancel the engagement before? Why are you two acting so intimate now? Holding Ying's hand tighter, Lu Yuran replied hypocritically, feelings can be cultivated over time. He even shifted the pressure onto her. As long as it's the right person, what's wrong with marrying first and falling in love later? Right? Sure. Ying was immediately caught in a dilemma, her mind racing. The Lu family is too powerful. It's completely unrealistic to break off the engagement all at once. Countless possibilities flashed through her mind. But I already told Grandpa Lu I wanted to call off the engagement. He should be able to tell I don't like Lu Yuran at all. If I can find a chance to reason with him properly, maybe he'll agree. Oblivious, old Master Lu laughed heartily. Right. You're both already 22. It's time to hurry up, get married, and have children. You can even skip the dating stage. When I was 20, I already had a child. But that remark pushed Ying into an even more awkward position. Oh no, the old man is clearly pretending not to understand. He has no intention of letting me break off the engagement. He's already started urging us to have children. It was Lu Mujing, however, who abruptly rescued her with one sharp sentence. Dad, if you had a child at 20, then judging by your current age of 74, shouldn't you have been buried long ago? The temperature in the room seemed to drop instantly, and Ying couldn't help shivering. Lu Mujing actually dared to speak to his own father like that. Old Master Lu shot him a vicious glare, full of unspeakable frustration. This unfilial son, just because he's got his eye on his own nephew's fiancé, he even dares curse me into an early grave. So he simply retaliated in kind. And you still have a nerve to talk about me? After your next birthday, you'll be 27. Your nephew is about to get married, but you're still all alone. Why don't you hurry up and worry about your own marriage instead? Lu Mujing looked at Ying and replied meaningfully, I may not marry later than Yuran. Naturally, Lu Yuran refused to be outdone and immediately jabbed at his rival's weak spot. Of course, Uncle doesn't need to rush into marriage. After all, he already has a precious son. The moment Lu Yuran said it, Ying's expression froze. It's just that no one in the family knows who the child's mother is. Uncle has never been willing to say. She immediately looked at Lu Yuran, her eyes full of shock. Lu Mujing has a child? At once, the words she had accidentally overheard before flashed through her mind. Baby, be good. Daddy's coming to see you now. Only at this moment did she suddenly realize that baby hadn't been Lu Mujing's girlfriend, but his child. Seeing this, old Master Lu immediately added fuel to the fire. Mujing, since you're so capable, why not bring the child's mother back for us to meet? Don't tell me you don't even know which goddess used your genes. Now that he had an ally, Lu Yuran grew bolder. Could it be that someone really used that kind of trick on Uncle? Or maybe the child's mother is actually someone we all know, which is why he's hiding her so carefully? In this war, spanning 3 generations, only Ying still looked confused. Why is Lu Mujing looking at me? I definitely am not the mother of his son. Lu Mujing let the whole family wait a moment before finally speaking in an unhurried tone. I didn't say it 4 years ago, so what makes you think I'd say it now? Old Master Lu sneered dismissively, always acting so mysterious. But since you've returned to the country to develop your career, the child ought to come back for school too, right? He's only 4 years old. Without his father by his side, how lonely must he be? Ying was still reeling from the flood of information. 4 years old? Doesn't that mean Lu Mujing became a father 4 years ago? This time, Lu Mujing actually followed his father's lead. Let's wait until that brat starts summer vacation. He's the little king of his class right now. The school calls our nanny over every other day to give him ideological education and discuss the philosophy of life. Hearing his tone, old master Lu couldn't help teasing. You sound pretty proud of that? When you were a kid, the school summoned me even more often. People nearly thought I worked there. Lu Mujing casually shot back. The next time they hand out awards for outstanding student parent or model mother and father, don't bother going. Listening to their conversation, Ying felt an inexplicable surge of mixed emotions. They were clearly bickering, yet there was a layer of warmth hidden underneath. So this is what it's like when family members truly care about one another. Old Master Lu suddenly looked up and turned his attention to someone else. Speaking of children, Yuran, have you resolved the matter with the Lin family's second daughter? Lu Yuran frowned and immediately denied it. That child wasn't mine to begin with. Why bring her up? Old Master Lu seemed to have finally calmed down and began lecturing him. Since Ying is here today, I'll make things clear. Even for an old man like me, I can't cover up everything with one hand forever. If I did, the family fortune would be ruined sooner or later. Whether you can keep Ying or not depends on your own ability. The sudden turn in events left Ying momentarily stunned. Grandpa Lu means he's no longer forcing me to get married? She immediately gave Old Master Lu a radiant smile. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. He waved his hand proudly. It's nothing. Old Master Lu then deliberately glanced at Lu Mujing, concealing his true intentions as he said meaningfully, anyway, Ying, sooner or later, you're going to enter the Lu family, either as a grandson's wife or as a son's wife. Everyone except Lu Yuran was delighted. Lu Yuran, however, was furious. This woman is so happy just because Grandpa loosened his stance that she's practically about to cry. He glared fiercely at Lu Mujing. I thought Grandpa would make little uncle stay away from Ying. So how did this turn into me losing face? As expected, he still favors his own son more. Just then, Old Master Lu's voice suddenly turned stern and icy. In any case, the Lu family is a prestigious household. I absolutely will not allow anyone to stir up gossip or scandal. All of you had better behave yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning ruthless. Do you understand? His gaze swept across the three of them before he asked again. Do you understand? Ying's heart sank, and the air seemed to grow oppressive all at once. She subconsciously touched her chin and thought to herself, the old man is clearly warning the three of us not to create scandal. As expected, the waters in wealthy families run deep. I'll have to be careful with every step from now on. Suddenly, Old Master Lu rose with his cane and began assigning tasks. Mujing, come with me to discuss something. Yuran, take Ying for a walk in the garden. Lu Yuran and Ying both stood up and saw them out of the room. As soon as they had gone some distance, Lu Yuran urged, come on, I'll show you around. But before they could leave, Lu Yuran's phone rang. The call was from the detective agency. Lu Yuran hurried off to one side, but he didn't forget to tell Ying, you go ahead first. I'll come in a minute. Sitting alone on a bench in a daze, Ying muttered softly, what is it with the men of the Lu family? One runs off faster than the next. As soon as he got some distance away, Lu Yuran asked, any progress? The person on the other end replied immediately, Mr. Lu, there's news about the whereabouts of Liang Shiro that you asked us to investigate. Yesterday, a girl woke up at St. Fort Sanatorium in France. It's already been verified. It's Liang Shiro. Lu Yuran was so shocked he stammered. Why you say that again? The other side repeated patiently. Miss Liang woke up yesterday. This information has already been suppressed by the Liang group. At present, in the country, I'm afraid only you and her father Liang Naoqing know. However, because of the brain damage caused by the shipwreck back then, and because she was in a coma for so long, her memory and thinking have not fully recovered yet. Would you like to go visit her? Clutching his head, Lu Yuran collapsed to the ground and murmured in a low voice, she's alive. She's actually still alive. The person on the phone tried to calm him. Mr. Lu, please stay calm. But Lu Yuran coldly hung up and sank into his own thoughts. Liang Shiro, when our relationship was discovered, you said we could never meet again in this lifetime. You said you were willing to die for me, and I said then I'd die with you. I took the medicine you gave me and fell unconscious. I don't know how long passed before I was rescued. The first thing I did after waking up was look for you. The woman sitting by my bedside saw me awake and immediately cursed me for being a fool, saying I'd been tricked by Liang Shiro. Back then, I was utterly bewildered and asked her what she meant. At this thought, a sharp pain clenched in Lu Yuran's chest. Later, your mother told me I'd been deceived, that you had taken the antidote in advance and were already on a yacht heading to Europe for a vacation. She also said that the person you had always loved was actually little uncle. Your fake marriage with him was just an act for others to see, But for you, those feelings were real. You thought my existence would affect the relationship between you and little uncle, so you deliberately staged a suicide scene just to shake me off. Lu Yuran could not help recalling every painful memory. Your mother even told me you had never loved me, that seducing me was only part of a plan to slowly destroy me. Because you hated my mother for taking your mother's place after marrying your father, you wanted to ruin me too. All these years, your whereabouts have been unknown, while I have remained trapped in a pit of suffering. I can never find a way out. Lu Yuran slowly rose to his feet, a new resolve surfacing in his eyes. Today, there should finally be an end to all of this. Picking up his phone, Lu Yuran made another call. Hello, book me a ticket to France. The earliest one possible. At that moment, the anxiety in his heart was greater than ever before. Liang Shiro, I want to see with my own eyes exactly how you're going to explain this to me. At the same time, Ying was wandering alone around the estate. It's so beautiful. The Lu family's residence is practically a gigantic luxury botanical garden. But just then, a lowered voice suddenly came from nearby. 30 million? That much money? Tingwei, what exactly did you spend it on? Li Tingwei hurriedly explained. Hui Qing, listen to me. I only moved part of the liquid funds out of the finance department to make investments. Listening carefully, Ying immediately realized who they were. Hui Qing, Tingwei, that's Lu Yuran's older sister and brother-in-law, isn't it? Li Tinghui's urgent voice continued. It's just that something went wrong overseas, and the funds are frozen there right now. Lu Huiqing turned around helplessly. This time Grandpa let little uncle take over the Lu Corporation. He'll spot the problem at a glance. These accounts have to be balanced immediately. Li Tinghui suddenly hugged his wife, trying to save himself. Xiaoqing, I transferred those assets for the sake of your and Yang Yang's future too. He began manipulating Lu Huiqing with a string of high-sounding logic. Grandpa's attitude is already obvious. The group will go either to little uncle or to Yuran. It won't fall to us at all. You're the eldest granddaughter. Even if you said this money was lost through gambling, Grandpa would at most scold you a little. Would he really send you to prison? Lu Huiqing asked coldly. Li Tinghui, are you trying to make me take the blame for you? Hidden behind the shrubs, Ying tensed at once. Damn, I heard something I shouldn't have. Outsiders who get dragged into infighting among wealthy families usually don't last long. Li Tinghui shouted hysterically. Besides, if I hadn't moved those assets out, then with the salary I make as a finance manager at some tiny branch office, how would we ever hold our heads high in the future? But Ying's attention suddenly shifted to Yang Yang by the lake. The little boy was leaning over, trying to reach something. I can't reach it, he murmured pitifully. Careful. But the next second, the child's foot slipped. Ying gasped. Oh no. At the same time, Li Tinghui was still wholly focused on persuading his wife. Xiaoqing, help me. Think of it as helping yourself too. Lu Huiqing refused decisively. No. Ying was frantic and immediately decided to rush out from where she was hiding. There's no choice. I have to expose myself. The child comes first. As she threw herself toward Yang Yang, she shouted, Don't be scared. I'm coming to save you. Surrounded by the lake water, the little boy screamed in terror. Mom, Mom, save me. Only then did the couple hear the commotion and turn around. What was that sound? Yang Yang. The moment Lu Huiqing saw what had happened, her voice changed pitch. It's Yang Yang. Yang Yang fell into the lake. My child. Without hesitation, she moved to rush down the stone steps by the lake, repeating non-stop, Yang Yang, don't be afraid. Mommy's coming. But Li Tinghui suddenly grabbed her arm. From his mouth came a string of utterly cold-blooded words. The lake isn't even deep. Yang Yang won't drown. Even if he really did drown, Grandpa would compensate us. Let Yang Yang help his parents out this once. If you want children, we can have more later. As soon as Li Tinghui finished speaking, Lu Huiqing's face had already gone white as paper. She turned and started pounding on him. Li Tinghui, what are you saying? Are you even human? Irritated, Li Tinghui shouted even louder. Fine, then remember this. It was that woman who pushed Yang Yang into the water. Lu Huiqing looked up at him in agony and demanded. She was saving Yang Yang. Why are you framing her? Li Tinghui's tone turned vicious. She probably heard what we were saying just now, so we have to strike first and say she's no good. That way, even if she bites back and reveals our secret, no one will believe her. He even had an even crueler plan. Or I can just make sure she never gets back to shore, so she won't even have the chance to speak. Lu Huiqing could bear it no longer. She violently shook off his hand and screamed, No, Li Tinghui, you're horrifying. I want a divorce. On the other side, Ying was busy giving Yang Yang first aid. Little guy, wake up, wake up. When she saw the child cough up water, she finally let out a long breath of relief. He's alive, thank goodness. He's okay. At that moment, Lu Huiqing came running over in tears. Yang Yang. She pulled her son in her arms and choked out softly. Yang Yang, you scared mommy to death. If something had really happened to you, what would I have done? Only after a moment did Lu Huiqing remember Yinning beside her. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yinning waved her hand and reminded her, it's good that the child is fine, but don't hold him like that. Curling him up can cause water to collect in his lungs, and in serious cases it can even lead to shock. Lower his head a bit so the water in his lungs and mouth can flow out. Suddenly, Li Tinghui grabbed Yinning by the wrist and barked sharply. Cut the fake concern. He shoved her to the ground and loudly accused her. You're the one who pushed my son into the lake. Who are you? Why are you here at the Lu family estate? Yinning immediately retorted, you're framing me. But halfway through, a thought flashed through her mind. This man must suspect that I overheard their conversation, so he wants to turn it around and frame me instead. I can't fall into his trap. I have to prove I'm innocent. Rising to her feet, Yinning fearlessly demanded, what evidence do you have that I pushed the child into the lake? Li Tinghui immediately shouted back, other than the three of us, you're the only outsider here. If it wasn't you, who else could it have been? Yinning had been waiting for exactly those words and fired back at once. That's only your side of the story. It doesn't count as evidence at all. It's also entirely possible that you, as the child's father, failed to watch him properly, and that's how he fell in. If not, then do you dare check the surveillance footage? Li Tinghui was instantly choked, speechless, and could only force out a single word. In the next second, he suddenly reached out and clamped both hands around Yin Ying's throat. He grabbed her tightly and roared, you got quite a mouth on you, huh? Threatening me with surveillance footage? Who do you think you are? Only then did Huiqing come rushing over in a panic. Li Tinghui, what are you doing? Let go now. A few seconds later, Yinning finally snapped back to herself and drove her knee upward in one swift strike. That counted as self-defense. Tinghui grimaced in pain and immediately started cursing. Why, you damn girl? Even flat on the ground, he was just as arrogant as ever. You'd better kneel and beg for mercy right now, or I'll call the police and have you thrown in jail. Huiqing was mortified and could only cut him off in a hurry. Stop talking. At the same time, Yinning calmly flexed her fingers and said coldly, fine, call the police. Yinning, don't go looking for trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. The moment she heard her name, Huiqing blurted out, Yinning, you're the fiancé grandfather picked out for you on. That label left Yinning speechless for a moment. She truly did not want to be defined that way. Just then, Lu Mujing appeared, ready to clean up the situation. What happened? Before anyone else could speak, his attention had already fallen on Yinning. Yinning, why are you soaked from head to toe? But Tinghui beat everyone to it and played the victim first. Uncle, call the police, quick. This woman deliberately pushed Yang Yang into the water. Yinning snapped back impatiently. If I hadn't gone to save Yang Yang in time, he would have drowned already. Tinghui angrily pointed at her face. Uncle, don't listen to her nonsense. She's the one who did it. Lu Mujing's expression instantly turned cold. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his tone carried a warning. Tinghui, no matter what happened, this young lady is grandfather's guest. Your behavior is extremely rude. Tinghui was so frightened that he couldn't say a word. Yinning caught the meaning in Lu Mujing's words and immediately pressed him. Wait, Lu Mujing, what do you mean by no matter what happened? Do you also think I pushed this child into the lake? Standing at the side, Huiqing covered her mouth, her face full of shock. This girl was actually calling Uncle by his full name, and in such a fierce tone too. Lu Mujing did not answer directly. Instead, he countered, you're drenched from head to toe. How could you possibly have done nothing? Yinning was so angry she couldn't speak for a moment. It would have been one thing if others doubted her, but she had known Lu Mujing for so long, and even he didn't believe her. Seeing that, Tinghui immediately added fuel to the fire. Exactly. She must have gotten her clothes wet by accident while pushing my son into the water, then jumped in to save him to cover up her crime. That way, she'd be soaked too, and we wouldn't suspect her. Yinning said decisively, then call the police. In truth, she really wanted to expose Li Tinghui's embezzlement of the Lu family's assets right then and there, but the consequences would be too hard to control. It wasn't the right time yet. But at that moment, Huiqing, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly turned pale. She threw herself toward her son and cried out in panic. This is bad. Yang Yang seems to have passed out. Holding Yang Yang in her arms, Huiqing said in a trembling voice, he's freezing. We need to get him to the hospital immediately. Ying rushed over at once. Start CPR first. But even then, Tinghui was still getting in the way. We don't need your fake concern here. Get lost. Ying. Her anger flared, and she unleashed a furious tirade right at him. At a time like this, you're still pulling me back? You're stopping me from saving your son. Are you doing this for that little bit of money? What matters more, your son's life or money? When you're old and dead, there won't even be anyone left to visit your grave. Why don't you just take that dirty money into the coffin with you? Tinghui flew into a rage from humiliation and abruptly raised his hand, roaring, "Shut up." In reality, panic was surging inside him. If she said much more, Uncle would definitely notice something. Lu Mujing suddenly grabbed his wrist and stopped him. Enough. Looking straight into Tinghui's eyes, he ordered in a deep voice, "Ying is right. Save Yang Yang first. Let Ying perform first aid on Yang Yang here. You two go get the car and bring it over. We're taking him to the hospital." Yu Qing handed her son over to Ying and nodded. Understood. She then grabbed her husband's hand and urged, "Tinghui, let's go. Listen to Uncle." Although Tinghui left, his heart was still burning with resentment. Damn Lu Mujing. The moment he got involved, everything became more troublesome. The car quickly pulled onto the road. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, Lu Mujing said, "Put on my jacket. Don't catch a cold." Ying reminded him coldly, "My clothes are almost dry already. You should use it to cover Yang Yang instead." After covering the little boy, she asked with some curiosity, "Didn't you tell those two to get the car? Why are you the one driving?" It's not exactly appropriate for the parents not to accompany their child to the hospital. Lu Mujing calmly replied, "If his father came along, do you think we'd still hear the truth from Yang Yang?" Those words instantly woke Ying up, right? If Li Tinghui were there, he would definitely force Yang Yang to say that she had pushed him. She turned to look at Lu Mujing, a hint of excitement in her voice as she confirmed, "So you do believe I wasn't the one who pushed Yang Yang into the water?" He tilted his head slightly and analyzed rationally. "From what I know of you, you have every reason to save someone, but no reason to push someone." Hearing that, Ying instead snapped at him irritably. "If you knew that, then why did you go along with Li Tinghui just now and wrong me? You even said that since I was soaked all over, there was no way I'd done nothing." Lu Mujing couldn't help laughing and explained sincerely, "What I meant was that your clothes got wet because you jumped in to save him. What exactly is going on inside your head? We really have no tacit understanding at all." Ying's face grew slightly warm as she scolded him in embarrassment. "That's because you speak so vaguely. You made me kill off so many white blood cells with all that negative emotion for nothing." Though she said that aloud, inwardly she felt a little sweet. At least this man still had a conscience. The past month of cooking for him hadn't been for nothing after all. Lu Mujing suddenly reached out and asked, "Negative emotion? So you care that much about what I think of you?" Ying jerked backward and shouted, "No, I don't. Not at all." A sudden wave of panic surged in her heart. Oh no. Today, old Master Lu's attitude toward the engagement had already softened. Could this man be planning to flirt with her without restraint from now on? She had already rejected him before. But Lu Mujing merely said calmly, "It doesn't matter if you won't admit it. It's not the first time you play dumb. But when you face the police in a moment, don't say one thing and mean another." The sudden warning startled Ying. "What?" In the hospital conference room, a police officer said in an official tone, "Miss Yin, we've already recorded your statement. If there are any follow-up questions, we'll contact you again. You may leave now." Finally free, Ying let out a huge sigh of relief and thanked him politely. "Thank you, officer." After seeing him out, she leaned against the door, looking utterly exhausted. During work, she often ran into difficult customers, people starting fights, and even had to write reports in the middle of the night. But this time, with the incident involving herself, the feeling was completely different. Still, thankfully, Lu Mujing had deliberately brought the police over to take her statement. That was clear evidence. From now on, Li Tinghui wouldn't be able to smear her name again. Walking down the hallway, Ying thought to herself, "I owe him another huge favor. How am I supposed to repay this one? Should I hint to him about Li Tinghui embezzling the Lu family's assets?" Before she could push the door open, she heard a voice from inside. "Dad, what exactly are you planning?" Ying's interest was instantly piqued. So old Master Lu had come to the hospital to see Yang Yang too. Inside the hospital room, Lu Mujing was questioning his father. You've been doing business for so many years. At your age, there's no way you can't see through Li Tinghui's clumsy little tricks. As old Master Lu fingered his Buddhist prayer beads, he calmly analyzed. You also know the Li family has many brothers, and there are quite a few male heirs ahead of Yang. The competition is fierce. Yuqing knew long ago that Tinghui had been embezzling assets, so she discussed it with me and decided to use this opportunity to push Yang into the position of heir to the Li family. Lu Mujing let out a mocking remark. The goal of you two, grandfather and granddaughter, is probably about more than just having a drink together. The Li family went bankrupt long ago. There isn't much left. Even if Yang becomes the heir, there won't be any real benefit. He paused, then exposed the truth directly. Dad, what you and Yuqing really have your eyes on is the Li family's overseas political connections, isn't it? The Lu group wanted to expand overseas, and building connections was crucial. Once Yang was confirmed as the heir, those resources would belong to the Lu family and could be used by the Lu group. Caught on the spot, old Master Lu could only admit it. You brat, you no fun at all. You insist on saying everything so plainly. Resting his chin on one hand, Lu Mujing went along with it. No matter what, I'll cooperate with Yuqing. Outside the door, Ying was stunned by what she had overheard. Good heavens, the waters in wealthy families really ran deep. That gentleness and Lu Yuqing's obedient facade. So underneath it all, she was ruthless too. Just then, Lu Mujing suddenly pulled the door open and stepped out. Caught eavesdropping red-handed, she jumped in fright. Lu Mujing pressed her against the wall and teased her on purpose. Finished giving your statement? So what is it? Do you want to apologize to me or thank me? Ying couldn't respond right away and could only roll her eyes before casually saying, words can't express my gratitude. I'll treat you to dinner another day. In truth, she really was grateful to him. He had even brought the police over for her just to protect her. She really did owe him thanks. Lu Mujing bent closer and whispered by her ear in an intimate tone. No need to treat me to dinner. Just don't make me angry in the future. His face was too close, and Ying's eyes flew wide open at once. 2 seconds later, she exploded on the spot and rammed her head straight into him. Me make you angry? You're the one who makes me angry 800 times a day. In her heart, she even cursed him. This damn dog of man still had absolutely no sense of boundaries. Lu Mujing rubbed his aching forehead and scolded her with a trace of indulgent affection. Why did you use so much force? You must have hurt yourself too. This is the last time. Next time I won't let you get away with it. Then he waved his phone at her and signaled, I need to make a call. Go buy something for Yang to eat. I'm paying. As soon as the call connected, the person on the other end immediately reported, President Lu, young Master Yuan, has already booked the earliest flight to France. He's at the airport now. He's probably already learned that Miss Liang has woken up. Lu Mujing said calmly, it's hard to say about the future, but this time he won't be seeing her. He was one step too late. Liang Naoqing has already moved her daughter to another country. He then lowered his voice and continued, giving instructions. Send people to keep an eye on Lu Yuan. Don't let him go mad after losing everything. The person on the other end immediately understood. Yes, President Lu. After hanging up, Lu Mujing began to calculate. If Lu Yuan couldn't find Liang Shurao, he would definitely cause trouble. To ensure Ying's safety and to avoid dragging others into this again, I need to confirm our relationship as soon as possible, so there won't be endless trouble later. The next day, Ying was being bombarded by a non-stop stream of orders until her ears were ringing. Ying, 2 red bean matchas, 3 vanilla milk teas, 4 Thai lemon teas. She was so busy she moved like a machine, answering automatically, got it, coming right up. Although she was exhausted, Ying remained firm in her heart. From now on, I'll work part-time at the milk tea shop every Sunday afternoon. That way, I can save up the rent sooner and move out as quickly as possible. Just then, Chu Jiamin's excited voice rang out. Ying, the results of the campus design competition are out. You got 2nd place. 1st place went to some genius from the landscape architecture department. Ying froze and let out a blank, huh? She quickly regained her energy and fired off questions in succession. What about the prize money? What about my 1 million? Chu Jiamin awkwardly scratched her cheek and explained, sorry, Ying. I actually made up the 1 million prize on the spot back then. The real prize is only 30,000. I was just joking with you at the time. I didn't think you'd actually believe me. To her, it was like a bolt from the blue. She murmured in a daze, 1 million. Turned into 30,000. The next second, she exploded and charged over, shouting her best friend's name, Chu Jiamin. Jamin hurried to try and make up for it. But your professional skills are already good enough to get into the Lu group. The benefits there are great. If you work there for a few years, you could probably save up 1 million. I'll treat you to dinner tonight to apologize, okay? Ying covered her forehead and let out a low groan. Oh God, she really wanted to explode on the spot, but the frustration lodged in her chest refused to come out. Everyone in the Lu family was hard to deal with. If she got tangled up with him again, nothing good would come of it. Ying took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and waved her hand. Another day, I'm going to Riverside Mansion tonight to mix drinks for a friend. Jamin thought she was still angry and repeatedly gave way. Saw the. Just then, a new order rang out again. Ying 3 fruit teas, one with less mango and extra ice, one without milk foam and half sugar, and one without watermelon, with milk foam, less ice, and 30% sugar. As Ying prepared the drinks, she calculated silently. 30,000 is fine too. At least it's enough for me to move out first. The scene shifted to the luxury section of Riverside Mansion. Ying tugged at the hem of her skirt and muttered in embarrassment. This high-end villa district is formal everywhere you look, so why is the staff uniform so weird? Grumble as she might, she still knocked on the door seriously and fulfilled her duty. Hello, your drinks have arrived. Every eye in the room instantly turned toward Ying. Sitting beside Lu Mujing, Wang Jianlan blurted out, second sister-in-law. Ying felt as if her whole heart had petrified. Lu Mujing, why was he here? Holding the tray, her mind went completely blank. This was way too awkward. Why did she have to run into someone she knew while dressed like this? On the other side, Lu Mujing suddenly stood up, took off his jacket, and sighed. The fate between you and me really is an ill-fated one. As he spoke, he draped the jacket over her shoulders and declared, looks like my clothes are destined to be worn by you, Ying. Wang Jianlan kept talking. Now that I think about it, I've really failed as a brother. I had no idea second sister-in-law worked here. Tonight we got to support the business properly and open a few more bottles. Ying, panicking, she waved her hands over and over like a rattle drum. No, I'm not some second. Suddenly, Lu Mujing leaned close to her ear and murmured, pretend to be my girlfriend tonight, and we'll count it as repaying the favor for when I call the police for you. Ying, instinctively, she lowered her voice too. Just this once. After this, I won't owe you anything anymore. Even though she agreed aloud, in her heart, she had already sliced him into 1,000 pieces. That scheming dog of a man, he had clearly said before that she didn't need to repay him. Tan Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Second brother, is this your girlfriend? It's rare to see you bring one out. Aren't you going to introduce her? Following his lead, Lu Mujing introduced them in a matter-of-fact tone. This is fifth brother, Tan Feng. His eldest brother, Tan Ihua, is also our eldest brother. He's overseas right now and hasn't come back yet. I'll introduce you later. Ying forced out a fake smile and gritted her teeth. Hello. But inwardly, she was frantically complaining. Why is this man's personality as impossible to read as Lu Yuan's? Could he be another lunatic too? Chuan Ting swirled the wine glass in his hand and suddenly inserted a sarcastic remark. Xiaofeng, let me correct you. It's not that we rarely see President Lu bring a girlfriend out. It's that there's basically never been any girlfriend who could stay by his side. This little beauty doesn't look like his girlfriend at all. Wang Jianlan nodded in agreement. Third brother has a point. Could it be that I really misunderstood? Lu Mujing ignored them and continued the introductions. The one who still looks somewhat decent is third brother, Chuan Ting, a rising figure in politics. His personality is pretty boring. The most improper one is fourth brother, Wang Jianlan. You've already met him, so I won't repeat myself. Chuan Ting said nothing more and simply sank into thought. Wasn't this woman supposed to be Lu Mujing's future nephew's wife? How had she become his girlfriend instead? Then again, very few people in their circle actually knew about that engagement. Judging by Xiaofeng and Jianlan's reactions, they probably hadn't heard about it yet. Tan Feng spoke up at the right moment, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Second brother, don't change the subject. Little beauty, don't be scared. Are you really his girlfriend? Lu Mujing immediately placed a hand on Ying's shoulder and urged, tell them. But after struggling for a long time, Ying could only force out one sentence. I am. Inwardly, though, she resisted with all her might. What kind of joke is this? I'm obviously just a teaching assistant at school and a live-in cook at home. Lu Mujing seemed satisfied and lifted his gaze toward the group. You all heard that, didn't you? Xiaofeng, you still dare call my girlfriend little beauty? Looks like you're asking for a beating. Tan Feng stiffly spat out 3 words. I'm sorry. Then he lifted a hand and gestured. If we've confirmed she really is your girlfriend, then things are easy. That way, when we play games later, we can relax a little more. Wang Jianlan had been waiting for exactly that sentence and immediately perked up. All right, everyone, get up and move around. Time to get started. He even kindly reminded this beauty, sweetheart, stand to the side and watch first. After we play a few rounds, you can join in. Ying looked utterly baffled, thinking, what does that mean? Why are they all walking toward me? Her mind quickly replayed every sentence she had just heard. Thinking it over carefully, play games, relax a little more. The next second, Ying couldn't help screaming, help. These rich and debauched people aren't planning to play some kind of perverted game, are they? Could it be that Lu Mujing had locked the door for this? Even worse, Lu Mujing actually went along with it and said, sure. Then let's make the game even more exciting. Ying instantly fell into chaos and screamed even louder. Don't come any closer. Only then did Lu Mujing smugly remind her, why are you so nervous? I just wanted to try the cocktail you mixed. She stammered in response. But didn't you just say? A G game. Lu Mujing leaned in, his tone ambiguous and flirtatious. This Bacardi mix is pretty good. Come to think of it, this is your first time playing a game with 3 men, isn't it? Is it? Ying suddenly started stuttering. Why you? She was already thinking about calling the police. I knew it. I just knew nothing good would come from a bunch of perverts getting together. I have to report them. Lu Mujing moved even closer and soothed her. Don't worry. I'll teach you. You'll definitely like that feeling. Ying felt a chill run through her heart and cursed him inwardly. In no way is it really starting. Lu Mujing, I swear I'll make sure your family line ends with you. But then the sound of tiles being shuffled pulled her back to reality. At the same time, Zhang Wan's urging voice came over. Second brother, second sister-in-law, stop showing off your love. Come play mahjong already. Second brother, you draw first. Only then did Ying suddenly realize. Mahjong? Half an hour later, Lu Mujing happily laid down his tiles. Sorry, I won again. Zhang Wan rubbed his head in misery and wailed. You've already won 3 rounds in a row. Leave us a way to survive. My blood pressure is about to shoot through the roof. Ying still hadn't fully processed what had happened and remained lost in a daze. So this was the kind of game they played in the middle of the night. Truly, this was the first time in her life she had ever spent a night in a high-end club costing hundreds of thousands, playing mahjong with 3 men. Tan Feng suddenly leaned over and pulled her out of her thoughts. I watched the last 3 rounds. Every time, the worst hand ended up with second sister-in-law. Why don't we add a round of truth or dare? He even asked an outrageously tricky question. Second sister-in-law, what's the shortest time second brother has ever lasted? If you don't answer, or if you answer wrong, you'll be punished with drinks. Ying's face turned red. She glanced at Lu Mujing and hesitated. Oh well, understanding her predicament, he stepped in to rescue her. Xiaofeng, aren't you afraid I'll ask your girlfriend the same question? Zhang Wan immediately chimed in excitedly. Second brother's this worked up, so I guess it's not very short, huh? Lu Mujing suddenly grabbed his hand and threatened coldly. Watch your mouth. Zhang Wan instantly got scared and begged for mercy. My bad. Don't chop off my hand yet. Lu Mujing traced a line across Zhang Wan's hand and gestured. Even at my shortest, I'm at least this long. Tan Feng curled his lip in disdain. President Lu, don't brag that outrageously. As for Zhang Wan, he looked completely convinced. Second brother, you're seriously fierce. Only then did Lu Mujing turn back and remind Ying, you don't need to be shy. You'd better tell the truth. She hesitated and dragged out her reply. Well, but inside, her mind was racing. Judging from his tone, should I guess longer? And that line Lu Mujing just marked on Wang Jinlan's hand really was pretty long. After calculating for a few seconds, Ying stammered out an answer. A 1 hour? Lu Mujing sighed with an injured look. Do I seem that weak to you? Xiao Ming curved his lips into a teasing smile. Second sister-in-law got it wrong. That's too short. It felt like a thunderbolt had struck Ying's brain. An hour? Then what, a whole day? Seeing her expression, Tan Feng immediately pressed his advantage. Then what's the longest? How long can you hold out, second sister-in-law? Ying really wanted to curse. She had already gotten the first answer wrong, so how was she supposed to guess the second one? And this man was even asking how long she could hold out. No matter how she answered, it would be wrong. In the end, Ying simply picked up her glass and turned the tables. I don't want to answer anymore. I'll just drink, but you're so obsessed with this question. Could it be because you're lacking confidence yourself? Looking at Tan Feng's frozen face, Zhang Wan burst out laughing without any restraint. As expected of second sister-in-law, ruthless, Wang Jian glanced over from the side and silently sighed. The speaker might not have meant anything by it, but the listener certainly did. Given Xiao Feng's temperament, he wouldn't say anything in front of Lu Mujing, but he would definitely remember it. At that moment, Lu Mujing spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. Ying, I'll drink for you. Tan Feng had been waiting for exactly that and immediately haggled. Second brother has to drink 2 glasses. Second sister-in-law got the first question wrong, too. Ying stormed forward and clinked glasses angrily. Then we'll drink together, 1 glass each. Seeing her down the drink in one go, Lu Mujing reminded her with concern. Slow down. Zhang Wan kept flattering them from the side. Second brother really dotes on her. He's completely gone crazy, spoiling a woman. Lu Mujing calmly began giving Ying pointers for the game. Still, Ying, you'd better take the next few rounds seriously and show them what you can do. Otherwise, they'll ask even more explicit questions. On the surface, she kept a straight face, but inside she was screaming. These spendthrift beasts of rich young masters. Resting his chin on one hand, Lu Mujing looked very pleased and added leisurely. In the next round is 100,000. Honestly, they may have plenty of money, but their mahjong skills are only SOSO. Hearing Lu Mujing say that, Ying froze for a moment, as if suddenly enlightened. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Tonight is the perfect chance to make money. Looked at another way, these people are basically gods of wealth. Wang Jianlan, who was sitting nearby, shuffling the tiles, cut in second brother, whose mahjong skills are bad. Xiao Feng already said it. The worst hand was clearly in second sister-in-law's hands. As if he knew something, Lu Mujing winked at Xiao Shi and signaled to her. Looking at him, she thought, in the first 3 rounds, I just hadn't found my rhythm yet. Now it's time to show my real skill. But how did Lu Mujing know I was this good at mahjong? One tile after another was revealed, and a string of calls rang out. Win. Pure. 1 suit win. 1 again. Little 4 joys. Sorry, everyone, I won again. 1 suit finish. And the voice calling out each win belonged to Ying. At that moment, she was in an unbelievably good mood from winning round after round. Pure double dragons. Oh dear, I'm winning so much I almost feel like apologizing for it. 1 again. Seeing this, Wang Jianlan finally couldn't hold back anymore. Scratching his hair, he said, Second sister-in-law, I really surrender. I was only 1/6 of dots away from winning, and you completely blocked me. At the same time, Ying happily pulled out her phone. Gentlemen, please settle these 4 rounds. That's 1,200,000 in total. Just scan my WeChat code. Lu Mujing calmly turned toward the still howling Zhang Wan and said, Since you admit defeat, then pay up. Zhang Wan could only clutch his hair and look like he was about to cry. You husband and wife are practically bandits. Ying sat there looking at Lu Mujing, but inwardly she was thinking, actually, Wang Zhongliang had really good luck in the 4th round. If Lu Mujing hadn't signaled me with that tile at the last moment, Wang Zhongliang really would have won. Wang Jianlan sat there shuffling the tiles while gesturing with his eyes, his voice rising a few notches. Fine. A bet's a bet, and we accept defeat. Zhang Wan stood up and made as if to leave. There's a daily transfer limit on WeChat. How about we go to the bank and get a card linked for second sister-in-law? Understanding what Zhang Wan meant, Tan Feng got to his feet as well and turned toward the door. Let's go. As the two left, Qi and Tian looked back at Ying and frowned slightly, thinking, looks like something happened tonight with Lu Yuan's engagement to this woman, which is why Lu Mujing is being so high profile. Forget it. He's not a bad person anyway, so I'll just let him do as he pleases. Meanwhile, Ying was already so happy she felt like she might float away. With the money in her pocket, she thought, winning 4 rounds earned me 1,200,000. I'll just count that as compensation for the 1 million bonus I lost when my design was stolen. Suddenly, Ying walked over to Lu Mujing and asked, by the way, how did you know I'm so good at mahjong? Lu Mujing abruptly caught her hand and pulled her a little closer as he said, take a guess. How do you think I knew? The next thing Ying knew, she had landed straight in Lu Mujing's lap, so startled that she let out a soft cry. Lu Mujing looked at her with a tenderness so unbelievable it almost didn't seem real, while thinking to himself, actually, ever since the day I ran into you again, I had someone investigate everything about you. Lu Mujing knew almost all of Ying's preferences. For example, she collected stamps and dreamed of one day striking it rich overnight when they appreciated in value. For example, she had to clutch the corner of the blanket to fall asleep. And for example, she liked the smell of nail polish and loved making miniature city models out of cardboard. Lu Mujing knew far more than just that. She liked making stickers, liked searching for rare mushrooms, and was even keen on playing detective in divorce hearings. Looking at her, he spoke meaningfully, leaving Ying vaguely annoyed. I know a lot, but that's a secret. Hearing that, Ying got a little irritated. She pushed away Lu Mujing's hand and tried to stand up. If you want to say it, then say it. If not, forget it. Let me go first. Just then, a sudden noise came from outside the door, and both of them were startled and turned to look. Ying walked to the door and discovered that it had actually been locked. She frantically rattled the doorknob and shouted, "What's going on? Who locked the door from the outside?" Outside, it was Zhang Wan and Tan Feng who had locked them in. Wang Jinlan gloated from outside the door. Second sister-in-law, don't waste such a wonderful night. Why not just stay here tonight? Zhang Wan kept shouting from outside. And just as a reminder, we took both your phones too. He sounded downright excited as he went on. So please rest easy and enjoy this beautiful night. No one will come disturb you. Hearing that, Ying jumped in alarm and hurried to look for her phone. Where's my phone? It's really gone. Then, Ying seemed to realize something all at once and abruptly recalled. Now that I think about it, that Qi phone kept pacing behind me while we were playing mahjong. Could that have been when he did it? Just as she was furiously cursing those two in her heart, Lu Mujing had already walked up behind her without a sound. Lu Mujing wrapped his arms around Ying from behind and said gently, "Tomorrow morning I'll deal with him properly for you. But tonight, we can only stay here." Hearing this, Ying felt as if a thunderbolt had crashed down on her head. She thought, no way. A lone man and a lone woman trapped in the same room? Elsewhere, Tan Feng was leisurely smoking while listening on the phone. The person on the other end suddenly shrieked. "What did you say? What exactly is going on between second brother and that woman?" He took a drag from his cigarette and asked carelessly, "Wang Qiaoni, are you trying to get something for nothing again? Where's my reward?" Thinking back over the past, he said, "Over the years, how many women who try to get close to Lu Mujing have I cleaned up for you? Last time, when I helped you deal with that assistant of his from M country, I almost ended up on both domestic and international wanted lists." A calculating gleam flashed through Tan Feng's eyes as he said to the person on the phone, "This time, you should give me something, shouldn't you?" Sure enough, the one who had been calling Tan Feng all along was Wang Qiaoni. Driving as she spoke, she shot back, "What do you want?" The moment he heard that, Tan Feng immediately made an outrageous demand. "Be my woman for a year. In every way. The kind who comes whenever I call and satisfies me in all respects." Hearing Tan Feng's demand, Wang Qiaoni gritted her teeth in anger and could only bargain. At most 1 month. Just 1 month. Tan Feng stopped pressing right away and agreed immediately. Deal. The moment Wang Qiaoni heard that, she hurriedly pressed. "So where exactly are second brother and that woman?" Lazily lounging back, Tan Feng told Wang Qiaoni, "Shangjiang Villa, room 1520. Qiaoni, if you don't hurry up, Lu Mujing and that girl are going to spend their wedding night together tonight." Hearing that, she immediately replied anxiously, "Tisk, I'll be there right away." And inside the room, only Lu Mujing and Ying remained. Lu Mujing picked up the telephone line and checked it, then said, "They even cut the phone line. They really didn't leave us any way out." Not wanting Ying to feel awkward, he picked up a pillow and said to her, "It's late. You sleep in the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa." After things went quiet outside the door, Lu Mujing turned to look at Ying, a gentle smile on his lips, and deliberately teased her. "Why are you looking at me like that? Want to sleep with me?" Ying panicked at once and hurriedly grabbed the TV remote, pressing buttons as she spoke at top speed. "Of course not. Come to think of it, I haven't really watched TV lately either. I wonder what dramas have been popular recently." Ying hurriedly turned on the television, and the screen lit up. The moment Lu Mujing saw what was on it, he was so startled that the pillow slipped right out of his hands. Covering his mouth lightly, he asked in a low, husky voice, "You like this kind of thing?" Ying was so embarrassed that her face instantly turned scarlet, and she hurriedly denied it. "And no, I don't." Inside, she was panicking. This is bad. Lu Mujing's expression is completely off. He definitely misunderstood. Lu Mujing gently circled an arm around Yin Ying's waist and looked at her tenderly as he asked, "Old Master Lu has already canceled the engagement. You never liked Lu Yuan in the first place, so why have you still been avoiding me?" Seeing this, Ying did not hesitate. Taking a serious step back, she said, "Today I'm going to make everything clear. If the Tan family can't get Lu Corporation's investment, then Feng Ran won't let Principal Feng issue my diploma." Lu Mujing stepped closer, his expression solemn. "I can help you solve all of that." Because he kept moving closer, Ying could only lean backward. She looked at him warily and said, "I know you have that ability, of course. But what are the conditions for you helping me?" Hearing her ask that, Lu Mujing answered softly, "Since you brought it up, it's true that I haven't formally confessed to you yet." He moved closer to Ying and said seriously, "Tang Ying, I want to date you, but I don't want to turn that into a bargaining chip to make you accept my help." He stared at Ying intently, laying all his feelings bare with complete sincerity as he asked, "If starting today, I formally pursue you, would you be willing to accept that?" Ying was so shocked that her whole face flushed red. Looking at Lu Mujing, she stammered, "I." She thought, is this really a direct confession? She tried hard to steady her emotions, but a trace of dimness still appeared on her face. "To be honest, you treat me very well, but you also treat everyone around you very well." Ying lifted her head, her expression sincere, with a faint note of hope as she asked, "So, Lu Mujing, is your liking for me the kind of liking a man has for a woman, or the kind of liking where you want to spend your whole life with me?" Ying continued, "If it's the latter, then what basis do I have to believe that? This isn't me belittling myself. I just know clearly what kind of person I am." In Ying's eyes, Lu Mujing was someone extraordinarily dazzling, someone people could only look up to. She said, "You have money, power, talent, and charm. You're heaven's favored son of the business world. But compared to you, I'm just an utterly ordinary girl. I've been an orphan since childhood, stumbling my way through life, and now I'm only a newcomer who has just stepped into society." Ying clenched her palm and said earnestly, "We're not even in the same social class. You stand at the top of the pyramid, and I'm at the very bottom. So I can't afford to play this kind of game between men and women, and I don't want to play it either." Hearing that, Lu Mujing froze for a moment. "The pyramid?" Ying looked up at him and said awkwardly, "So." But the very next second, she clasped her head in frustration, crying inwardly, "Oh my God!" Lu Mujing only said a few words, so why did I spill all my true thoughts like I was under some spell? But gentle as he was, his actions and words were unusually decisive. "Tang Ying, today I'm going to be decisive too." With a faintly wicked smile, he pressed her against the edge of the table. "I've always been serious about our relationship and about our future." He brought his face close to hers, took her hand, and seemed almost to plead. "You don't like fleeting feelings, and neither do I. You want to graduate smoothly, and you want to work hard to integrate into society. I won't interfere with you proving your worth and excellence in life and work." The image of him holding her by the waist at the banquet seemed like a silent declaration that she belonged to him. "You can achieve your dreams through your own effort, and I'm more than willing to be the man who stays by your side as you grow." He gently lifted her hand to his lips. "And besides, our bond was destined from the very beginning." As he spoke, his tone was so gentle it was almost drowning, and her face had long since flushed crimson with embarrassment. "One day, you'll understand that all of this was inevitable." His certainty only made her feel more flustered instead. Why was he so sure? Just as the two of them were laying their hearts bare, the room lights suddenly went out. The sudden darkness made Ying panic at once, and she threw herself straight into his arms. Seeing her take the initiative to fling herself at him, he wrapped her up in his embrace. "Don't be afraid. Didn't I tell you? The body's reactions are the most honest of all." Those mischievous eyes of Lu Mujing's looked at her as he said teasingly, "Shao Shi, your body chose me." He gently stroked her hair. Then, suddenly, he pressed in hard, forcing her lips onto his. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that she froze completely. Lu Mujing greedily savored her lips. He truly wanted to use this kiss to carve all the feelings he had hidden for years into the deepest part of her soul, to make the cake-sweet taste on her lips belong to Lu Mujing alone. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, she shoved him away, but because her breathing was unsteady, her cheeks only turned even redder. Lu Mujing you. Yet he gave her no time to resist before directly pressing her down onto the table once again. She still seemed not to have recovered from that kiss, staring at him with wide eyes, her body trembling slightly. The next second, she abruptly and mercilessly shoved him away. Seeing that force wouldn't work, he switched to playing weak. Ying, holding back is really painful for me. Seeing him act so pitiful, she let down her guard and stared at him in a daze. When he saw that the tactic was working, and afraid she might change her mind, he directly lifted her into his arms. Don't think about anything. Just relax and enjoy this unforgettable night. He held her tightly, cradling her like a treasured princess. Deep down, she was still a little resistant to what was about to happen. He laid her on the bed and leaned over her, sealing her lips with a burning kiss. But her body felt as if it had been drugged, unable to move at all. A hazy, indescribable sensation seeped into every inch of her skin and flesh. Mujing quickly raised his hand to untie the strings at her neck, while she was still lost in her own thoughts. Like a ship sinking in a rolling sea, she was utterly incapable of thinking clearly. Just as the two were immersed in each other, a voice drifted in from outside, making them instinctively stop and glance at one another. This is ridiculous. How can you play such a nasty joke on second brother? Give me the key. Joni, don't go in and disturb second brother. Because there were people outside, she immediately shoved him away and got up to leave. I have to go. The people outside couldn't stop Joni and could only shout a warning to the pair inside. Joni, calm down. Second brother, we're coming in. Before she could even fully sit up, he pressed her back down again with a dark expression. Don't be afraid. Just as he pulled up the blanket to cover both of them, the door was violently thrown open. Seeing the scene before her, Joni was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. Her eyes widened as she forced out two words with difficulty. Second brother. To shield Xiao Shi, he kept himself covering her and turned his head back coldly. What is it? The person beside Joni saw how tense the atmosphere was, forced out a smile, and hurriedly dragged Joni away. Sorry, second brother. We didn't mean to. Please carry on, huh? The two backed out and slammed the door shut with a bang. Useless fools, good for nothing and ruining everything. Thinking it was finally over, she abruptly sat up again, still intending to leave. Lu Mujing, it's already very late. I'm leaving now. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she calmly put on her shoes. He stood beside her and gently steadied her. I'll take you home. But before he could react, she had already gotten to her feet and run out, leaving behind only one sentence. No need. You drank tonight. It's better not to drive. Besides, I want to be alone for a while. When she stepped outside, she realized those two people still hadn't left and were standing guard at the door. Ignoring Joni, she brushed right past her, while Joni fixed her with a sharp, piercing stare, thinking this little brat actually has some skill. Mujing followed her out of the room and instructed Jean Lin, arrange for someone to take her home. Yes, sir. Seeing an opening, Joni immediately stepped forward, masking malice beneath a gentle exterior. That won't be necessary. It's the middle of the night. It's not safe for a girl to be alone in a confined space with a male driver. Why don't I take her home myself? After everyone else had left, Jean Lin leaned close to Mujing's ear and whispered, Second brother, sister-in-law was so shy just now. Why did she run off the moment she turned around? Mujing said nothing, only cast Jean Lin a cold glance that made him click his tongue in fright. Mujing merely smiled gently and patted him on the shoulder. Jean Lin, interested in practicing some karate with me? The moment he heard that, Jean Lin's face turned deathly pale as he desperately tried to think of a way out. Second brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let Joni go in and ruin your mood. I'm done for. Second brother is planning to vent all his anger on me and send me straight to the hospital. Mujing didn't waste a single word. He grabbed Jean Lin by the collar and dragged him off for karate practice, completely ignoring his miserable howls. Third brother, save me. Qin Feng, standing not far away, could only watch helplessly. Accept your fate. Inside, Jean Lin's pitiful screams kept echoing as Mujing put him through hell. Second brother, not the face. Meanwhile, Qi and Tian fell into thought. If I'm not mistaken, Joni was probably called here by Xiao Feng. The contest between Mujing and Qin Feng, plus Ying and Joni, was truly a headache. The relationships were far too complicated. Mujing and that girl. Joni's many years of unrequited love for Mujing and the ambiguous entanglement between Qin Feng and Joni. I want no part of this muddy mess. Better to stand at a distance and watch the show. Outside the bar, Ying had already changed back in her own clothes and was swiping her card to leave, but her head kept throbbing. What was wrong with me just now? I almost did that kind of thing with Lu Mujing. My brain must be broken. She tapped her head to force herself to wake up a little. It must have been the alcohol driving me crazy. Even if Lu Mujing is sincere, things can't move this fast. How long have I even known him? Do I really understand him? She was strolling down the street when a red sedan suddenly appeared and slowly pulled up beside her. Joni was looking at her from inside the car, signaling for her to get in. Get in. I'll take you home. Ying smiled politely and waved her off. No thanks. I could still catch the last bus. But beneath her calm expression, her mind was full of questions. I remember Dr. Wong likes Lu Mujing. After seeing what happened today, she's still offering to take me home herself? She definitely has an ulterior motive. As if she knew what Ying was thinking, Joni kept pressing her to get in. Ying, you don't have a problem with me, do you? Is that why you won't ride in my car? Under that invisible pressure, Ying grew more and more uneasy and could only say no. She thought, since she's already put it that way, and she did take care of me as a patient before, I'll just accept the ride. After she got in, Joni immediately praised her in a barbed tone. You looked very pretty today. Ying could only nod. Thank you. Then Joni began bringing up things from the past, trying to overpower her with sheer presence. Actually, every year there are lots of girls like you who want to climb in his second brother's bed. So far, you're the most successful one. Ying looked out the window, thoughtfully turning those words over in her mind. Girls like me? She felt irritated and aggrieved, but for a moment couldn't find the words to retort. I knew she had an agenda, but I didn't expect her to tear off her mask of sisterly affection this quickly and be so blunt about it. Fine, I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. In stark contrast to Ying's discomfort, Joni was quite pleased with her own sarcasm. Anyway, good luck. I thank you. But Ying answered Joni's smugness with a gentle, calm smile. Thank you. I'll do my best to make this relationship last more than 30 years. I was going to be a bit polite for old time's sake, but Dr. Wong, you've gone too far, so there's no need for me to keep being courteous. Ying's counterattack nearly drove Joni insane with rage, yet left her helpless. Does this damn girl not understand plain language? Do I really have to spell it out? She finally lost patience completely, too lazy to beat around the bush anymore, and went straight to the point. You climbed into second brother's bed for money, didn't you? Name your price. As long as it's reasonable, I can pay it. The more provoked she became, the more Ying struck back with words that sounded harmless, but hit with deadly precision. 100 million. Can you afford it? After successfully infuriating Joni, the look on her face was practically that of someone ready to devour Ying alive. Are you messing with me? Seeing that she had gained the upper hand, Ying continued adding fuel to the fire. How much you should give me depends on how much Lu Mujing is worth. Joni was just about to snap back when her phone suddenly rang. Who's calling? She picked up at once, and a furious roar came through the line. Wong Joni, you bitch! If you didn't come to me, where the hell are you going? Are you trying to use this chance to run away? On the other end, Qin Feng was lying on a bed in gray pajamas, angrily smashing a wine glass onto the floor. I'm giving you 10 minutes to crawl over here on your knees and appear in front of me, or I'll release all those intimate videos of you in the garden for the high society crowd to see. I'm sure your big brother Lu would love to see what you look like under me. Qin Feng's threat drained all color from Joni's face in an instant. She was driving, and Ying, sitting beside her, also sensed the sudden change in her emotions and behavior and immediately became alert. What's wrong with her now? The car, which had been speeding down the road, suddenly slammed on the brakes. The abrupt stop startled Ying, and Joni shrieked at her, "Get out! You've dirted my car. You don't deserve my money, and following second brother won't get you any benefits either." Faced with that humiliation, Ying unfastened her seatbelt and prepared to get out. "Oh, right. I still have 100 yuan in my mass packet. It's the money from the bar tasting." She simply couldn't swallow this insult, so she opened her wallet and took out the money. "Here, car wash fee. Keep the change." With that, she got out of the car and tossed the banknote back inside, as if she were throwing away trash. "And one more thing. I definitely won't let your encouragement go to waste, Dr. Wong. I'll stay with Lu Mujing for a very, very long time. The banknote landed on her, and Joni screamed at her, "Get lost." The banknote was swept up into the air by the gust from a speeding car as it drove away. Seeing that Joni hadn't taken it, and feeling that wasting money was a sin, Ying picked it up again. Sigh. Some people clearly have perfectly good eyes, yet can't see equality between people. They only have a mouth, and all it does is spit barbed remarks. Seeing a street performer by the sidewalk making money by playing guitar, she walked over and handed the bill to him. As she walked on, she thought again of Lu Mujing. How strange. Why did I feel like competing with Wang Joni? In the past, I definitely would have valued money more. Could it be because of Lu Mujing? She shook her head, trying to throw his image out of her mind. No, I can't keep thinking about him. Reaching a public bike station, she took out her phone and scanned the code, planning to ride home. Rather than asking for trouble, I'd better get myself together. Then she pedaled off into the night, heading home. So much happened today. I should get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow will be a beautiful brand new day. The scene shifted, and a week later, Ying officially joined the Lu Corporation. The towering, magnificent skyscraper of the Lu Corporation stood before her. While completing her onboarding, she met Kong Yu, the leader of the design team, who introduced things as she led her along. Our design department has 3 teams in total, A, B, and C. Each has around 10 people. I'm Kong Yu, leader of Team A. From now on, you can follow me. You can call me Sister Yu or Master, whichever you like. Ying listened energetically to the introduction. Master, but Kong Yu still had an important question for her. Come on, let me test you first. She looked at Ying and said in a gentle tone, usually, when a project begins, the development department contacts the client first, and then it's handed over to the designer for communication and confirmation. So what does the designer need to do next? Ying confidently answered the somewhat difficult question. The designer needs to produce the drawings, calculate material costs, and hand them over to the development department for quotation. After the development department wins the bid, the designer also has to regularly visit the site to follow up on construction. Ying's confident answer won Kong Yu's quiet approval. Throughout the entire process, the designer, development department, technical construction department, and the client all stay in very close contact. Naturally, for large bidding projects, the designer also needs to work together with the development department sales manager. By the time they reached the bidding site, Kong Yu was smiling brightly. Very good. Then, feeling quite reassured, she handed Ying the draft materials for the next project. This is the information for the stadium project. Take a look at it first. As she passed over the materials, she didn't forget to add a few reminders. Inside you'll find the project name, the developer's contact information, the bidding time, the construction start date, the specifications, and the intended use. Ying answered politely, all right. The moment she received the file, she opened it and started reading. So it's related to the structure and room allocation of the stadium design project. This isn't a small project. I have to treasure this opportunity Master has given me and achieve something. Sitting at her desk, she carefully reviewed every page of the project. Just as she was concentrating on work, the phone beside her rang. It was a message from Lu Mujing. Come to the general manager's office on the 21st floor. Lu Mujing is looking for me. She picked up her phone and read the message, but an inexplicable sense of suspicion and unease rose in her heart. Why do I suddenly feel like a lamb walking into a tiger's den? In the general manager's office, Lu Mujing had already laid out a lavish spread of food and was waiting for her. Lu Mujing, what are you doing? The moment she stepped into the office, Mujing appeared out of nowhere, pinned her against the door, and locked both her hands above her head. I've already been very restrained. I only secretly called you up during lunch break to have a meal with me. That doesn't count as interfering with your work, does it? Mujing trapped her in the corner, holding her hands down so she couldn't move. I've already been very restrained. I only secretly called you up during lunch break to have a meal with me. That doesn't count as interfering with your work, does it? His expression was cool, but there was a trace of a smile in the corner of his eyes as he handed her a black card. Also, did you forget something? This card contains the money Jean Lin and the others lost to you that night. Hearing that, Ying stammered awkwardly. You should keep it, President Lu. All of a sudden, the money no longer felt so easy to accept. At the way she addressed him, he clearly showed his displeasure. President Lu? Before she could react, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips, catching her completely off guard and leaving her no chance to resist. Apparently still unsatisfied, he even gave her a light bite, as if punishing her. Use another form of address. Mujing, or just Ching, is fine too. He showed no intention of letting her go, making Ying's entire face flush red. It clearly didn't hurt, but Lu Mujing's sense of pressure was simply too strong. This kind of punishment made her heart race even more than the kiss itself. What's more, Lu Mujing had that gentle, elegant, noble face. Yet once the forcefulness hidden in his bones revealed itself, it became impossible to resist. His expression was dark, but his tone was frighteningly gentle. From now on, every time you call me the wrong thing, I'll bite you once. Hearing that, her heartbeat sped up, and even fine sweat appeared at her temples. Lu Mujing, Mujing, Ching. What do I do? I can't say it out loud, and it feels way too strange. But I'm also afraid that if I say it wrong, he'll bite me again. She truly couldn't take it anymore and struggled free from his embrace. Xiaoshi really is stubborn, but he simply raised a hand and gently ruffled her hair, as if soothing her and also making a promise about what would happen next. Xiaoshi, once Lu Ran returns to the country, I'll personally go speak with him and make things between us clear. All right? Ying was a little surprised to hear that. So Lu Ran had gone abroad. Huh? When did Lu Ran leave the country? No wonder he hasn't come to bother me lately. His eyes held many emotions as he looked at Ying and brought the topic back to the point. You don't like Lu Ran, or rather, you may even hate him. But you like me, right? Faced with his bold, fearless presence, she stammered like a little kitten. Anyway, I really don't like Lu Ran. He tilted his head slightly, as if forcing her to confirm the answer. HM, you're avoiding the question. Does that mean that when you said you liked me, it wasn't all fake? So when you kissed me before while I was drunk, was that sincere too? Backlashed by her own lie, she could only turn her head away and change the subject. Why you? Why are you still bringing up the past? Her heart suddenly lurched, her eyes widened, and even her words came out in a stammer. He suddenly pulled her tightly into his arms, as if unwilling to let her escape anymore. From the moment you asked me about the belt, you were the one provoking me. Since I've decided to begin, I won't allow you to end it. Ying was completely unable to process all this information and could only stand there blankly. Why is this man always so interested in my body? I have no idea what you're talking about. Even though she kept retreating again and again, Mujing remained patient and gentle, as if convinced she understood everything. No, you do understand. You just aren't willing to trade your body for fleeting pleasure. After saying that, he turned to leave, but didn't forget to glance back at her. The way she looked now was like a little deer that had mistakenly wandered into the mortal world. Even her anxiety and fear were so vivid that they tugged painfully at the heart. She thought he was about to leave, but unexpectedly, he suddenly turned back and kissed her lips with blatant possessiveness. Uncle, uncle! Knocking kept sounding from outside the door. Li Chunwei is outside. Has Lu Mujing gone crazy? Seeing that she wasn't focusing at all, he punished her by biting her lip hard. The knocking continued without pause, along with an anxious shout. Uncle, are you there? It's Chunwei. It was as if she had suddenly remembered something. Terrified, she opened her mouth as if to cry out, yet didn't dare make a sound. Earlier, because I heard that Li Chunwei was secretly transferring assets out of the Lu Corporation, he must hold a grudge against me. If he finds out I'm with Lu Mujing, he'll definitely seize the chance to retaliate against me. Seeing that her face was filled with fear and worry, he teased her even while soothing her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Wait behind the door for a moment. Her heart pounded wildly, but she still did as he said, hoping to avoid the threat outside. As long as I hide here, then when Mujing opens the door, if Li Chunwei doesn't come in, he won't discover me. He was a little annoyed that she had bitten his lip open, yet his tone still carried indulgence. Are you a dog or something? Hearing him scold her, she instantly bristled and refused to let herself lose out. Serves you right. Who told you to still be doing that at a time like this? In the end, she was too embarrassed to say the last few words. Kiss me. She had thought he would get angry, but instead he gently wiped the corner of her mouth for her, catching her off guard. Those teasing eyes of his looked at her, without the slightest bit of seriousness. You man, you're really shameless in some ways. After knocking for so long without getting a response, Chunwei simply barged in. Uncle, the door wasn't locked, so I came in. Seeing that he was about to step inside, Mujing quickly moved forward and blocked the doorway. What is it? Although the conversation outside the door was calm, the woman behind it was trembling all over in fright. I am sorry, Uncle. I waited a long time, and no one opened the door, so Li Chunwei's explanation meant nothing to Lu Mujing. That still doesn't mean you can just open the door and barge in. Seeing Lu Mujing's unfriendly attitude, he scratched his head timidly. Uncle, about the company losses from before, I'll definitely make them up in full next week. Please be lenient with me this time. Yang is still little. If I stay at home all day, how is he supposed to look at his father in the future? Those words did move Lu Mujing somewhat. That's true. Seeing his expression soften, Qing Wei's eyes lit up. Uncle, I absolutely won't make the same mistake again. I promise. As if he wanted to send him away as quickly as possible, Lu Mujing went along perfunctorily. Of course, I naturally trust you. After all, we're family. But things were not that simple. So he added, it's just that this accounting issue also involves other finance staff under investigation. If I let you return to the finance department, the other employees will be dissatisfied. He had thought he would be reinstated, but that was clearly not the case at all. Then what do you mean, Uncle? Thinking blandly that he might as well give him an answer and a solution, so he would leave sooner, Lu Mujing said, the Lu Group has an overseas project recently. Go abroad for now and lie low. Once you achieve results on that project, I'll think of a way to bring you back. The moment he heard he was being sent overseas, Qing Wei shuddered in fear. But a project like that takes years, at the very least. Yang is still young. He can't be away from me for that long. Seeing that he still wanted to refuse, Lu Mujing stepped closer with a cold face. If you're worried, I'll take good care of Yang. Realizing there was no room to turn things around, he could only say he would leave. Then I'll head back first. Damn it, isn't Lu Mujing just exiling me in disguise? He did not leave immediately, but glanced at her. She was standing obediently behind the door, and there were 2 bowls of rice on the table. So there really was someone else in the room. Standing there behind the door, her heart was full of unease. From beginning to end, Lu Mujing had spoken with the calm, steady authority of a family patriarch. Yet every sentence carried an irresistible pressure. Li Qingwei bringing up Yang to win sympathy was truly pathetic. After closing the door on the guest, Lu Mujing returned to his gentle expression toward her. All right, no one will come disturb us anymore. Sit down and eat lunch. She merely answered coldly, though ripples stirred in her heart. In truth, Lu Mujing's face really was worth admiring, mature, profound, and carrying a gentle yet invisible aura of pressure. Before she even sat down, he asked while wiping his hands, by the way, Team Leader Kong is a senior designer I recruited personally. Hearing that, she irritably emphasized her own ability again. To put it plainly, I got into the Lu Group because I won that competition on my own merits. You make it sound like I owe you a favor. Sitting upright in the chair with one leg crossed over the other, he said, Oh, then repay me with your body or become my son's mother. There was a hint of wicked teasing on his face, though he still seemed thoughtful. Actually, you already are. Hearing this, her hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly, and she was badly startled. Why does he always say such terrifying things when I'm completely off guard? Seeing her frightened, Lu Mujing continued teasing her. If you won't repay me with your body, then I have a banquet tonight. Seeing that she was forcing herself to repay the favor somehow, he deliberately made another request. I want stir-fried pork kidneys. Although she felt utterly disgusted inside, she only dared dislike him in her heart. Even though I hate how improper Lu Mujing can be, and I don't want anything further to develop between us, I really can feel that he values and supports my career very much. In the corridor, 2 people stood by the high-rise window, looking outside. The finance director, who was also Li Qingwei's confidant. Director Han, are you sure the new intern, Tang Yining, went into the general manager's office at noon? Han Ba stood respectfully behind Li Qingwei, who was scheming about something. 100% sure, Manager Li. I've been keeping an eye on the general manager's office exactly as you instructed. His vicious expression was reflected in the glass. If Lu Mujing is no longer president, then won't the risks of all the mistakes I made disappear as well? Tang Yining is Lu Yuan's fiancé. I'd like to see how Lu Yuan feels when he learns Tang Yining is fooling around in Lu Mujing's bed. Will the old master still let that uncle who has disgraced the ancestors continue to run the Lu Group? Thinking of this, he instructed Han Ba to do something underhanded. Han Ba, help me handle something. Han Ba immediately bent slightly and replied respectfully, just give the order, Manager Li. In a large swimming pool, a man was floating on his back, enjoying the flow of the water. A few days later, far across the ocean, in the private pool of a luxury hotel in France. Lying there, he thought about what he had done in the past. After receiving Liang Shurua's message in France that day, I didn't dare waste even a second. I immediately bought the fastest flight and rushed over. Standing before that empty room with its doors wide open, his heart suddenly sank. I was still one step too late. He suddenly snapped his eyes open and stared fiercely at the sky. Where exactly did Liang Naoqing take Liang Shirlu? Even in his dreams, he was still crazily longing for that girl. Liang Shirlu. He sat up at once and shouted, "Sis, where are you?" By the edge of the pool, his phone began to vibrate. Someone was calling. The ringtone sang. "Who am I in your eyes? Whom do you want me to replace?" It was an unfamiliar number, but he still answered, wanting to see what the other party was after. "Who is this?" On the other end, it was most likely one of Li Qingwei's people. "Young Master Lu, I heard your fiancé and your younger uncle booked a room with a king-size bed at Riverbank Villas. Would you like to come back and take a look yourself?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan froze completely, his face full of shock. What? She was wearing a maid outfit and helping a friend deliver drinks. "Sure. How's your internship at the Lu Group going? Has anything melodramatic happened, like a domineering CEO ordering the entire staff to work overtime for the sake of love?" Dejected, she sighed and swirled the wine glass in her hand without even looking at her friend. "Put away your imagination. There's absolutely no possibility between me and Lu Mujing." Chu Jimin rested her chin on both hands, still analyzing with great interest. "Why not? Based on what I've observed recently." Seeing Jimin's thoughts grow more and more outrageous, she raised her hand and tapped her on the head. "He has a 4-year-old son. Do you want me to go be someone's stepmother?" She had thought those words would put an end to her friend's fantasies, but instead, they only made her more excited. "Wouldn't that be even better? You wouldn't have to go through the pain of childbirth or the hardship of pregnancy, and you'd get an adorable son for free." The two were chatting so intently that they did not notice someone in the distance, secretly taking photos of them. "What exactly goes on in that head of yours all day?" The person taking the photos entered a room to report to his boss, who was sitting there leisurely, shaking his leg. "Boss, we've already gotten confirmation from above. She really is Tang Yinning." He immediately slapped the table, his eyes shining, his whole face full of excitement at the prospect of causing trouble. "Waiter, I forgot my cigarettes in the back seat of my car. Go get them for me. The car is parked in area license plate ending in 588. Here's the key." She immediately took the key as requested by the customer. "Of course, sir." Then she entered the elevator as instructed, her expression calm, as if she had no idea what was about to happen. Come to think of it, that customer kept shaking his leg just now. He looked like someone with a serious addiction. He told me to get his cigarettes. Could it be something illegal? On alert, she pulled out her phone, preparing to call the police. "Better be careful. I need to be ready to call the police at any time." Unexpectedly, someone suddenly covered her mouth with a cloth soaked in drugs. The smell was overpowering. Once the drug took effect, she collapsed helplessly to the floor without mercy. Damn it. After she lost consciousness, the two men continued carrying out their plan. "Boss, Tang Yinning has fainted. Room 1209, right?" "Understood, no problem." One of them picked up her phone and typed according to the original plan. "Use her phone to send Lu Mujing a message. Then make anonymous calls to Lu Yuan and the media and get them all over here." With an evil grin, he picked up a syringe and laughed smugly. "Haha, as long as I give her an injection of this aphrodisiac, tonight she and Lu Mujing will definitely." Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, he was still gently swirling his wine glass amid the flattering voices around him. President Lu is truly extraordinarily handsome. He radiates charm and is practically without flaws. Haha. If he has any flaw at all, it's that he's too perfect. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Yinning. "Mujing, I'm waiting for you in room 1209 at Riverbank Villas. Come quickly. I have a secret to tell you. Remember, come alone." Suspicious, he immediately called back, but no one answered. No answer. Something's wrong. And at that very crucial moment, someone came over to offer him a toast. "President Lu, let me toast you." Without saying a word, he downed the wine in a single gulp. President Lu can really drink. After finishing, he stood and excused himself. "Please continue enjoying yourselves, everyone. Something has come up at home." Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct Assistant Chin. "Assistant Chin, stay here and continue accompanying the guests at dinner. If anything comes up, call me. Yes, President Lu, don't worry. Then he hurried off to find her. Ying would never call me Mujing, and she definitely wouldn't take the initiative to ask me to her room at Riverbank Villas. Meanwhile, she had already regained consciousness, but the aphrodisiac was also starting to take effect. She felt as if every bit of moisture in her body had been sucked dry, leaving her unbearably thirsty. Stumbling, she rushed into the bathroom looking for water. So thirsty. I need water. She threw herself at the sink as if she wanted to drink every drop of water in it. Cough. It still feels awful. So hot, like I'm burning. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato, in agonizing pain, yet she still had not realized she had been drugged. Damn it, someone must have set me up. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned on the shower. Working in bars for so many years, my caution and quick wits helped me avoid a lot of danger and embarrassment. I never thought I'd still fall into a trap tonight. Water streamed down from the shower head, drenching her from head to toe. But that water could not suppress the feverish heat raging through her because of the drug, and she collapsed to sit on the floor. Someone save me. This is unbearable. It's torture. Just as she struggled desperately, Lu Mujing had already arrived at the door, calling her name. Ying. He was stunned speechless by the scene before him. She was sitting on the soaking wet floor, and under the drug's effect, her whole body exuded a forbidden sensuality as she called his name. Mujing. Without a word, he stepped forward, turned off the shower, then sat down and helped her, whose consciousness was gradually blurring, up from the floor. Xiaoshi, why is your body so hot? Not letting her say more, he looked grave and scooped her up into his arms. Let's get out first. You'll catch a cold like this. Controlled by the drug, her mind was a complete haze, unable to tell who was who. In her dazed state, she heard that familiar voice and knew it was Lu Mujing, but the thoughts in her head were too jumbled for her to keep thinking. She suddenly lifted her head and kissed his lips, making his whole body stiffen, but he quickly kissed her back. His lips are so soft. No matter how many times I kiss them, it's never enough. After a long, deep kiss, the two finally parted, both their faces flushed red. Don't move around, Xiaoshi. She's clinging to me this tightly. When he reached the bed, he laid her down securely. Her burning body temperature was pushing his reason closer and closer to the edge of collapse. Looking at her lying on the bed, he was deeply dissatisfied with himself. Why is someone as proud as I am so stubborn whenever it comes to pursuing her? He sank into his own thoughts. 5 years ago, the Asia-Pacific group had been at the height of its glory, only to be jointly suppressed and framed by a group of hostile forces. His career suffered a dramatic upheaval, and everything was hanging by a thread. That year, the newspapers were almost entirely filled with his scandals. Latest news from last month. The Asia-Pacific group, which had just climbed to the top of the luxury hotel chain rankings, has recently become embroiled in a scandal involving toxic materials used in guest rooms, causing guests to be hospitalized. The slender, proud back of a young girl, his first love, with whom marriage had already been under discussion, left decisively and married someone else in country. At the police station, a woman was sitting there being questioned by 2 officers. At the same time, his mother, who had long since divorced his father, allowed incriminating evidence to fall into Liang Naoqing's hands and was on the verge of going to prison. At the hardest moment of his life, in order to get his mother out, he was forced to submit to Liang Naoqing, hand over 10% of the Asia-Pacific Group shares, and marry Liang Naoqing's daughter, Liang Shirua. But in the end, he struck back successfully and took everything back. After lying low for a year, he decided to counterattack, his gaze fixed firmly on her as he gently placed a hand on her forehead. To keep others from using marriage to threaten and scheme against him ever again, he decided to have a child. With an heir, he could sever the plots of those evil people. And yet, at the most unexpected moment, Ying appeared. That was the first time he had seen her. A one-way pane of glass stood between them. She could not see him, but he could see her. What makes you think you'll be chosen? Faced with his question, tinged with mockery and testing, her expression remained calm. If I'm chosen, the Annie from the orphanage who raised me can be given priority for surgery as a donor's family member, and part of the surgery cost can be waived. My reason for donating is very simple. I just want to repay kindness. He said nothing more, only feeling very satisfied with her. It's her confidence, courage, character, intelligence, and the kindness deep in her bones captivated him profoundly. Sitting in the car, he watched Ying drag her suitcase through the university gates. At that time, she had only just started college, with a bright future ahead of her. He did not want to disturb her daily life, and merely paid occasional attention to how she was doing. Lu Mujing observed her every move from above like that. After watching several times, he discovered that her life with the Tan family was not a good one. Besides attending school, she had to work several jobs to earn tuition and living expenses, and she even continued helping support the orphanage. 3 years later, he completed his studies abroad and returned home to develop his career. When they met again that night at the bar, with just one glance, that girl was young, confident, pure, yet also carried the charm of a mature woman. And what he least expected was this. I never imagined that by a twist of fate, the old master would actually choose her as his granddaughter-in-law. She had already fallen fast asleep on the soft bed. Looking back now, perhaps from the very first time he saw her, he had never been able to forget her again. Meeting you again today only makes me more certain. The only person it can be is you. Her. You are the one I want. He gently caressed her sleeping face. I don't want to hide behind the scenes and secretly watch you anymore. When the time is right, I want to hold your hand and stand before everyone, so they know that you are Lu Mujing's woman. Feeling the coolness in his palm, she rubbed her head against it, greedily seeking that little bit of coolness. That action made him stiffen instantly, and he was almost unable to control himself. He could only hurry to take her away from this dangerous place. The noisy voices outside were getting closer and closer. It's right here, hurry. The corridor outside the door was already crowded with reporters and cameras. Fortunately, he had locked the door when he came in. The reporters had arrived even faster than he had expected. The police would probably be showing up soon to join the commotion as well. Who exactly was behind this, and what was the purpose? Irritated, he pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Zalem, why aren't you here yet? But she suddenly sat up and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, startling him. Ying. Her face was flushed red from the drug's torment as she looked up at him with tearful eyes. Water. Do you have water? Just then, the phone happened to ring, and she reached up to touch his face. Xiaoshi, don't do this at a time like this. It was actually Lu Yuan calling. He answered to see what was going on while still dealing with her as she continued to cling to him. What is it? Lu Yuan was driving, his face ugly, and carefully asked Lu Mujing, Uncle, where are you? She suddenly lunged at him and bit his neck hard, making his face twist in pain. Uncle, because she bit him so fiercely he cried out in pain. Hearing such an intimate sound from the other end of the line, Lu Yuan was instantly consumed by rage. He demanded harshly, unwilling to believe the other party was actually telling the truth. Uncle, what are you doing? I understand everything now. Annoyed by the questioning, he retorted coldly, What I'm doing is none of your business. Then he hung up while she was still busy nibbling at his shoulder. He deliberately teased her. Xiaoshi, at this rate there won't be a single patch of unbroken skin left on my shoulder. By now the drug had fully taken effect, and soft, suggestive moans kept spilling from her lips. MMHN. Lu Mujing. Looking at her, the thought of simply going along with it arose in his heart. So what if Lu Yuan sees? So what if the entertainment media spreads wild rumors? I was going to marry her anyway. Who dares point fingers at the woman I love? With that, he lowered his head and deeply kissed her lips. He reached up and gripped the back of her head as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Her lips were so sweet, like pudding, making it impossible to stop. And while he was focused on kissing her, she deftly undid the buttons of his shirt. When her hand reached for his belt and tried to undo it, he froze. He pressed his body against hers and caught Yin Ying's restless hand. You silly little fool. Are you really that interested in my belt? Haven't I taught you before? He suddenly pinned her down on the bed, tightly restraining both her hands as he kissed her greedily. At this moment, Ying had been drugged, and her consciousness was gradually slipping away. But Lu Mujing struggled to stay clear-headed. Wait, if I, looking at the drugged and utterly weakened Ying, his reason slowly returned. She had no strength to resist at all right now. I have to protect her. I absolutely cannot let her become a target for everyone, nor let her become a sacrifice in a power struggle. Lu Mujing looked at Ying with pity, smiled faintly, and said softly, Ying, when we're safe, when you're awake again, we'll continue, all right? Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Lu Mujing by the collar. Anger appeared on her face, leaving Lu Mujing helpless. Ying said, I want to dissect those too. He could only look at her in resignation, wondering how she could be dazed 1 second and lucid the next. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a voice called from outside. Uncle, open the door. Outside the door, Lu Yuan banged on it furiously and shouted, Tang Yining, open up. He turned his head and ordered, break the door down. I'll pay for all the damage. Hearing that, the people with him answered tremblingly, Why yes, young master. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward, and with a loud crash, the door was smashed open. Hurry, hurry! The moment the door gave way, a crowd of reporters surged inside. Don't shove, don't shove. Lu Yuan pushed past the reporters and charged to the front, saying as he walked, move aside. He thought to himself, I still came too late. At that moment, Lu Yuan's face was dark and terrifying with anger. Something must have happened between Uncle and Tang Yining. The reporters, standing in the empty room, immediately erupted in confusion. Huh? Why is no one here? Wasn't there supposed to be major news? Lu Yuan pulled out his phone and made a call, his expression turning ugly. You played me? Everyone's playing me, aren't they? Lu Yuan seemed no longer able to maintain his composure. He raised the phone and demanded angrily, Uncle, where are you right now? I want to see you. From the other end came the reply, What exactly is it? Your Honor, you're not usually this reckless. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the other end, seductively soft. Who keeps calling? So annoying. Be good, go take a shower first. Hearing that, he froze, and his expression softened. Isn't that? After hearing the voice, Yuaner asked, Uncle, are you with your girlfriend? You've never mentioned her before. On the other end, Mujing replied casually, No, it's just a line from a movie. Didn't you want to talk about something? Meet me at Gelta Bar in an hour. In the room next door, Lu Mujing hung up. Sitting beside him, Wang Zhanluan said in a coy voice, Honey, I want to take a bath with you. At once, Wang Zhanluan dropped the act and returned to normal, letting out a long breath. Phew, that was thrilling. If I'd been 1 second later, moving the two of you from the balcony into the next room, your nephew would have found you. Lu Mujing's face darkened, and a terrifying killing intent radiated from him, making Zhanluan tremble. You dared to be late over something this important, and you still have the nerve to turn this into a horror show? Startled and afraid, he hurriedly explained, I was wrong, second brother. The traffic was terrible, so in the end, I came by helicopter. Zhanluan quickly changed the subject and asked in a low voice, Then what about her now? Otherwise, second brother Lu. Lu Mujing hurriedly pulled her clothes down to cover Yin Ying's body, then turned to ask Wang Zhanluan, startling him so badly that he flinched on instinct. Where are you looking? Embarrassed and frightened, Wang Zhanluan quickly turned his face away and dared not look again. Then carry on. Anyway, it's very safe here. At that moment, Yining dazedly lifted her head. Mujing said gently to her, Yining. Her cheeks were flushed, her beauty alluring and intoxicating, as she weakly said, Water. I still want water. Faced with Yin Ying's temptation, Mujing restrained himself with all his strength, afraid of hurting her. He thought, yes, I could take her while she's not in her right mind, but what I want most is her heart. He turned to Wang Zhanluan and said, Zhanluan, take Yining to Johnny. Maybe Johnny has a way to help her. Hearing that, Wang Zhanluan answered in some surprise, Huh? Oh, okay. He scratched his cheek and thought, second brother can actually hold back. Impressive. Lu Mujing's expression was icy, brimming with murderous intent, his gaze sharp as frost. As for the owner of Shun, I'll have someone contact him. He continued, After that, I'll speak to him personally. Hearing that, Zhanluan immediately replied, Understood. Inside the luxurious Gelta bar, Lu Mujing lounged on the sofa with a glass of wine in hand and asked calmly, You were in such a hurry to find me. What is it? Lu Yuan stared at Mujing, thinking to himself, I can't read a thing from Uncle's deep, steady eyes. Lu Mujing was best at concealing his schemes, ambitions, and calculations. His methods and mind were far beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, he could never have taken Asia-Pacific Group from the domestic market to the global stage in just 5 years. Looking at that calm face, tinged with a trace of coldness, he continued thinking, if it weren't for the ambiguous relationship between him and Tang Yining, he would still be the uncle I respected. Yuaner kept a calm face and got straight to the point. Someone said you and Yining were together on the big bed in the villa. What do you have to say about that? Hearing this, Lu Mujing showed no fear at all. He slowly set down his wine glass and said, She and I were indeed in the same room. Hearing Lu Mujing's answer, Lu Yuan was shocked. You too. Lu Mujing remained calm and continued slowly, but when I saw Ying, she seemed to have already been drugged. I've already had someone send her to the hospital. When he heard Ying had been drugged, Yuan said angrily, "Who would dare do something like that?" Mujing continued calmly, "Indeed, that person is very bold. What I'm curious about is who told you that Ying and I were together." When Mujing questioned him, Lu Yuan answered honestly, "It was from an unknown number. I don't know who called." Mujing still looked indifferent, though a faint smile curved at his lips. "That person is far too bold. I'll have to take a little of that courage away from him." Folding his arms, Lu Yuan said seriously, "No matter what, there's no smoke without fire. The fact that Ying appeared in your home is improper in itself. Sooner or later, even uglier rumors may spread." Lu Mujing lifted his hand and tapped lightly as he said, "If she wants to leave, she can go any time." Hearing that, Yuan immediately stood up and said, "Once she graduates, I'll get engaged to her. From then on, she'll be my woman. Anyway, you're still single right now. When the time comes, I'll make sure she knows her place." Seeing this, Lu Mujing merely propped his head on one hand, closed his eyes, and said in a leisurely, ambiguous tone, "Indeed, if she later takes the title of Mrs. Lu, then unnecessary relationships really should be cleaned up." He opened his eyes to look at him and said with a faint smile, "However, matters of the heart cannot be guarded against." Yuan folded his arms and asked somewhat coldly, "Which hospital is Ying in?" Mujing stood up and straightened his clothes. "Probably First People's Hospital. I didn't ask for the exact details. I'm leaving first." He turned and walked away, thinking as he went, "It seems that the moment Yuan heard I was with Ying, he rushed back from France in a panic. He was only being used by someone else." At this moment, Yuan pulled out a cigarette case, lit one, and began smoking. Looking at him, Mujing thought, judging from his attitude now, he probably still doesn't know about Liang Shirlu boarding the ship with his child 4 years ago. Otherwise, he would have gone mad already. He walked calmly out of the bar, but his thoughts still did not stop. Actually, just now I could have directly told him that Tang, Ying is my woman. A server opened the door for him and bowed respectfully. "Goodbye, President Lu." As he walked, he kept thinking about Ying. But what I most want to know is, when you face the entanglement between Yuan and Xiaoshi in the future, how will you react? Just then, a car drove up to pick him up, and a man got out and respectfully opened the car door for him. "Goodbye, President Lu." As Lu Mujing got into the car, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Wang Zhanluan. He answered, and Zhanluan said from the other end, "Second brother, I checked the surveillance footage. In the parking lot, 2 men injected sister-in-law with an anesthetic, and their faces were clearly captured on video. What should we do next?" Mujing's tone was icy, his killing intent fully exposed. "What should we do? Show them no mercy." The next day, Ying woke up in a bedroom. She rubbed her head, her face somewhat pale, and thought, "I'm so tired. It feels like I just survived a disaster." At that moment, she also remembered what had happened when she was drugged and immediately panicked, crying out, "I remember now." She hurriedly checked her body and thought, although I don't know what happened afterward. After I was drugged, I wasn't violated. She slowly got out of bed and, on full alert, reached for the bedside lamp nearby. "Where's this?" "The nightgown I'm wearing is very." She gripped the lamp tightly and carefully moved forward until a voice sounded. After she took the antidote yesterday, her condition stabilized, and then she fell asleep. She looked around and seemed to recognize the voice. This voice is... That woman was actually Wang Johnny. Seeing that Ying was awake, she said to the person on the phone, "Zhanluan, I'll hang up now. She's awake, so I'll go prepare breakfast for her." Seeing Johnny, Ying felt a little helpless and thought, "Sigh." I ran into her again. Ying slowly lowered the lamp in her hand and asked shyly, "Dr. Wang, why am I at your house?" Johnny slowly rolled her chair over and explained, "You were knocked out last night. Second brother saved you and had Zhanluan bring you here, so I could treat you." Hearing this, Ying was a little surprised. "Is that so?" Ying rubbed her head and tried hard to recall what happened last night. "So Lu Mujing saved me last night, but why don't I remember any of it?" Wang Johnny sat down by the table and beckoned her over. "Eat some breakfast first. It's Saturday today. No need to rush. I'll have the driver take you back later." Ying walked over and slowly pulled out a chair to sit down. Her gaze suddenly fell on a newspaper lying on the chair. An eye-catching print. The headline read, "Asia-Pacific President Enters Luxury Hotel with a Nation's Goddess." Seeing the article, her expression changed, touched by a trace of disappointment. She thought, so last night Lu Mujing and the actress Ning Kawan also went to Shuangjiang Villa. No wonder he was able to save me. She sat down and slowly ate as if nothing had happened, but inwardly Naturally, she thought, so what? What reason do I have to feel bad? Sitting across from her, Wang Johnny sipped tea while watching her reaction. Didn't she see the headline and the photo? Then Wang Johnny deliberately spoke in a light tone. All right, the maid bought this magazine this morning. It shouldn't have been left here. I'm so sorry you had to see it. Ying acted as if she didn't care at all and directly ignored the implication in her words. It's fine, she thought. She brought it up on purpose, didn't she? Was she afraid I hadn't noticed? As the two of them ate breakfast together, Johnny continued, most of those entertainment reports are unreliable. Second brother and Ning Kahuan probably only went to the hotel to discuss work last night. I don't even think Ning Kahuan is prettier than you. I don't know what second brother sees in her. Hearing that, Ying replied politely, maybe Ning Kahuan has a better personality than I do. Ying showed a bright smile, seemingly not caring at all about Muching's affairs, and added, or another day, I can ask Lu Mujing for you and see whether he likes Ning Kahuan's face, figure, or something else more. Hearing that, Wang Johnny froze for a moment and quickly said, no need. My second brother isn't that shallow. As she drank her tea, Johnny thought, actually, Ning Kahuan is the secret girlfriend of fourth young Master Sieyanaha. I originally wanted to draw Tang Ying out, get her to badmouth Ning Kahuan, then send a recording to Ning Kahuan and use Sieyana's hand to deal with her. But why won't she take the bait? Wang Johnny continued trying to lead Ying on. But didn't the magazine say the two of them stayed in the room together for 2 hours? What would a man and a woman do alone in a room for 2 hours? Ying calmly ate her breakfast and said casually, weren't you just saying you believe they were only discussing work? And now you're guessing what they did in the room. Aren't you contradicting yourself? What exactly are you trying to say, Wang? She continued, and does Lu Mujing know you care about him this much, and like him this much? Hearing Ying's words, Wang Johnny remained composed and replied, how could I possibly like second brother? There's already a woman he likes in his heart, one he probably can't forget for the rest of his life. Wang Johnny put on an innocent, naive expression as if she knew nothing and deliberately added, though I can't be sure. Sorry, did I hurt your feelings? Ying slowly stood up and replied, why would I be heartbroken? She gave Wang Johnny a proud smile. Like I said before, I definitely won't let your encouragement go to waste, Dr. Wang. I'm going to be with Lu Mujing for a very, very long time. Hearing that, Johnny started getting angry, clutching her skirt tightly with both hands as she forced down her rage. Really? Then that's certainly something to look forward to. Suddenly, Ying realized something. Doesn't Wang Johnny like Lu Mujing? Then why does she have a boyfriend? Ying turned around and said to Wang Johnny with a smile, I'll change my clothes and leave on my own. No need to trouble the driver. Thank you for breakfast, Dr. Wang. She left the dining room and walked along the corridor, thinking, but I've heard some rich young ladies keep male models. Those marks on Johnny's body were clearly. Given her status, who would dare do that to her? In the dining room, Wang Johnny could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Lu Mujing is only enjoying something new for the moment because Tang Ying is different from those refined society ladies. She's not worthy of competing with me. Johnny sharply instructed the maid. Add Fong Ran of the Tang family and her daughter Tang Rui to the guest list for the Wang family tea gathering. The maid bowed and answered, yes, Mississippi Johnny thought. You little bitch, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Meanwhile, at Lu Corporation headquarters, Ying walked while thinking, speaking of which, who exactly sent those two men yesterday? Why did they knock me out? And how was I saved by Lu Mujing? Nothing is clear yet. After I finish working overtime, I need to go report this to the police. As she walked, she saw someone standing ahead waiting for her. The person waiting for her was none other than Lu Yuan. The moment he saw her arrive, he hurriedly asked, you're finally here. Which hospital were you in yesterday? I searched all night, went through every hospital, and still couldn't find you. The moment Ying saw Yuan, she immediately became flustered and afraid. Frantically rubbing her head, she thought, oh no, I ran into this plague god first thing in the morning. Lu Yuan slowly approached her, his face dark, and asked again what exactly happened last night. He moved closer, frightening her into instinctively stepping back. Yuan continued, you were set up. Do you know that? Ying looked straight at him without fear and said, young Master Lu, why are you looking for me? You're showing me so much concern that my fragile little heart can hardly take it. Lu Yuan put a hand on her shoulder and said urgently, Tang Yining, I don't want to waste any more time with you. Once your internship ends, we'll publicly announce our engagement. Looking at Yining, Yuan continued, I'll have the lawyers draft the contract. Starting next week, you'll move into my house. Hearing that, Yining was so shocked she could hardly believe her ears. What? She quickly shook off Lu Yuan's hand and refused seriously. Wait, I don't agree. Yuaner's expression darkened, and he said coldly, I'm not here to ask for your consent. I'm here to inform you. Stubbornly crossing her arms, she frowned and said loudly, What the hell? A forced melon isn't sweet. Do you insist on forcing it anyway? Yining slowly walked past Yuaner, then looked back at him. Young Master Lu, why don't you keep ignoring me like you used to? That was a lot more normal. Yuaner immediately turned around and grabbed her hand. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Yuaner clutched her hand tightly, and she instantly grew annoyed, trying hard to shake him off. Didn't you say you were only here to inform me? If that's the case, then you're done talking. Why do you care whether I listened? Even if I heard you, I'm under no obligation to do as you command. Hearing that, he flew into a rage and gritted out, Tang Yining. His expression was frighteningly dark as he violently shoved her against the wall and pinned her hands. She said impatiently, Hey, can you stop putting your hands on me every chance you get? Yuaner angrily held her down and warned, Tang Yining, stop testing my patience. Once my patience runs out, I don't even know what I might do. Yining felt a little afraid, and her expression dimmed slightly. She thought, something is wrong with Lu Yuan. Did something happen to him abroad? Back then, he wanted to marry me because the old master promised that as long as he married me, he would hand Lu Corporation over to him. If he really... She looked at his tightly furrowed brows and icy expression, then kept thinking. The old master no longer cared about this marriage at all, so why had he become even more stubborn about it instead? She sighed helplessly and could only go along with him against her will. Fine, of course I believe you can do anything. She thought to herself that Lu Yuan's character had never been particularly admirable anyway, and he had never failed to disappoint people. She thought of Lu Mujing, the only person who could help her now. Instead of wasting energy arguing with him, she might as well go find someone who could keep him in line. Borrowing one knife to kill with another, other than the old master, that person was probably Lu Mujing. Clinging tightly to Ying, Lu Yuan shouted angrily, First Liang Shura abandoned me, and now even you don't want me anymore. Why does every one of you want to run away from me? Ying still looked calm, though inwardly she was a little curious. Liang Shura? She thought, wasn't that the woman he used to like? So he was actually telling me this directly. Lu Yuan moved closer and closer, making Ying tremble slightly. He said, Am I, Lu Yuan, really that hateful? She struggled in panic, trying to push him away. Hey, snap out of it. I'm not someone else. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind them, calling his name. Yuan. The person who had come was none other than Lu Mujing. Seeing him, Yuan looked displeased. Uncle, you always show up at the worst possible time. Lu Mujing's expression remained calm, and no emotion could be heard in his voice. It's a day off. There are many people in the office, but the two of you still shouldn't behave so improperly. To Ying, Lu Mujing's appearance was like a ray of light. She hurriedly slipped out of Yuan's arms and nodded repeatedly. Right, Ying. Ying rushed straight to the elevator and pressed the button, preparing to leave. I'm going back to work. Yuan glared at Mujing with displeasure and anger. Uncle, are you here to work overtime too? Or do you have some other purpose? Mujing's expression did not change. He replied blandly, Doesn't the board meeting for the branch you're in charge of start at 9:30 this morning? He turned and walked away, waving a hand as he reminded Yuan, You have half an hour left. Don't be late. Watching Mujing leave, Yuan was filled with rage. Standing there, he said, It's always like this. It feels like my fist is landing in cotton. I can't use any strength at all. In fury, he slammed his fist into the wall and cracked the surface. This feeling of never being able to figure out his boundaries was what irritated him most. He looked at the hand he had just used to punch the wall, his eyes full of killing intent. Am I going to live under my uncle's shadow for my entire life? At noon, outside the office tower where Ying worked, Ying was working when she looked up and said slowly, President Lu, didn't you say this morning that today was a day off? There weren't many people around, and we shouldn't be so improper? Carrying 2 large bags, Lu Mujing walked over and answered, I only came to see 2 employees working overtime. What's improper about that? Eat while it's hot. Seeing the 2 huge bags of food Mujing had brought, Ying was stunned. My God, this is from the most expensive seafood restaurant in Luning City. This meal must cost at least 20,000 yuan. She suddenly remembered what had happened last night night and scratched her head as she asked, "By the way, how did you save me last night? I only remember being locked in the room. Then, to cool myself down, I ran into the bathroom and poured water over myself." A trace of amusement appeared in Lu Mujing's expression. As he looked at her, he slowly loosened his tie. "And then? Do you really not remember what happened after that?" Hearing this, Ying froze instantly, her face full of shock. "What? Not this again." She looked at Mujing's neck and noticed a red mark there, immediately going still. Wait, that was... Her heart sank at once, and she felt a little down. She thought, so what the magazines wrote was true. Although half of it was hidden by his collar, that red mark was obvious enough to prove that he and Ning Kohan. Just then, seeing Ying staring at him without blinking, Mujing suddenly asked, "What are you looking at?" Then he bent down closer to her and repeated, while she was still dazed, "Do you remember now?" Ying hurriedly stood up and dodged away from Mujing, replying in an irritated tone, "Anyway, I can't remember. And as for President Lu's romantic affairs with Goddess Ning, even what I want to know, I'm afraid you yourself may not be able to explain clearly, so I don't want to ask anymore." Hearing that, Mujing did not get angry. He stepped forward, steadied her, and said gently, "Oh, so you think that I Lu Mujing?" He moved a little closer to Ying and continued, "But I don't mind repeating what happened last night to help you remember." Ying tried to shake him off and yanked her hand back in annoyance. "Lu Mujing, since you already have another woman, then don't touch me." He found it amusing and chuckled softly. "Since when did I have another woman? How come I don't know about it myself? But the way you look when you're jealous is actually pretty cute." Ying ignored him completely, crossed her arms, and stood to one side as she said expressionlessly, "Seriously, President Lu, you're overthinking it. I'll eat anything but jealousy. If you don't want to admit it, then at least cover up the marks on your neck better." Mujing bent down and pulled her tightly into his arms, grabbing her hand and pressing it against himself. "Do you want to undo my collar and see whether that's the bite mark you left?" At those words, Ying looked utterly bewildered. What? Then he slowly guided her hand lower and continued, "These places on my body." Slowly, he guided her hand over his body and asked, "Do they feel familiar?" This instantly made Ying blush bright red. Flustered, she asked, Lu, are you messing with me?" Mujing lifted a hand and gently caressed her face, smiling. "Did you really forget everything? Every place you just touched was somewhere you bit me or held me last night." Hearing Mujing's words, Ying seemed to gradually remember something. Confused, she asked, "How is that possible?" Ying quickly changed the subject. "Yesterday, you and Ning Kohan were photographed together too." She thought, what are these scenes in my head? Oh no, could everything Lu Mujing said actually be true? Mujing's casual reply stunned her. "If I hadn't allowed it, do you think the media could have gotten those photos?" Mujing stood there calmly and explained what had happened. "You were set up yesterday. Someone sent me a message telling me to go to your room, and someone else also sent a message to Yuran. You and I were in the room, while Yuran and the reporters were outside the door. In order to keep you from being exposed, I had people take photos of me and Ning Kohan appearing together to divert public attention." He continued, "Everyone around us knows that Ning Kohan is actually Ayani's secret girlfriend. She and I are just nodding acquaintances." Ying remembered her conversation with Wang Qiaoni that morning and muttered softly, "Everyone around us knows." She thought, that means Wang Qiaoni knew too. So that was why she deliberately asked me that this morning to provoke me into speaking badly of Ning Kohan and offend Ayani. Good thing I don't like gossiping about people behind their backs. Lu Mujing slowly walked up to Ying gently rubbed her head, and smoothed her hair for her. "Also, you don't need to go to the police anymore. Li Qingwei is the one behind this. The people involved are a little complicated, but don't worry, I will definitely make Li Qingwei pay." Hearing that, Ying felt somewhat touched, and her face gradually reddened. In a small voice, she replied, "Oh, actually, I guess it was Li Qingwei too. After all, I offended him before." Lowering her head, Ying said shyly, "The marks on your body, were they really made by me last night?" Her mind was a mess. What should I do? It feels like I may have gone a little too far just now. Mujing slowly sat down, apparently no longer intending to argue about last night. He said, "Since you performed pretty well last night, I'll let it go. I am hungry. Let's eat." Ying suddenly realized something. "Performed? I only bit you a few times, didn't I? Was there something else?" Mujing slowly opened the food containers. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Since you don't remember, don't think about it. It's all over now. I won't do anything to you because of what happened last night. Just treat it as forgotten. Hearing that, Inche grew even more panicked. Her mind became a tangled mess as she desperately tried to recall last night. The more he says that, the less I can forget it. What exactly happened? Ying looked utterly flustered. She took a deep breath and thought, forget it. If I did something, I should take responsibility for it. Inche bowed solemnly to Lu Mujing and apologized. I'm sorry. I misunderstood things between you and Ninkawan just now. Awkward and ashamed, she continued. Also, I really don't remember what happened last night, but if I offended you, I sincerely apologize. I didn't mean to, The more Inche spoke, the more embarrassed and panicked she became. Oh heavens, I really want the ground to open up and swallow me. Sitting in his chair, Mujing looked at Inche with a somewhat smug expression. Since you're so particular about paying back what you owe, does that mean I can bite you back? At those words, Inche jerked her head up, cold sweat breaking out on her back. President Lu, maybe choose something else instead. Still looking smug, Mujing pointed to his own cheek. Then give me a kiss here. Inche was nearly sweating from her forehead now, feeling utterly helpless. Lu Mujing appeared to be in an excellent mood and laughed. Haha, I'm joking. He reached out to feed Inche, catching her off guard. Looking at her with that gentle, soft gaze, Mujing said, at noon tomorrow, the old master is inviting you back to the main residence for a meal. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Her face grew slightly warm. Although last night had not been intentional at this moment, her heart still could not help fluttering because of him. Inche stood up, preparing to leave. I understand. I'll go back to the university library and finish my overtime work. I will. Lu Mujing stood up and wrapped an arm around Inche's waist, startling her. Wait, I'll have someone take you there. Inche struggled lightly and replied, no need. By accident, their faces brushed together, and the scene instantly became both awkward and tinged with a sweet ambiguity. Mujing released her and looked at her gently. Stop overthinking what happened last night, okay? Hearing that, Inche hurriedly explained, that was an accident. I didn't kiss you on purpose, so it doesn't count. Che turned and fled in an instant. Mujing stood where he was, watching her leave. Running off that fast really doesn't reassure me. He immediately picked up his phone and made a call. Assistant Jian, bring lunch to Miss Tan at the school. The next day, inside a cafe, a shocked voice rang out. What? Professor Lu confessed to you? The person shouting was none other than Jia Min grabbing Inche's hand. She said, then what are you waiting for? Who knows how many boys and girls at school, like Professor Lu? If you really like him, you absolutely have to seize this chance. Inche looked at her. Resting her chin on her hand, Jia Min looked excited. If it were me, I'd definitely choose Professor Lu. I think he's really outstanding. Wearing an expression like she'd been seen through, Inche asked in a fluster. How did you know? Propping up her face, Jia Min began counting off the reasons one by one. He's tall, and Professor Lu is very gentle too. He would. She held her cup, as though plotting out a strategy. But the gap between us is too big. I'm worried his heart might change in the future. People change, after all. I'm afraid he's just very good at pretending, and that maybe he's only playing with me. Jia Min answered Inche seriously. What are you worried about? He's excellent and reliable, and you're not bad either. Don't think about the outcome. If you like him, then say it. Besides, dating a few times to gain experience isn't a bad thing. Anyway, if you date him once, you won't lose out. So no matter what, charge ahead first. As a complete novice in love, Inche rested her chin on her hand with a helpless look. Why, you really do know a lot. Jia Min said proudly, of course. Your sister Jia here is very experienced. Che cupped her face and looked out the window as she told Jia Min what she was thinking. Love is too complicated. I'd rather focus on myself first. There's nothing wrong with being alone, and I still have to take care of Aunt Zhong and the children at the orphanage. Inche continued, but why does he insist on doing all these things for me? He doesn't owe me anything, and I've never done anything for him either. Keeping things like this now feels too unbalanced. Compared to relying on someone else, relying on myself makes me feel more at ease. Jia Min looked at her and shared her opinion. But as long as you're with Professor Lu, all these problems will solve themselves. Jia Min went on, Sigh, you're just too independent. But what you said makes sense too. when there's no one to rely on, you can only rely on yourself. Anyway, good things are worth waiting for. I don't think Professor Lu is that kind of playboy. If he likes you, he'll definitely understand you. Good luck. Ying remembered what Mujing had said. You want to graduate smoothly, work hard, enter society, and keep increasing your value in work and in life. I won't interfere with any of that. She was stunned. Good heavens, Jiamin guessed it far too accurately. Ying looked up and said, anyway, there's only 1 month left before graduation. Once I get my diploma and leave the Tan family, everything will be resolved. Jiamin stared at Tan Ying and thought. For rational Ying to become this absent-minded over someone, she must have liked Professor Lu for a long time already. She just hasn't realized it herself yet. These two are only one final push away from getting together. Looks like I'll have to give them that push. By the fish pond at the Lu family villa, a shocked voice rang out. What? The person who framed Tan Ying was Li Qingwei? Lu Mujing stood there leisurely feeding the fish and said, we've already caught the person who made Ying lose consciousness last time. It was a hired thug employed by Director Han from Lu Corporation's finance department. Hearing that, Lu Yuran could not help asking in surprise, Hanshi? He's one of Li Qingwei's men. But why would Li Qingwei want to harm Ying? Lu Mujing turned to look at him and explained it was by this lake before that Ying accidentally overheard Li Qingwei and your sister discussing embezzling company funds. Later, when Ying fell into the lake to save Yang, she had no choice but to tell what she had heard. To cover up his crime, Li Qingwei turned around and falsely accused Ying of being the one who pushed Yang into the lake. Lu Yuran replied, he's truly despicable. So he hurt Ying in order to silence her. Lu Mujing looked at him coldly and continued, that's something you'll have to ask him yourself. Embezzling company funds, framing Ying, sowing discord between us. How do you think I should deal with him? Hearing the meaningful tone in his uncle's voice, Yuran thought, judging by what uncle means, today's banquet was probably arranged specifically for Li Qingwei. Yuran thought further, and he even deliberately invited Ying too, just so she could see with her own eyes how the Lu family would deal with Li Qingwei and give her an explanation. So he said to Mujing, Uncle, the relationship between us isn't something an outsider can casually drive apart. How this matter is handled is up to you. I won't interfere. Besides, with my sister's temperament, she won't let herself be manipulated by others either. But does grandfather already know that Li Qingwei framed Ying? Lu Mujing slowly stepped forward and said, an old fox as cunning as the old master. Even if I didn't say a word, he probably already knows everything. He thought to himself that Yuran's words sounded like self-preservation, with a bit of borrowed knife killing thrown in. It seemed that after suffering a loss over Liang Shirua and then dealing with the Liang family all these years, Yuran had indeed become much craftier than before. Mujing walked up in front of Yuran and continued, making the younger man curious. Yuran, the old master values you highly. As he spoke, Lu Mujing placed a hand on Yuran's shoulder. I have no objection. This project is critically important to Lu Corporation, and I hope you'll give it your all. The atmosphere grew slightly heavy, and he added, don't go running abroad again on a whim. Hearing that, Yuran felt both irritated and somewhat intimidated. Don't worry, Uncle. I'll leave for Shanghai right after lunch. Uneasily, he thought, what does he mean by that? Could it be that he already knows what happened in France? Lu Mujing revealed a smile that looked somewhat insincere. Very good. I believe you can use this project to prove yourself. Yuran's face darkened, filled with frustration. Clearly, taking Lu Corporation away from his uncle would not be easy. Mujing turned and left. Let's go. The banquet is about to start. Watching Lu Mujing's retreating back, Yuran thought, whether uncle is intentionally sending me off to Shanghai or not, I'll still arrange for people to keep an eye on him in Tan. Ying. In the dining room, Lu Yuqing was sitting and talking with Ying. Ying, I've always been grateful to you for saving Yang last time. She took out an exquisitely luxurious box and continued, this is a set of evening wear with matching jewelry. I heard you've already started working at the Lu Group, and you should be able to use it at the year-end banquet. Seeing this, Ying quickly waved her hands and refused. This is far too valuable. I really can't accept it. But Lu Yuqing ignored her attempt to decline and directly pressed the gift box into her hands. This is only proper. Don't be polite. Yang is still still young now, but when he's a little older, he'll thank you personally too. Inche accepted the gift, her face lighting up with a bright and happy smile. Then thank you, Sister Yuqing. I'll definitely wear it to the year-end banquet. Seeing Inche smiling so happily, Yuqing suddenly froze for a moment. Just then, Inche asked innocently, Sister Yuqing, what's wrong? Hearing that, Yuqing snapped back to herself. Looking at Inche, she said slowly, nothing. I just remembered an old acquaintance. When you smile, you look a lot like her. Then she thought to herself, did I see wrong? Tan Inche and that girl really do look a little alike. Just then, Lu Miao Miao walked in together with Lu Mujing and Yuran. Ying, you're here. Seeing that the old master had arrived, Yuqing politely stood up. Grandfather. Inche also stood and greeted him. Grandpa Lu and Luo Miao Miao walked over and pulled out a chair. Sure. You saved Yang Yang before, and I've always wanted a chance to thank you. Everything we made today is food you like, so don't be shy. Yang Yang ran up, grabbed Tan Yin Ying's hand, and tried to pull her away. Yang Yang likes Big Sister Tan. Can Big Sister Tan sit with Yang Yang? Lu Yuran stepped forward and patted the little boy on the head. Yang Yang, you should call her Auntie. Hearing that, Ying felt a little awkward and didn't know what to say for a moment. Is Lu Yuran doing this on purpose to disgust me? Lu Mujing said coldly. Yuran, has your assistant booked your flight to Shanghai yet? As a manager, your sense of time is very important. Don't slack off. Yuran felt irritated, but still answered calmly. I understand, Uncle. He thought, every time I try to talk to Tan Ying, Uncle interrupts me. He looked at Mujing gloomily. Every time, he sounds so perfectly justified that I can't even argue back. Seeing the atmosphere turn tense, Luo Miao Miao stepped in to smooth things over. All right, this meal won't delay anything for long. Mujing, you're being too strict. Lu Mujing's expression did not change. He said lightly, if you're dissatisfied with me, Father, I can resign immediately. You can come out of retirement and handle it yourself. Hearing that, the old master was furious. This son of mine is jealous himself, yet he takes it out on his own father. He's even using resignation to threaten an 80-year-old man with high blood pressure and heart disease. At last, the old master could not hold back and snapped. What sins did I commit in my last life for your mother to give birth to something like you? Did you come into this world just to collect a debt from me? Ignoring Luo Miao Miao's anger, Mujing calmly continued, provoking him. That is mostly thanks to your excellent teaching. A father is a child's best teacher. After that, Yuran sat down and hurriedly urged everyone, sit. If you don't sit next to me, you're dead. Yuqing took Yang Yang to sit down, while Ying stood to the side and secretly laughed. This father and son really did love bickering. A moment later, Ying's expression changed. What a waste of breath. Do you think I don't know standing is tiring? I just don't want to sit next to you, young Master Lu. Lu Yuran wore an unhappy face and urged her again, while behind her, Mujing continued staring at her with that icy, almost murderous gaze. Ying felt flustered, and that uncle behind you keeps staring at me too. It feels like if I sit next to you now, he'll flip the table the very next second. What exactly do you two want? Seeing Ying caught in a dilemma, the old master beckoned to her. Sure, you're the guest of honor today. Sit beside me. He thought, no wonder Ying doesn't want to look at those two. My son and grandson are obviously making things difficult for her on purpose. Hearing that, Ying happily walked over. All right, Grandpa Lu, then I'll gladly accept. Seeing this, Lu Mujing also stood up, making her pause in surprise. It turned out that he had moved over to sit beside Ying, startling both her and the old master. After sitting down, Mujing said, serve the dishes. Remove the extra chair. Ying froze. Why is Lu Mujing sitting next to me? I had meant to leave a chair between us. Then a voice answered, yes, sir. Lu Yuran watched the scene and gave a faint, bitter smile. When it comes to scheming, who can outplay my uncle? The dishes were brought in. Luo Miao Miao said, sure, I heard you like seafood. The first dish is drunken crab flown in from Jiangnan. Dip it in ginger vinegar, and it has a very special flavor. Try it. Lu Mujing picked up the dish of vinegar in front of Ying, which surprised her. Seeing that, Miao Miao asked in confusion, Mujing, what are you doing with Shurshu's vinegar? Mujing turned and asked Ying, do you like vinegar? Hearing that, Ying remembered what she had once said to him. President Lu, you're overthinking it. Unfortunately, I'll eat anything except jealousy. If you don't want to admit it, then you'd better hide the marks on your neck more carefully. A trace of anger rose in her heart. He's doing this on purpose. Though annoyed inside, she still forced out a strange smile. No, I don't like it. Lu Mujing leisurely dipped his food in vinegar and ate, while Yuran said, as it happens, I do like it. she started picking up food and eating, secretly simmering with anger. President Lu really does have unusual tastes. Seeing the way she treated Lu Mujing, Lu Yuran actually felt a little better. So this wildcat isn't biting me, it's biting Uncle. That's satisfying. The old master, sitting opposite Yuran, watched him eat and thought, this foolish boy is still daydreaming. Can't he tell that there's hidden meaning in what Shir and his uncle are saying? No wonder he was almost tricked to death by Liang Shirlu before. Lu Mujing turned his head to look at that irritating Ding Shir, his expression calm. I have plenty of even stranger tastes. Want to hear them? Suddenly, Ying jumped in fright. Her face flushed slightly, and her body trembled faintly. Under the table, Lu Mujing had already placed his hand on Yin Ying's thigh, throwing her into panic and confusion. How dare this man put his hand on my leg in front of so many people? She deliberately shifted to the side, trying to shake his hand off. If someone sees this, I'll have no face left. Lu Yuran curiously cut in. Besides liking vinegar, Uncle, what other hobbies do you have? I'd be very interested to know. Mujing remained calm, deliberately teasing her, while Ying sat there in a daze, silently listening to everyone talk about jealousy. Hearing that, Lu Yuran pressed on. Oh, then does that count as being abused or abusing other people? Seeing this, Yuqing angrily scolded. Yuran, stop talking nonsense. Remembering the times she had thrown a tantrum at him, Lu Mujing smiled faintly. I think there's probably a bit of masochism in it. Yuran continued, and sadism too? Uncle, you really are a man of many talents. At the same time, Mujing pinched Yin Ying's thigh hard, making her uncomfortable and faintly sore, yet she could only endure it. Then Lu Mujing turned to look at Yin Ying, whose face was bright red and whose body was trembling slightly, and asked, Sure, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? She lightly pinched Mujing's hand and said, startled, Huh? Only then did he withdraw his hand, his expression still composed. Turn the air conditioning down a little. The waiter standing nearby immediately responded, Yes, sir. While eating, Luo Meow Meow stared at Mujing and clicked her tongue inwardly in amazement. He was obviously touching Shir's thigh just now. How is my son even better at flirting than I was when I was young? At that moment, the old master dabbed his mouth with a napkin and said calmly, Children, don't listen to your uncle's nonsense. His greatest pleasure is figuring out ways to torment other people. Over all these years, he hasn't improved much in other areas, but his scheming has certainly grown. Li Qingwei staggered and drunk, clutching a bottle of liquor, supported by a trembling waiter. As he walked, he said, Even his own father says he likes finding new ways to torment people. A man like that is no better than trash. He gave no one any face and continued recklessly. Grandpa, let's have a drink. Uncle, I'm heading back first. Everyone goodbye. Seeing this, the old master did not get angry. He merely looked at him calmly. Sit down. Lu Yuran stepped forward to steady the drunken Li Qingwei. Li Qingwei, what nonsense are you talking? Hurry up and apologize to Grandpa and Uncle. After sitting down, Li Qingwei slammed the bottle onto the table with a bang, his face turning vicious. Oh, Miss Tan is here too? Have you come to watch me make a fool of myself? Arrogant, vicious, and smug, he shook off Yuran's hand. Wife, go get the camera. Isn't this public trial exciting enough already? I need to record this banquet and keep it as a gift for Grandpa, for Uncle, and for Miss Tan too. Yin Ying's expression changed, turning serious and calm. Why do I feel like the atmosphere is very wrong? Yuran walked over to Yang Yang and smiled as he picked him up. Yang Yang, let's go look at Uncle's new sports car. The little boy nodded obediently. Okay. As Lu Yuran carried Yang Yang out, his face darkened. Judging from Li Qingwei's attitude, he intends to cause trouble right in front of Grandpa and Uncle. To behave so wildly in a situation that calls for restraint, what a short-sighted fool. I truly feel sorry for my sister. After Yuran and Yang Yang left, Li Qingwei raised the bottle and shouted, The child is gone, so now you can do whatever you want. Kill me, make me die, do as you please. He threw his head back and drank. His words made Lu Yuqing stride forward angrily and say, Li Qingwei, are you done venting your negativity? All these years, hasn't the Lu family helped you and tolerated you enough? And the things you did, embezzling company funds and what you did to Miss Tan, you should have been punished long ago." Hearing Yuqing's words, he suddenly smashed the bottle down and roared, "Shut up, Lu Yuqing. I hate it most when you open your mouth and say our Lu family. Stop talking to me like you're still the eldest granddaughter of the Lu family. You're nothing more than a tool for a political marriage." Despite Li Qingwei's rebellious outburst, Lu Mujing's expression remained unchanged. "Li Qingwei, is this the responsibility you should bear as a husband and a father?" Li Qingwei gripped the bottle tightly. 8 years ago, the Li family and the Lu family stood as equals in Luning City. My marriage to Lu Yuqing was only settled because the old master repeatedly went to plead with my grandfather. He stood up angrily, clutching the bottle as he shouted. But when my grandfather joined forces with foreign capital to transfer assets, Li Qingwei hurled the bottle to the floor, where it shattered everywhere. Even a dog has the right to bark. In this Lu family, I've lived worse than a dog. The money I embezzled was nothing more than what the Lu family owed me. Lu Mujing remained composed and said steadily, "Back then, your grandfather colluded with foreign capital to attack China's economy for illegal profit. He refused advice, and he refused to admit his mistake. Even until his death, he would not admit it." Mujing continued calmly. His downfall was entirely his own doing. Looking at Mujing, Ying thought, "I heard about that foreign capital short attack on Luning City's economy 8 years ago. I never expected the mastermind to be Li Qingwei's grandfather. I also never expected that it was the Lu family who drove back that foreign capital." Li Qingwei still seemed unable to accept the truth and kept arguing. "Bah, if not for my grandfather." Then he continued, "And what good are your Lu family? Old master, you seduced your eldest son's first love." Hearing that, Luo Miao Miao calmly took out his jade prayer beads and began turning them to steady himself. Li Qingwei pointed at Mujing and Ding Shi. "Lu Mujing, you seduced your nephew's fiancé. I kidnapped Tan Yining because I wanted everyone to see your true face." He kept shouting, "What else? Affairs, divorce, contract marriage. What has your Lu family not done? Compared to you people, the rotten things I've done amount to nothing." By this point, Lu Yuqing had completely run out of patience and snapped, "Li Qingwei, shut up." Yining sat there alone, anxious and frightened. Things were spiraling out of control. Getting dragged into the Lu family's conflicts was far too dangerous. Seeing her unease, Mujing reached out and covered her tightly clasped hands. Looking at her, he soothed her softly. "I'm here. Don't be afraid." Ying's heart stirred, her face faintly reddening, and her heartbeat quickened. Lu Mujing. Mujing turned his head and calmly asked Qingwei, "Li Qingwei, even now, do you still feel no remorse at all?" Hearing that, he stood up and kicked the table hard, provoking him. "I will never admit I was wrong, because I wasn't wrong to begin with." Li Qingwei walked over to Yuqing's side and roughly tried to drag her away. "Lu Yuqing, we're going home." Terrified, Yuqing violently shook off his hand. "You go back by yourself. From now on, Yang and I are living with the Lu family." Burning with rage, he leaned in and threatened her. "Now that you see I've fallen on hard times, you want a divorce? Dream on. As long as I don't sign, you can forget about divorcing me for the rest of your life." Yining was somewhat surprised when Mujing stood up and said calmly, "Not necessarily." Lu Mujing rose and slowly approached. The two men who harmed Ying that night already confessed. They said Director Han hired them. Director Han has also identified you as the mastermind and provided all the related evidence. You'll soon be taken away for investigation. He walked to Yuqing's side and raised a hand to protect her behind him. "As for what charges you'll face and how many years you'll get, I think you know that very well. Yuqing has more than sufficient legal grounds to file for divorce, and she will definitely win." Hearing Mujing's words, Li Qingwei began to panic. At least I'm still Yang's father. If I'm a criminal, Yang won't be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. Lu Mujing, are you determined to make Yang a child from a single-parent family, just like you and your son? Watching everything unfold, Ying thought calmly. Even now, Li Qingwei is still using Yang as a bargaining chip to threaten the Lu family. How selfish. Hearing Li Qingwei's threat, old Master Lu was not worried in the least. Instead, he laughed proudly. With the Lu family backing him, who would dare stop Yang from holding his head high? If anyone like that really exists, I'll make sure he won't even have a place to be buried. Li Qingwei suddenly lunged forward, trying to attack Lu Mujing. "Why you Lu family? You'll get what's coming to you." Lu Mujing did not panic at all. He calmly restrained Li Qingwei, causing him to cry out in pain. Just then the old master finally spoke. "Men, He continued, "Throw Li Qingwei out. From today onward, he is not allowed to set foot in the Lu family again." At the old master's command, 2 bodyguards entered, firmly seized Li Qingwei, and dragged him outside. Unwilling to accept it, Li Qingwei struggled desperately. "Let me go. Lu Mujing, I won't let you off. Just you wait." Lu Mujing and Lu Yuqing watched Li Qingwei being dragged away. Mujing said, "Yuqing, now that Li Qingwei already knows." Yuqing turned around and answered happily, "Thank you, uncle, I understand. I'll take care of the rest. I'll be leaving first." Mujing merely responded, "Ahem." Seeing that Mujing had handled everything and spoken with Yuqing, Ying thought, Lu Mujing actually isn't a bad elder after all. Although he sometimes lets others misunderstand him and never explains or clears things up, he had already arranged the best possible plan for Lu Yuqing behind the scenes. Seeing that everything had been settled, the old master looked at Ying with a hint of regret. "I'm sorry, little." To ease the old master's guilt, she smiled and said, "It's all right, Grandpa Lu. I understand your good intentions. Mr. Li drank too much and said a lot of nonsense. Please don't be angry." She thought to herself. Lu Mujing turned around and said politely to his father, "Father, I've finished eating as well, so I'll be leaving first." He did not forget to turn and ask Ying, which startled her slightly. "Ying, do you want to leave together?" The old master also said to Mujing, "Mujing, when I said just now that your greatest pleasure is tormenting other people, I was only joking. Don't take it to heart." Ying stood up and politely bowed to Luo Miao Miao. "All right, Grandpa Lu, then I'll be going first. I'll come see you again next time." The old master replied, "Good." Lu Mujing turned and showed a smile, though there was a hint of pain in it, and answered, "Good." Ying followed Mujing out, looking at his back. She thought, even when facing Li Qingwei, Lu Mujing always looked calm and overpowering, but I still feel that there is something unhappy weighing on his heart. Luo Miao Miao sat there quietly, rolling the jade beads in his hand, thinking, I didn't expect Li Qingwei to know about those old Lu family affairs. Back then, Zhe and my eldest son Myukin clearly loved each other deeply. When did I ever seduce her? That was all a misunderstanding fabricated by my ex-wife. The old master recalled the past. That year, Zhe and his eldest son Myukin fell in love at first sight at a ball. Then he thought, but my ex-wife despised Zhe for her poor family background. He remembered the old image of Zhe in tears. So she forcibly split them apart and forced Myukin to marry Shun Wenren, who came from a prestigious family. The image of Zhe holding a child all alone surfaced in Luo Miao Miao's memory. Later, Zhe's father was assassinated, and her family fell into ruin, forcing her to go abroad for help. Although the road was full of hardship, in Luo Miao Miao's memories, she always smiled brightly. But later she was framed and assaulted, and was forced to bear a baby girl for the leader of an organization. That child was named Xiaoshi. A woman stood atop a tall building, wrapped tightly in clothing, carefully holding a baby swaddled in a white blanket. A few months later, in order to escape that man's control, she endured endless hardship, changed her name, and fled back to China with her daughter. Later, she was diagnosed with a terminal illness and did not have long left to live. So she secretly came to the Lu family to find him and told him about her daughter's identity. The old man sat there, coldly studying her. She said that she had entrusted her daughter to a friend named Xiao Zhang, someone she had met through work, and hoped that he would protect the child in secret. As the old master recalled the past, this was also what had caused the misunderstanding between him and his wife. To his surprise, his wife believed that he and Zhe had been having an affair and had even had a child together. Standing before Zhe's grave, the old man's eyes were filled with sorrow as he placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums there. Because of that, she not only divorced him, but also spread the scandal everywhere. He had gone to great lengths before finally suppressing the matter. In the end, Zini endured humiliation and heavy burdens to avenge her father, then died of grief afterward. Not only did those two leave the old man, but Muchan also packed her things and left without a word. Before long, Muchan got divorced as well, abandoned her 2 children, and left home. To this day, her whereabouts are still unknown. No one even knows whether she is alive or dead. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yao Miao looked out through the doorway, his face full of thought and sorrow. Zini, even though you're gone, it seems fate has doomed you and our Lu family to remain entangled forever. Who would have thought that Mujing, the youngest son, would fall for your daughter? The feelings between Mujing and Yuan Yinghai were blazing and profound, sweet enough to make people's teeth ache. And yet, Though the two sat in the same car, the distance between them felt like two oceans apart, the silence so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Because the atmosphere was far too tense, Ying spoke first. Actually, you don't need to care about what Li Qingwei said. He's biased against you. That's why he said all those nasty things. Sitting beside her, he looked at her with infatuated eyes, the gaze of a lover impossible to hide. Oh, are you worried about me? The moment he said that, the girl's face instantly turned as red as a tomato, and she became terribly flustered. After all, he's the one in the wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. That was what she said aloud, but inside, her emotions were already surging. Why do I care so much about his feelings? What does his family's business have to do with me? Mujing sat beside her with his arms crossed and eyes closed, looking especially calm in the face of her embarrassment. Though he said that, Mujing's gaze drifted into the distance. Some things he could not say out loud and could only bury in his heart. It's just that I always feel I still haven't. Ying was also startled by words that sounded so much like a confession. Your brother is Lu Rance, right? If I remember correctly, it's Lu Mujing. After asking, she saw that he still had his arms folded and was looking out the car window. Yuqing has always been cared for by the old master, and he dotes on her as well. Originally, Yuqing and Li Qingwei did have some feelings for each other, but for certain interests, the old master arranged their marriage. The Li family really has declined over the years. Though the old master would never let Yuqing suffer any mistreatment, in the end, Li Qingwei simply isn't a good man. Looking back now, Yuqing left quietly with her son, without causing even the slightest ripple. In the end, Yuqing's 10 years of youth were given to the wrong man. Resting her chin on her hand, Ying pondered, as if she had already understood the story of the past. A man who doesn't even love his own biological child truly isn't worthy of Sister Yuqing. But from now on, Sister Yuqing will probably focus more on Yangyang's future. As long as you help Yangyang successfully rise to the top in the future, Sister Yuqing will definitely respect you very much. After she said that, he turned and gave her a meaningful look that made her heart tighten in alarm. What is it? Outwardly, she remained fairly calm, but inside she was already in complete chaos. Did I say too much? After staring at her for a while, Ying finally dropped a cold, domineering sentence. How do you know what I'm planning? Faced with her unease, he seemed perfectly calm. I really do plan that after helping Yangyang become the Li family's heir, I'll help him acquire the land around O City. After that, I'll keep expanding. Then in 10 years, I'll be able to present the entire commercial map of East District, Lu City, to Yangyang as his coming-of-age gift. She was utterly stunned by the way the rich talked about inheritance. To think an entire city could be given as a gift. Mujing suddenly placed his hand on Ying-hai's thigh, catching her completely off guard. Still, the fact that you thought of supporting Yangyang in the future means you think just like I do. Looks like we really are a perfect match. When she came back to her senses, she instantly bristled and started scolding him. Lu Mujing, how many times has your hand touched me today? You're a professor of architecture, not a professor of hooliganism. Got it? Before Ying could finish scolding him, he had already leaned in, his presence overwhelming. Oh, if I really applied to become a professor of hooliganism, do you think I'd get a master's certification or doctorate? Seeing her momentum completely crushed by him, she simply pretended not to care. Whatever. Seeing her deliberately avoid him, he moved closer again, one hand braced against the car door as if he wanted to trap her in his arms. What I really want most is certification as Little Stone's boyfriend. Mujing moved closer and closer to her. The distance between them was now so small that they could even hear each other's heartbeats. I don't need that. Mujing was just about to continue teasing her shamelessly when a shout suddenly came from outside. Is this Professor Lu's car? Jiamin stood outside the car, her face practically pressed against the window, startling the girl inside so badly that she jumped. Is someone there? Jiamin? The moment she saw her friend outside, she immediately crouched down onto the floor of the car, terrified Jiamin might notice her. Shoo, don't let Jiamin see me. He looked at her with a smile, but his hand unlocked the car door from the inside. You can't see in from outside. Get up and go out. There's really nothing to hide, but I'll listen to you anyway. Only then did she suddenly realize something was off. Wait, that's not right. Why did Lu Mujing bring me to the West Forest apartment? With a composed expression, he opened the car door and stepped out, facing Jiamin directly. Student Su, do you need something from me? Oh, seeing him, Jiamin hurriedly lowered her head, and handed over a gift box. "Professor Lu, this is for you." Inside, Jiamin wanted nothing more than to crawl into a crack in the ground. This was the first time she had ever stood so close to Professor Lu. He was really handsome, so handsome. Faced with her excited manner, Mujing looked at the gift box without the slightest change in expression, his indifference impeccable. "I don't casually accept gifts from other people. Sorry." Jiamin looked up at him awkwardly and quickly corrected herself. "It's not from me. Yinghai asked me to give it to you." The moment he heard her name, he immediately accepted the gift box, a trace of suspicion appearing on his face. "Yinghai asked you to give this to me?" At that very moment, she was sitting in the car observing everything outside, utterly shocked. "Me? Since when did I ask Jiamin to give Lu Mujing a present?" Seeing him holding the gift, she felt inexplicably happy beyond words, but for some reason, his hands seemed to be trembling slightly. Then it looked as if he opened the box, and his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Inside the gift box was actually one of her camisoles, which made the girl sitting in the car explode with rage on the spot. "Zhu Jiamin, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, Jiamin remained completely unaware of what had happened. "Professor Lu, Yinghai told me in private that she likes you. She just wants to focus on her career first and confess to you afterward." The two people outside both looked happier and happier, while the person in the car was so furious she was about to explode, yet there was nothing she could do. "Oh, is that so?" He accepted the gift and smiled brilliantly at Jiamin. "Thank you for going to so much trouble on our behalf, Student Su. This gift was clearly your idea, wasn't it? You wanted to bring us together, so you secretly gave it to me behind Yinghai's back. But Yinghai must have told you how she feels about me, or you wouldn't have done something like this. So that's it." Jiamin immediately beamed, her eyes full of girlish shyness. "That's great, then. I'll be going now. I hope I'll hear good news from you two very soon." As Jiamin turned to leave, Yinghai finally poked her head out of the car in secret. "I knew it. This silly girl Zhu Jiamin is always..." She was still secretly observing when she suddenly realized he had somehow circled around behind her. "So, Yinghai, you wanted to confess to me for a long time already?" Her reaction was quick, and she immediately came up with a way to counterattack. "President Lu, if I said I didn't ask Jiamin to confess on my behalf, would you believe me?" She raised 4 fingers solemnly. "I swear." Faced with how firm and sincere she looked, Mujing gently lifted her chin. "I believe every word you say." After saying that, Mujing seized the chance to steal a kiss from her completely defenseless lips. Faced with his sudden and irresistible advance, even her breathing fell into disarray, and she could only clutch his shirt to signal for him to stop. Only then did he let her go, though he still remained extremely close enough that they could hear each other breathing. He gently stroked her hair, completely unlike before, his movements extraordinarily careful. "Besides, do you even need to confess? All this time, I've been the one racking my brains trying to pursue you, even turning myself into a hooligan for your sake." After that kiss, he looked even more refreshed, and his expression grew gentler still. "I've gone to such lengths already. Shouldn't you at least feel a little sorry for me and allow me to pursue you?" The girl's face instantly flushed crimson, and she froze in utter embarrassment, as if her soul had left her body. When she finally came back to herself, she turned her face away in shy irritation and snapped at him. "I haven't even told you yet. Didn't I say I was moving out? Why did you bring me back to West Forest Apartments again?" The moment she said that, the gentleness on his face faded back into his usual expression. "Yinghai, stay at West Forest Apartments. Don't move out." Yinghai folded her arms, ready to argue with him, but before she could say anything more, he reached out and gently took her hand. "Don't worry, I won't disturb you while you're working." The expectation in his eyes was unmistakably urging her to agree, making her heart waver. "But I really want to come home after work every night and see you there." Hearing words that so nearly stirred her heart into chaos, her resolve could not help softening a little. Every time she was just about to speak, something would happen. This time, it was the phone ringing in Lu Mujing's pocket. Seeing his phone light up, she hurriedly struggled free from his arms. "Answer it first." But he stubbornly wanted her answer before dealing with the ringing phone. "If you don't answer me, I won't pick up." Her whole face was red as she awkwardly turned away. "Why you answer the phone first? We can talk about moving later." Seeing that he still looked unwilling to let it go, she simply bent her knee, turned, and ran. Before he could catch her, she had already slipped away, leaving him full of helplessness. After escaping him, Ying felt like jumping up and down on the spot. Oh my God, I really was bewitched by Lu Mujing's eyes just now. There was only one thought left in my head. I almost blurted out, okay. He let her run for the moment and would catch her later. Right now, the most important thing was answering the call and finding out which blind fool had interrupted him. Who the hell is it? He answered the phone full of irritation, only to find it was Assistant Chun, and the matter wasn't even particularly urgent. President Lu, the sponsorship project for the orphanage has already obtained the review certification materials for the illegal social welfare organization. For such a trivial matter, Assistant Chun had happened to run right into Lu Mujing's fury. I don't think you need this month's bonus anymore. After saying that, he hung up with a snap, not caring in the slightest how the other side reacted. As for whether to tell Ying about this and let her arrange repayment of the debt, it was better not to mention it for now. He stood there thinking, remembering something Yao Miao had once done. He just hadn't expected that the land the orphanage sat on had actually been bought by the old master many years ago. And it just so happened to have been around the time Ying was born. Behind such a coincidence, there seemed to be some deeper connection that still needed further investigation. As he was thinking, his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Wang Ershi. HM. In the image, a frail woman covered in bruises was begging him to save her. Second brother, I feel so awful. Please help me, even if it's just for the sake of your late older brother. But with only one glance, he knew that Xiao Feng had once again relapsed into his habit of taking pleasure in abusing others. As for this young master of the Qian family, he truly didn't know how to judge him. Perhaps after all these years, he really hadn't changed at all. Because of the abuse, she was huddled under a blanket, curled into herself, with empty wine bottles scattered around her, sobbing non-stop. Second brother, what should I do? Xing Feng has brought my anxiety disorder back again. My mother also said she wants to come back and see me. If she sees me like this, how could she possibly be at ease? After hearing Chuani's plea for help, Mujing had now arrived at her doorstep. Xiao Feng won't come bother you for the time being. Don't worry, I already called his brother. The eldest son of the Qian family sat in a chair with an imposing aura, radiating a pressure that made people instinctively fearful. He has already had someone lock Xiao Feng up, filled with unease and fear. She explained everything from beginning to end. Qian Feng comes from a military family and underwent many harsh forms of training since childhood that ordinary people could never endure. In that sense, this was difficult to avoid. Over the years, the Qian family could only barely keep him in check, and it has left me living in fear every single day. As Ershi spoke, she covered her face and sobbed, collapsing under everything she had suffered. But I can't do anything, because he's always watching me. Looking at her like this, he let out a disappointed sigh. There were never many people in the circle who liked Xiao Feng to begin with. On top of that, his personality is strange, his methods vicious, and when he acts, he never leaves anyone any room. He respects no one, including his own brother and father. Just thinking about the way he abused her made her tremble all over, yet she didn't even dare resist. But there is one exception. He liked me from the time he was little. The more she spoke, the more she wished she could go back and never save Qian Feng. Back then, it was because he had been kidnapped. At the time, he was covered in wounds, his clothes disheveled, almost unrecognizable. After those 3 months, he became silent and withdrawn, unwilling to speak. No one knew what he had actually gone through. As Qian Feng gradually grew up, he became more and more violent, more and more overbearing. He even once kidnapped a student and beat the person half to death. The once bright and lively boy seemed from that time onward to have become someone else entirely, self-centered, cruel, and dark. And yet, during his most forceful and domineering days, she was like a beam of light that shone into his dark life and soothed him. Feng, from now on, you're not allowed to fight anymore. After that, Chuani straightened Qian Feng's clothes and reminded him again and again. How many times have I told you? Why do you always tie your necktie crooked? But who could have guessed that on the day she was least guarded, on her birthday, Qian Feng would suddenly kneel down and propose to her? Who could have imagined that on my 18th birthday, Qian Feng would tell his father that he wanted to marry me? At that time, The two of them were only fooling around, just holding hands as a kind of promise. She had never thought she would truly have to follow that promise through. I refused the marriage. Fortunately, our fathers were old acquaintances to begin with, and Uncle Chien did not want this matter to affect the relationship between our two families, so he did not force me. But the more she spoke, the sadder she became. But Xiao Feng still refused to give up. He kept clinging to me. Her eyes were full of fear and worry. What a cursed entanglement. If everything could start over, I would definitely stay far away from him. But what Mujing could not understand most was why Qian Feng had become so obsessively attached to her. Come to think of it, after sending him abroad for so long, Xiao Feng had remained fairly well behaved, and things really had been peaceful for a few years. Why has he suddenly started pestering you again recently? Hearing that question, Chuani began to stammer. Well, she started to speak, then stopped, not daring to say it aloud, only hiding those thoughts in her heart. Actually, all these years, Qian Feng and I have secretly kept in touch. It's just that the current Qian Feng is becoming more and more out of control, so I could only ask second brother to help restrain him. But he was unexpectedly sharp and immediately sensed that something was wrong. She also pretended not to reveal that secret, merely hugging Mujin's arm and pleading bitterly. I don't know either, but look, my anxiety is acting up again. I'm really uneasy. Please go with me to see my mother just once. That way she can go back without worrying. Meanwhile, Yuan Yinghai was shoved hard by someone and lost her balance without warning. Oh no! Lu Yuran and Yin Ruowei were clasping hands intimately, yet their faces were full of coldness. Yinghai's foot slipped, and she was just about to crash heavily to the ground when, at the critical moment, someone suddenly appeared and caught her in one arm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chuani was still crying and begging him for help. Even if something happens again with Qian Feng in the future, if you're watching over me, I'll feel more at ease. Just take it as a favor for my brother's sake. When he heard her mention her brother, his heart trembled, and in the end, he was moved after all. Your brother died in an accident at the age of 20. Before he left, he asked me to take good care of you and Shuanglan. I won't let him down. In the end, because of the promise he had made back then, he agreed to her request, and before leaving, he gave a few more instructions. I'll go with you to see your mother and let her recover in peace. Don't worry. Hearing that, she was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, second brother. The moment he turned and left, that scheming, fake innocent expression of hers immediately surfaced, an ugly smile curling on her lips. Recently, I absolutely have to seize the chance to stay by his side more often. And I also need Fang Ruoyan to tell Tan Ninghai that second brother and I are about to get engaged, so that girl will know enough to back off on her own. Anyway, as long as I give Fang Ruoyan. A few days later, in the design department of Lu Corporation, someone was sitting upright and working properly, while Yinghai was. As he spoke, the man handed her a set of bidding documents. The client specifically asked that you go to the site with the sales manager to take part in the bidding. These are the bidding materials. Follow up on the stadium project according to this plan. She accepted them happily, her smile bright. Her cheeks flushed a lovely red with embarrassment. All right, I'll contact Sim right away, since she secured this project. Hugging the documents tightly, she walked down the corridor and said, yeah, this counts as a smooth start. It's a good sign. I have to win this bid and land this project. Just as she was feeling pleased with her achievement, the phone in her bag rang. She quickly took it out and saw that it was a call from Fang Ruoyan. She answered, wondering if something urgent had happened. Hello. The voice on the other end sounded like an order without any greeting or preamble. Tang Ninghai, tonight at 7. Come to room 1303 at the Atlantic Grand Hotel. Hearing that, she did not pay it much mind and only wanted to find a way to turn it down. So she replied seriously, I don't have time tonight. I still have to make dinner for Lu Mujing like Annie instructed. She folded her arms and let out a cold laugh, not taking her seriously at all. Tang Ninghai, I know you don't like that young Master Lu, your nephew, but you want to seduce his uncle, General Manager Lu. Those words left her somewhat stunned. But you'd better give up now. The man you're after is about to get engaged to the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Tonight, he's even going to meet the elders. Who has time to eat the garbage food you make? As if trying to deceive herself, she told herself those words did not hold up at all. Forget it. Fang Ruoyan was obviously exaggerating on purpose. Who knew what gossip she had heard? It was completely unreliable. I can't let people like that ruin my good mood. After returning to her desk, she stretched comfortably and did not take the other woman's words to heart at all. Still, I'm about to graduate, and there's no need to keep tangling with Fong Ruoyan and stir up unnecessary trouble. I'd better go tonight, after all. By evening, she was wearing an off-the-shoulder lake green dress, looking much more like a grown young woman. As she walked, she listened on the phone. Room 1303, got it. I'm on my way. Then she saw a familiar figure standing in front of the hotel room door. Seeing him standing there only made her believe those words from the morning even more. Lu Mujing seemed to be waiting for someone. Could it be that Fong Ruoyan had invited Lu Mujing? She walked over from a distance and raised her hand to greet him, but before she could call out, the scene in front of her made her fall silent. Lu Mu, from afar, she saw a girl run over and slip her arm through his. Second brother, you walk way too fast. I just parked the car, and you'd already come this far. Seeing that woman act so intimately with him, her heart skipped violently, and the hand she had raised froze in midair. Wang Chuanyi walked beside him with a smile on her face, and he was very gentle with her as well. I didn't leave. Wasn't I still standing at the door waiting for you? An older woman with graceful bearing and a warm, kind manner appeared from somewhere. It was Chuanyi's mother. Child, let Mujing drive. You need to be stronger. Hearing Mother Wang say that, Wang Chuanyi immediately nestled against him, hugging his arm and leaning her head against his shoulder as she coquettishly said, Mom's picking on me again. But aren't I your favorite because I have my own mind? At that moment, the elevator doors opened. He politely gestured for Mother Wang to enter first. Please, Aunt Wang. Then the three of them entered the elevator together, and the mother and daughter's laughter echoed through the hotel lobby. How disgusting. What are you laughing at? That girl really has no shame. She had off to one side, so no one would notice her, and her mood immediately sank. She had not expected to run into them here. Fong Ruoyan had not been lying. Lu Mujing and Wang Chuanyi really were going to meet the elders. They truly were about to get engaged. Countless questions rushed into Ninghai's mind all at once, making her sink even deeper in the face of this cruel reality. Wang Chuanyi. Ninghai did not know how to face the truth and could only lower her head and stare sadly at the floor. If they really are about to get married, then what has Lu Mujing been treating me as all this time? Something to distract himself with? A difficult prey to tame? Or just a toy for his amusement? Thousands upon thousands of questions seemed to force her to explain the situation before her, making her dizzy and muddle-headed. Don't think about it. Don't cause trouble. I absolutely cannot cause trouble. She steadied her emotions and walked into the elevator with a calm expression. Judging by how intimate they were, it really did not look like a simple relationship between two families. But they also did not seem like a couple passionately in love. When I see Lu Mujing, I'm going to ask him clearly. If Lu Mujing has really been lying to me, I will never forgive him. She unconsciously pressed the button for the floor she was headed to, but the scene she had just witnessed still stabbed at her heart. Why does it feel like a dark cloud is pressing down inside me, making it so hard to breathe? When she reached the room Fong Ruoyan had told her to come to, Ninghai politely knocked on the door. But before her fingers could fall, she heard a voice from inside. Young Master Lu, we're practically family now, so there's something I'd like to discuss with you. She instantly realized who was inside. Lu Ran was in there. So Fong Ruoyan had invited him to dinner. Standing by the door, she saw them sitting there in front of a lavish spread of dishes, smiling happily. The orphanage where Ninghai had lived as a child is in the downtown district. The location is prosperous, the land is spacious, but the foot traffic actually isn't that high. If that piece of land isn't developed, it would be such a waste. The supermarket next to the orphanage belongs to our Tan family. If we tear down the orphanage and merge it with the Tan family supermarket into one large commercial center, the profits would definitely be considerable. Standing outside, she heard every single word inside without missing a thing. Damn it. Using me as a pawn to curry favor with the Lu family was already outrageous enough, and now they even dare set their sights on the orphanage. She thought of that orphanage. It was the home that had taken in those unfortunate children. If it were demolished, those children would most likely be forced to move to other welfare institutions. How could Aunt Zhang bear that? I have to quickly find a way to deal with this. Sitting there with a cigarette between his lips, Lu Ran spoke leisurely. I told you long ago, I have conditions for investing in this project. Then he said calmly and flatly, you must make Tang Ninghai marry me. Yen Ruowei, who was sitting nearby, was so furious she nearly coughed up blood. Through gritted teeth, she said, Lu Ran, what exactly does Tang Ninghai have that's better than me? Faced with her accusation, he remained calm, which only made her angrier. The moment you asked that question, you already lost. Seeing that Lu Ran seemed a little worked up, Fong Ruoyan quickly cut in, pretending to smooth things over for her daughter's sake. Haha, young Master Lu, here's the thing, young Master Lu. I was just thinking if we add another 10 floors or so of apartments or offices on top of the commercial center, the profits would be even higher. Hearing that, she was so shocked that she took a step back. There is absolutely no way I'm marrying Lu Ran. Then she turned and left. Everything that had happened today was simply too overwhelming for her. Over the years, every time the orphanage tried to complete the paperwork for its legal operating permit, Fong Ruoyan would always find ways to obstruct it. As a result, the orphanage never received funding and had always been kept under her control. Distraught, Ninghai pieced this whole chain of events together and leaned against the sink just to keep herself standing. At that moment, she remembered that in the past, when she worked as a housekeeper for wealthy families, some influential and reputable people nearby had once tried to help after hearing about the orphanage. But for some unknown reason, every attempt had been mysteriously blocked. Even now, she still could not understand how Fong Ruoyan could wield such power. Looking at herself in the mirror, her gaze turned firm, as if she were comforting herself and throwing off that weak appearance. Take a deep breath, Ninghai. After steadying her emotions, she began to think about how to deal with Fong Ruoyan. If I run a place for Auntie in the outskirts. Just when she was at a loss, a memory suddenly dragged her back from despair, like a dying fish on a chopping board finally catching a breath. Right, Lu Ran once said that the land the orphanage sits on belongs to the Lu group. I don't know whether that's true or not. A faint glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. If it's true, then I can ask Lu Mujing for help. After all, one word from him would be enough. But what right do I have to ask Lu Mujing for help? What am I to him, anyway? Lost in thought, she was suddenly startled when Mother Wong appeared out of nowhere. Chuani, in terms of family background, education, personality, and all the resources Lu Mujing has, how could our Wong family possibly compare? Though Mother Wong's tone was calm, it made her more uneasy and anxious than ever. Wang Chuani was in there too. While washing her hands, Mother Wong said to her daughter, "Luckily, the two of you grew up together. From what I saw today, Lu Mujing is very gentle and considerate toward you. I heard he indulges you in everything. I think this marriage will definitely happen." Instead of facing the reality before her, she chose to avoid it. But Lu Mujing has a son. Once you become someone else's stepmother, won't that put you at a disadvantage? Hiding in the restroom to the side, Ninghai heard every word clearly. As Chuani happily walked out, she said, "His son has been raised overseas all this time. It won't be that easy to bring him back and raise him personally." She calmly touched up her makeup, in sharp contrast to her mother's concern. "So after the two of you get married, you won't be living with that child anyway. But then again, a man with Mujing's status and position will have too many temptations around him. You need to hurry and give him a child. That's the only way to hold on to Mujing's heart." Hearing Mother Wong say that, Chuani's eyes immediately lit up, as if she had finally found someone who shared her way of thinking. "Of course, Mom. You don't need to worry about me." At last, the two of them left together, returning the silence to her. If even Mom isn't worried, then who would be? You're not that young anymore. Men are the easiest to change their hearts. Mujing likes you now, but who can say what will happen later? Ninghai heard things she was never meant to hear, and her heart felt awful beyond words. She thought carefully, why do I have to ask Lu Mujing for help? Just because of his confession and promises? Her face was full of undisguised pain as she walked out. After hearing those words just now, before hearing confirmation from Lu Mujing himself, everything could still be false. But right now, I have no mood left to think about any of this. Solving the orphanage's problem as soon as possible and doing well on the company project are what matter most. While she was still in a daze, Fong Ruoyan and Yin Ruwei spotted her from a distance and immediately came over. Fong Ruoyan shouted angrily, "Tang Ninghai, stop right there. I told you to come eat with us, and you actually dared stand outside without coming in?" She merely turned around calmly, looked at her, and replied gently, "I'm not a dog, so I don't have a dog's guts. My legs are attached to my own body." Ruoyan's expression instantly turned vicious as she roared, "How dare you?" Then she raised her hand to hit her, making Ninghai step back in alarm. Your nerve is getting bigger and bigger. Today you actually dare speak to me like this. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you won't understand. But Ninghai simply caught Ruoyan's wrist lightly. Then she yanked the woman's hand toward herself and coldly asked, do you really think I wouldn't dare fight back? For a moment, Ruoyan was left with nothing but shock. Then Ninghai flung her hand away and declared coldly, you actually dared set your sights on the orphanage. From this day on, we have nothing to do with each other. Ruoyan could not accept it and immediately demanded, you've eaten my food, used my things, spent my money since you were little. Even your education was paid for by me. You owe me so much, and now you want to cut ties just like that? Isn't that far too cheap for you? But Ninghai did not back down at all and immediately retorted, I've always worked while studying. I earned every cent of my tuition and living expenses myself. When exactly did you ever support me? What's more, I started cleaning and doing laundry for your family when I was 8. Ninghai did not forget to point straight at her face as she said, even pigs know that the one who really owes a debt is you. Hearing that, Ruoyan lost some of her confidence, but she still stubbornly snapped back, you ungrateful thing. Don't think I don't know. You're the bastard child that prostitute surnamed Zhang gave birth to. Before she could finish, Ninghai stepped forward and slapped Ruoyan across the face. You have no right to speak of her like that. Not only that, Ninghai followed with another slap and said coldly, I can also sue you for malicious defamation. Yin Ruowei immediately rushed forward to help Ruoyan. Mom, Ruoyan was furious, yet there was nothing she could do to her. After helping her mother, Yin Ruowei charged forward, grabbed Ninghai's clothes, and accused her. You heartless wretch. My mom was so good to you, and you actually hit her. People like you will get struck by lightning sooner or later. But Ninghai refused to lose as well. She grabbed Yin Ruowei by the hair and said, you're too noisy. Then Ninghai directly flung Yin Ruowei aside, frightening her into shrieking, Mom, save me. Tang Ninghai has gone crazy. At that moment, Ruan angrily grabbed a bottle and shouted sharply, Tang Ninghai, if I don't teach you, you little bitch, a lesson today. Seeing her make that move, even Ninghai was startled. Unexpectedly, Lu Ran rushed out from nowhere and stepped in front of Ninghai. When she saw him appear, she could hardly believe it and stared in shock. Before Ninghai could speak, Lu Ran had already pulled her into his arms and taken the bottle for her. The mother and daughter also could not believe what they were seeing and cried out together, Young Master Lu, Lu Ran, over here, Ninghai asked in confusion. Lu Ran, what you doing? But he only cursed at her. You idiot. Aren't you usually pretty smart and quick? Why were you so slow just now? You didn't even know how to dodge. Seeing this, Ninghai immediately explained, I'm not stupid either. Of course I know how to dodge. I just didn't expect you to suddenly rush over. At that, Lu Ran said indifferently, Anyway, you're mine. Other than me, no one is allowed to bully you. Hearing that, she said hesitantly, Are you being serious? I'm not yours, okay? Unexpectedly, when he turned around, what was flowing from the wound was strawberry syrup. Ninghai instantly panicked. You're bleeding. Quick, get to the hospital now. Yin Ruowei suddenly charged out from nowhere and shoved Ninghai away hard. Lu Ran, you're hurt. I'll take you to the hospital. Being pushed like that, Ninghai lost her balance and fell backward. Oh no! At the same time, someone cried out worriedly. Tang Ninghai. Mujing, who had appeared from nowhere, caught her firmly in his arms. Seeing him appear, she was a little surprised and softly called out, Lu Mujing. Mujing asked worriedly, Ninghai, silly girl, are you okay? Unexpectedly, Chuani suddenly appeared and took the initiative to wrap her arm around his, interrupting him. Isn't this Miss Tang? What happened? Do you need our help? Then Mujing stepped forward and asked Lu Ran, how did you get hurt? But Lu Ran only said coldly, it's nothing serious, just a minor injury. I hope you can keep it quiet so grandfather and mom won't worry. Then he directly took hold of Ninghai's hand and said, Silly girl will take care of me. We're leaving first. As they passed the mother and daughter, the two of them hurriedly clung to him and pleaded, Young Master Lu, we're so sorry. The Tan family's daughter, and I really didn't mean it. Lu Ran, don't be angry. But with killing intent all over his face, Lu Ran spat out 2 words. Get lost. Seeing this, the people beside him were irritated but helpless. Standing there and looking at Lu Ran's expression, she was somewhat shocked as well. Second brother had always been very good at controlling his emotions. The more that was the case, the angrier Chuani became. She thought, didn't I already hint to the Fong mother and daughter to pressure Tang Ninghai? I didn't expect those two women to be so useless. Tang Ninghai still got away. After that, Mujing turned around and left without saying a word, making her uneasy. She quickly asked, "Second brother, where are you going?" He strode toward the place where Ninghai was about to get into a car and shouted, "Tang Ninghai, get back here." But inside the car, Lu Ran also urged Tang Ninghai, "You're not going to leave me alone and let me go to the hospital by myself, are you? Get in." Ninghai turned around and saw Mujing, hesitating for a moment. Lu Mujing is here. But in the end, she was still worried about Lu Ran and got into the car. "Forget it, Lu. Lu Ran got hurt because of me, after all. No matter what, I have to go to the hospital with him first." The moment she got in, Ninghai immediately said, "Let's go." Watching the car drive away, he could only angrily shout her name, "Tang Ninghai." At this moment, Chin Song also drove over and called out, "President Lu." He immediately got into the car and ordered Assistant Chin follow Lu Ran's car. Hearing that, Chin Song responded at once, "Yes." Chwani chased after him, grabbed his arm, and asked, "Second brother, where are you going?" In response, Mujing merely brushed her hand away lightly and said coldly, "I'm going to see whether Lu Ran's injury is serious. You and Annie should go back first." She deliberately said in a considerate tone, "Second brother, I didn't expect to run into Miss Tang here. I was afraid she would misunderstand our relationship, and in the heat of the moment, she left with your nephew." Then Chwani probed further, "I don't know what they'll be doing tonight. Can I go with you? I want to explain everything clearly to Miss Tang in person." But he did not want that, and directly shut the car doors. He said, "No need. She's not that petty. I'll explain it clearly to her myself." Unexpectedly, she stepped closer again and stubbornly said, "But before this, she already thought the two of us were too intimate. If I don't explain it clearly, I'll feel terribly guilty. If you two break up because of this, will you blame me?" Mujing grew a little impatient and simply laid it out plainly. "You're overthinking it. Silly girl, and I will not break up. I guarantee it." Faced with him pointing everything out so directly, Chwani hesitated for a moment while he revealed a trace of, "Take it as a warning. Even though I didn't argue with you back then, you should explain things clearly to Annie. It's not good to let an elder misunderstand." Having been lectured like that, Wang Chwani could only apologize. "Second brother, that was just a well-intentioned lie." Seeing that she wouldn't listen, Lu Mujing immediately sent her away. If a well-intentioned lie goes too far, it can backfire. Go back. After being told off like that, Chwani could only watch as the car drove away. After that, she made a phone call and said in a vicious tone, "Lu Mujing, don't force me." Chwani pleaded with the person on the other end. "Chin Feng, I don't want to see that child's second brother raised overseas stay alive any longer." But the other party also made a demand. "Fina, you have to bear me a child." To his surprise, she agreed without hesitation. "Fine, as long as you can do it." Seeing that, Chin Feng replied, "Deal." And Chwani had plans of her own as well. "As long as Nanan disappears, I can completely sever the connection between second brother and Tang Ninghai. Even if it means befriending the devil, I'll do it." Meanwhile, when she arrived at the suburban villa, Ninghai looked around warily and asked Lu Yuran, "Why did you bring me to such a remote place? Shouldn't we be going to the hospital?" He opened the door and looked back as he answered, "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you today. I keep my word." After walking inside, she still said somewhat suspiciously, "Even if we're not going to the hospital, you should at least disinfect it, apply medicine, bandage it up, and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. And there are lots of surveillance cameras on the highway. If anything happens to me, you definitely won't get away." At that, Lu Yuran sat down and said, "Tang Ninghai, you really know how to ruin the mood. I'll just say it straight. This is the Villa Liang Shirua, and I used to live in." She then sat down, wondering what could possibly be so important. Right after that, he began recounting everything slowly. "Right now, you're the hottest rising designer in the Lu Group. I want to help you break free from Fong Ruoyan's control and bring you over to work with me so we can push forward the new Shanghai project together. So tonight, I went to see Fong Ruoyan and told her I was determined to marry you. In truth, I wanted to trick Fong Ruoyan into revealing what evidence she's been using to threaten you." Hearing that, Tang Ninghai was a little surprised and asked, "You want to help me and you want to work with me too? You're that kind-hearted?" Seeing this, Lu Yuran added, "So think it over. Of course, besides helping Tang Ninghai, I also want to use her to keep young Master Lu in check and solidify my place in the Lu family." She paused for a moment, thinking that although she still didn't know exactly what Lu Yuran was plotting, it was worth taking a gamble for the sake of protecting the orphanage. After thinking it through, Ninghai said, In the past, Fong Ruan always used my academic credentials to threaten me, but that can't threaten me anymore. If you want me to help you with the project, fine, but you must guarantee that the orphanage can remain safe and stable, and that no commercial center will be built there. Seeing that she agreed, he immediately answered, "Deal." Then Lu Yuran took off his shirt and said, "Now that the important matter is settled, help me put medicine on it next." At this moment, she sat down, though she still kept her distance from him. Cleaning the wound will hurt a lot, so bear with it. If it gets infected, it'd still be better to go to the hospital. Lu Yuran looked at her with dim eyes. "A little injury like this won't kill me. Or maybe it'd be better if I did die." Ning Hai, as she leaned closer to him, she had thoughts of her own. He was a pampered young master who had grown up in luxury and had never tasted the bitterness of life. Even after a setback, he shouldn't have fallen into such despair over life. While applying medicine, she said, Yuran, I know Miss Liang's death hit you very hard." Unexpectedly, he suddenly roared, "Please, she's not dead, okay?" She froze at a shout, then awkwardly said, "Oh, really? I am sorry." "That's good, then." With a trace of stubbornness, Lu Yuran said, "I know she's still alive. I just haven't found her yet. I really want to ask her face to face why she treated me that way back then, but I'm also afraid of hearing that cruel answer." He then changed the subject and said, "This is a secret I've kept locked in my heart all this time. I don't know why today, but I suddenly really want to tell you. Do you want to hear it?" Seeing that, Ning Hai hesitated a little. "If you really want to tell me," from Lu Yuran's words, it sounded as if there was more to what happened back then. Lu Yuran recalled helplessly, "I used to be absolutely certain that we loved each other deeply. At the time, I thought her family had arranged a blind date for her. To elope with her, I went to Southeast Asia to make money. Half a year later, I came back after earning my first sum of money, only to find out that she was already married. Yuran, who would have thought it was all? She said she was willing to die for me, and I was willing to die with her. The moonlight that night was bright, spilling through the window onto the floor, especially gentle. And when she smiled, she looked beautiful too." Lu Yuran continued slowly, "I don't know how much time passed before I woke up, but my mother told me I'd been deceived." When he woke up, his mother had directly declared, "Lu Yuran, you fool, Liang Shira tricked you." The news shocked him so much that he blurted out, "What?" Then Lu Yuran said calmly, "It turned out Liang Shira had taken the antidote in advance and left for Europe on a yacht." Learning this, Ning Hai could not help feeling a trace of sorrow. What? Maybe this counts as retribution. The yacht she took had an accident, and I was rescued by that very yacht. She thought gloomily, evil is repaid with evil. This kind of ending ought to make everyone feel satisfied, but in Lu Yuran's eyes, there wasn't the slightest sign of happiness. Ning Hai then turned her head and replied, "I'm really sorry. Before, I had thought about it too simply. I originally thought Lu Yuran's personality changed drastically because his lover died in a sea accident and the blow was too great. Who knew it was actually because he was betrayed by the woman he loved deeply and almost lost his life. That really is heartbreaking." Lu Yuran could read the expression on her face, and he understood. From Tang Ninghai's reaction, she clearly didn't know that in this story, the husband Liang Shirua loved was actually his younger uncle. But he also felt a little relieved. It seemed his younger uncle had not been completely honest with Tang Ninghai either. So that's how it is. Unexpectedly, she turned around and placed her hand on his shoulder, encouraging him with wholehearted positivity. "No matter what, don't give up on yourself. I was seriously ill when I was little, and Fong Ruoyan once abandoned me too. Annie Zhang and I aren't related by blood." Hearing that, Lu Yuran looked baffled and asked, "What?" Ning Hai held the man's shoulders with both hands, her tone firm. Living in this world, things were never going to go your way all the time. 8 or 9 times out of 10, life is disappointing. So you should spend more time on the people who treat you well, instead of being sad over the people who hurt you. Yuran froze. He thought, "I was just thinking about how to use her, and it looks like something has gone wrong between her and my younger uncle too." Ning Hai smiled brightly and said softly, "The greatest blessing in life is learning to love yourself. Even if you lose something, it will always come back to you in another way." Hearing that, Yuran felt a slight stir in his heart. Even though I hurt her many times before, after hearing my story, she was actually able to put aside her prejudice and comfort me sincerely. She's clearly lived such a hard life, yet she's truly strong and warm like the sun. And I'm the one who's been swallowed by darkness. He grinned, rubbed her shoulder, and replied, I really hope that one day I can be as strong as you. Ninghai gave an awkward smile, waved her hand, and said, I'm just a little too emotional. Anyway, what I mean is, you were just unlucky before and met a woman who didn't cherish you. But in the future, you'll definitely meet someone who truly treats you with sincerity. As long as you fix your own flaws. Sitting in the chair, Yuran tilted his head and asked her, Will that person be you? Ninghai's expression darkened instantly. She cracked her knuckles and threatened, While I'm feeling sorry for you, you'd better not force me to slap you. With a puzzled look, Yuran asked, Why can't it be you? Ninghai let out a sigh and replied, I can't even be bothered to bring up all the awful things you did before. Put yourself in my shoes. What reason do you think I'd have to like you? Yuran pleaded, I won't be like that anymore. I'll change. Hearing that, Ninghai instinctively took a step back and looked at him suspiciously. Why, you're okay, right? Why do you suddenly seem like a completely different person today? The moment she finished speaking, her stomach suddenly growled. Yuran burst out laughing. I ordered a whole table full of food. Who told you not to come eat? Serves you right. Ninghai clutched her stomach, her face turning red, and stubbornly retorted, Even if you ordered a whole table of delicacies from land and sea. Faced with Ninghai, Lu Yuran immediately put away his smile and returned to a serious tone. In any case, I hope young Master Lu can slowly think things through. And I also wish you can find a girl who sees only your good points, so your love can bloom and bear fruit, and your happiness can last forever. She stood up, picked up the medicine kit, and turned back to remind Yuran, I'll sleep on the second floor, and you sleep on the first. Tomorrow morning, I'll take the bus back by myself. Just rest and recover from your injuries. You don't need to see me off. Yuran grinned. Do you really have to guard against me this much? I already said I won't do anything to you. Ninghai did not take it seriously and turned to leave. Anyway, I know a little self-defense too, as you already know. Think carefully before you try anything. Good night and sweet dreams. She thought to herself, I still can't underestimate Lu Yuran, so I have to. Lu Yuran sat there comfortably, his gaze still resting on that woman. He thought to himself, although she's still very wary of me, after tonight's conversation, things have definitely softened a lot compared to how cold and stiff our relationship used to be. If only it could stay like this forever. On Ninghai's side, she locked the door tightly and muttered to herself, This should be fine now, right? Her tone was full of emotion as she said, This place really is clean. It looks like no one has lived here for a long time. I guess Lu Yuran was telling the truth. He really has had people come clean it regularly. He really is a total romantic. She happily sat down in a chair and took out her phone. So much happened tonight. I'm tired and hungry. I'd better order takeout. While looking at her phone, Ninghai suddenly froze and murmured in confusion. The screen was filled with a string of messages from Lu Mujing. Xiao Shi, tonight I only had a meal with Wang Chuani's mother. We've known each other for many years, and there were some things that weren't convenient to say face to face. If I made you misunderstand anything, please forgive me. Where are you now? I'll come see you and explain everything clearly. Ninghai fell silent. Mother Wang had clearly told her about the wedding, yet Lu Mujing said it was only a meal. The information from both sides completely didn't match. But in the past, she really had never noticed any special feelings from Lu Mujing toward Dr. Long. Maybe there really was something else going on tonight. After thinking for a while, she still couldn't make sense of it, so she simply threw herself onto the soft bed. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I don't have the energy to think about it now. I'll talk about it later. Ninghai sank into thought. Reason told her she could trust Lu Mujing, but the baseless self-doubt deep in her heart kept making her suspect him. She really hated this ambiguous feeling. The next morning, Ninghai slowly walked downstairs. She thought to herself, sure enough, Lu Yuran didn't come bother me last night. This brat has finally learned how to behave. She headed straight for the door, sounding somewhat relieved. I should make a run for it before he wakes up. The moment the door opened, a familiar tall figure appeared right in front of her. Lu Mujing. She looked shocked. Why you? How did you find this place? Since he had appeared here, then he definitely already knew she and Lu Yuran had spent the whole night in this villa. He definitely couldn't be in a good mood right now. But Lu Mujing said nothing more, only asking with concern, Are you hungry? Let's go get breakfast. Looking at his expression, Ninghai found it a little hard to believe. She thought, he's not asking me anything at all, and instead he wants to take me to breakfast. Thinking of that, she deliberately put on a resistant attitude. No need. I want to go back. Lu Mujing only gently took her hand and said warmly, The bus stop is far from here. Get in the car. Ninghai frowned at him, her tone firm. I said I don't need. Her gaze landed on the man's tired face. Ninghai could not help feeling puzzled. Why does he look so exhausted? Did he not rest well last night? His eyes are even bloodshot. Lu Mujing slowly looked her over. Did you see the messages I sent you? Chwani has run into some trouble recently. Yesterday, I accompanied her to see her mother. I only went to reassure her. He wrapped an arm around Ninghai's waist from behind, his tone indulgent. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd overthink it. Hearing that, she looked thoughtful. Come to think of it, Dr. Wang really has had some health issues lately. Ninghai turned her head with an innocent expression and said, You two grew up together, so it's normal to help each other. Last night, I only helped Lu Yuran treat his wounds. We didn't fight, and he didn't do anything to me. Lu Mujing gave a light scoff, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. He wouldn't dare. Seeing his overbearing expression, Ninghai's cheeks flushed slightly too. Cleverly, she asked, Did you already know Lu Yuran wouldn't do anything to me? And how did you find this villa? Lu Mujing gave a handsome smile and teased her as he led her toward the car. That's not difficult for me. I can track down all the information in 5 minutes. Before that, Lu Mujing had spoken to his assistant on the phone. Yin Tian, check whether Lu Yuran and Tang Ninghai registered at any hotel. If not, keep checking the properties under his name, as well as the current route of his car. He affectionately patted Ninghai on the head. And besides, I trust you. You wouldn't let anything happen with that brat. Ninghai pretended to be disgusted and slapped his hand away. All right, President Lu is the most amazing. Let's go already. She rubbed her temples, her mind in a mess. Why can he see through everything? No matter how I pretend, it feels like I'm walking barefoot right in front of him. It's so maddening. Lu Mujing opened the car door, his voice gentle. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Get in and sleep for a while. I'll wake you when we get to the restaurant. The man's tone carried a trace of amusement. One last thing. The fact that you took the initiative to explain what happened last night means you've already been moved by me. For me, that's good news. The moment Ninghai heard that, she became embarrassed and angry at once, shouting at Lu Mujing, Why you? Just drive already. So the two of them drove to a breakfast place. Lu Mujing picked up a steamed bun and put it into Ninghai's bowl, saying softly, Eat. She gave an awkward smile, thinking that his whole aura really didn't match this place at all. Lu Mujing picked up his phone and said to her, I'm going outside to take a call. It's about the company. I'll be right back. While eating, Ninghai turned to look at her ringing phone. It was a call from Annie Zhang. She answered in a cheerful tone. Annie Zhang, how have you been lately? How are the children? On the other end, Annie Zhang said happily, Ninghai, there's good news. Annie Zhang said, Our orphanage received sponsorship from a boss surnamed Lu, and he also helped us handle all the procedures, so we got an official certificate as a registered social welfare institution. Ninghai froze too. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Lu Yuran to move so fast. I really can't help seeing him in a new light. She took a bite of her bun and said happily, That's wonderful, Annie Zhang. With this certificate, we'll be able to officially sign contracts to care for the children in the future, and we won't have to worry about them being transferred to other institutions. By the way, is that boss Lu named Lu Yuran? On the other end, Auntie Zhang answered, No, it's not the name you said. The person sponsoring us is a boss named Lu Mujing. Ninghai was so shocked her chopsticks fell. What? Lu Mujing? Ninghai looked toward Lu Mujing and sank into thought. In other words, Lu Mujing had already started arranging all of this for the orphanage at least since last month. Then a voice came again from the phone. Oh dear, I let it slip. He said he only wanted to do this quietly and didn't need anyone making a fuss over it. She thought, now the orphanage has been formalized and has resources. Auntie Zhang won't have to work as hard as before, and the children's lives are secured. They'll never have to worry about being taken away at any moment again. An anxious voice came from the phone. Ninghai, Ninghai. Ninghai walked outside and looked at Lu Mujing, who was on the phone. Over all these years, she had tried countless times and put in endless effort, yet every time she had come away empty-handed. But Lu Mujing had quietly solved the greatest burden in her heart for her, and had never even intended to tell her. On the other side, Lu Mujing sounded somewhat surprised. What? The person who has been secretly suppressing the orphanage all this time is my mother. Assistant Qin cautiously continued. Yes, Fang Ruoyan doesn't have a network that extensive. According to our investigation, the person behind Fang Ruoyan is actually Madame La. Qin Song added. However, Madame La's motive is still unclear at the moment. President Lu, what do you think? Before he could finish, Lu Mujing cut him off. Keep investigating. At that moment, Ninghai's slender little hand gently caught hold of his sleeve. Lu Mujing, hearing that, he turned around in surprise. Lu Mujing smiled and asked, Ninghai, what's wrong? Her eyes were filled with emotion and gratitude. Thank you, Lu Mujing. The moment he heard that, he already understood what had happened. It seemed she had found out about the orphanage, though he hadn't expected it to be this soon. Lu Mujing gently wiped away her tears and comforted her. I didn't do all this just to make you cry. Inhai hurriedly wiped away her tears and explained, I am just too happy. These are tears of joy. No one knows how much heart and effort I've poured into the orphanage. All these years, a big reason I stayed patiently by Feng Ruoyan's side was also for the orphanage. He gently handed her a tissue. I know how hard it's been for you, Lu Mujing promised softly. Inhai, from now on, I won't let you suffer anymore. As he spoke, he moved closer and closer. I promise. The next second, to Inhai's surprise, the two of them kissed. And little by little, she sank into the kiss. If his strength and dominance were intoxicating enough, then his tenderness and attentiveness made her feel as though she were floating on the surface of the sea. Lu Mujing, his figure was all that remained in her eyes. Maybe it was because, deep in her heart, she had always felt something intense for him, something as fierce and surging as waves crashing against the shore. Then the two of them kissed deeply again. Maybe it was because she was dazed in that moment, her mind completely blank. Maybe it was because he had helped the orphanage, so she gave him all of her response. A long while later, the two finally pulled apart. But less than a second later, Inhai leaned in again on her own initiative and continued. No matter what, at this moment, I don't want to wake up ever again. I feel so calm inside. I don't feel ashamed anymore, and it no longer feels like a dream. At the same time, the crowd of onlookers startled them both. Inhai awkwardly covered her mouth. Eye short-circuited, and this is out on the street. Lu Mujing patted her lightly and comforted her. All right, Xiaohai, don't cry anymore. You still have to attend the bidding conference tomorrow. How are you supposed to go if your eyes are swollen from crying? Hearing that, she flusteredly said, let's hurry home. He happily followed after her. I'll do whatever you say. This was the first time she had accepted his kiss. Suddenly, Lu Mujing grew thoughtful. Still, Inhai's background probably really does have some connection to our Lu family. A few days later, the bidding conference for North City's new stadium was grandly held at the Longning City Convention and Exhibition Center. People whispered among themselves, did you see that? Besides the staff from all the major construction companies, a lot of important city leaders are here too, along with quite a few well-known figures from the domestic construction industry. This is really a huge event. Inhai stood on stage and delivered her presentation with confidence. Longning City is one of China's leading cities, as well as the country's most prosperous port and a famous tourist destination. In keeping with the positioning of this city, the stadium I designed can hold 70,000 people, and it can also withstand. During the review process, Tan Inhai performed exceptionally well, and in the end, she helped the Lu Group win the contract. Pleasure doing business with you. The scene shifted to the luncheon, where Jia Min's voice rang out. Inhai, you were absolutely dazzling on stage just now. She went on praising her. Every technical question the review panel asked, you answered flawlessly, and your explanations were so detailed too. I could tell those judges really admired you. Even a lot of the senior people in our company were praising you. Inhai replied confidently, thank you, but I still can't relax yet. There's still the contract signing meeting this afternoon. Jiamin leaned in and lowered her voice. You'll definitely be fine. Let's talk about something else. Didn't you message me last night saying Professor Lu helped you solve the orphanage problem? That's way too sweet. Come on, tell me the details. With a headache, she thought, Tan Inhai, what exactly is this situation? There's really nothing to tell. Still, Lu Ran had said that as long as she helped him with this project, he would help her solve the orphanage issue. But this time, Lu Mujing had gotten there first, and even now she had no idea whether Lu Ran would be angry with her because of it. Those two nephews really were sworn enemies. Joan could hardly believe it. Isn't that way too strange? Has your relationship with Lu Yuan eased up? He's not forcing you to marry him anymore. Inhai shook her head and said, he's not forcing me anymore. I guess things are a little more peaceful now. Anyway, as long as he doesn't keep making things difficult for me, it's not like I can't let bygones be bygones and help him out. Hearing that, Jia Min teased, anyway, you'd better stay a little farther away from Lu Yuan. Be careful, Professor. Lu gets jealous. Suddenly, Inhai spotted something. Jia Min, look at 2 o'clock. They saw Jiao Jiao slipping a necklace into someone's pocket. Isn't that Feng Jiao Jiao? Her hand quickly shoved the necklace inside. Jiamin covered her mouth and whispered, "In-hai, isn't it the girl with glasses, your little assistant? Feng Jiejia is definitely up to something again." In-hai calmly set down her wine glass and analyzed. Feng Jiaojiao works at Europa Group now. They're the competitor of the Lu Group and the Asia Pacific Group. Since we won the contract from them today, she must be trying to play dirty and snatch it back. In the next second, she already had a plan in mind. She doesn't dare target me directly, so she set her sights on my assistant instead. I'll go take a look. By then, Zhao Jiao had already walked over to Tan Yinhai's assistant, Xiao Zhang. Oh my, some people don't even know how to put on makeup. She sat down beside Xiao Zhang and kept picking at her. And honestly, I really don't know what it means to wear off-season discount clothes from a street stall to a bidding conference. Even trash has to be sorted. What kind of trash are you? Although Xiao Zhang was being insulted badly, all she could do was avoid her. I'm going outside to get some air. Seeing that, Zhao Jiao became even more pleased with herself. Stupid girl, as long as you leave, it'll completely count as theft. Even if you had 100 mouths, you wouldn't be able to explain yourself. There's no way the other party would hand the project to a company whose employee is a thief. When that happens, the stadium bidding contract will definitely belong to our Europa Group. Suddenly, Inhai's voice rang out with mocking sarcasm. Feng Jiaojiao, what nonsense are you talking about with sorting categories? What brand of garbage bag do you belong in? Is there one big enough to hold you? Then she immediately comforted her assistant. Xiao Zhang, don't rush off. There's a good show about to start. Dan Dan Jinai. Zhao Jiao immediately panicked. Why you? What are you saying? Why is she here? Yinhai confronted her directly. I'm saying, why do you care whether someone else looks tacky or not? It's not like they're taking those clothes with them into your grave. She was cursed into speechlessness. At that moment, Jiamin appeared to smooth things over. All right, don't get angry. Harmony brings wealth. Have some water. While pouring water, she deftly took the necklace out of Xiao Zhang's pocket. Then, while Feng Jiaojiao wasn't paying attention, she slipped the necklace into her pocket. Tan Yinhai, didn't you only worm your way into the Lu Group by seducing Lu Mujing? Stop putting on such an arrogant act here. At that moment, Jiamin gave a nod to signal that it was done. Yinhai got the message too. Jiamin had succeeded. Seeing that Yinhai wasn't responding, Zhao Jiao became even more affected in her manner. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I hit the mark? Yinhai looked utterly disgusted. Oh, your mouth really stinks. It's been soaking for years, and the smell is still this strong. She put on an innocent expression, thinking, I know you've always been a very blunt person, but do you really have to be this blunt? What did you smear on your mouth? Beside her, Xiao Zhang held back her laughter, while Zhao Jiao was left speechless. What? Then Yinhai quickly changed the subject. My fault. I mistook you for someone capable of understanding human language. Every sentence landed right on her sore spots. After all, your grades in school were third from the bottom, so anything that comes out of your mouth is bound to be mediocre too. Yinhai let out a mocking laugh. Bad grades, bad character, and both your IQ and EQ got cut off the moment your umbilical cord was severed. But someone like you, who can't even keep up with the pace of human evolution, how exactly did you get into Europa Group? You must have put in quite a bit of effort behind the scenes, huh? The people around them whispered, wow, Feng Jiaojiao really can't handle this. This is hilarious. Her little tricks are nowhere near enough in front of someone like that. Jiejia was humiliated so badly, she had no face left. In the end, it was also because she had a guilty conscience. She had no real ability, yet loved stirring up trouble. Her face had been slapped over and over, and hatred filled her heart. This woman not only wanted to embarrass her, she wanted to grind her face into the dirt. How vicious. Thinking this, Zhao Jiao shifted her attention to Xiao Zhang. No, there has to be someone more embarrassed than me. The next second, she suddenly stood up and announced, I am leaving first. Then Zhao Jiao began her performance. My necklace is missing. That necklace is Tiffany's limited seasonal edition, worth over 100,000. The crowd immediately responded, oh my god, did you drop it somewhere? Inhai sat there quietly, watching as a good show was about to begin. Zhao Jiao frantically rummaged through her bag. Already checked my bag. There's nothing there. What do? That was a birthday gift from my father. It's very precious. Someone stepped forward and asked, when was the last time you saw the necklace? She immediately declared, before I went to the restroom, it was still in my bag. After saying that, she glanced at Xiao Zhang. But I didn't take my bag into the restroom. I asked that girl to watch it for me. At once, questioning voices rose. Could it be that someone stole it? Xiao Zhang was startled and hurriedly denied it. I didn't. Zhao Zhao pointed at her and said, Xiao Zhang, I want to search you. Do you have a problem with that? She was forced into a dilemma. Xiao Zhang, if you really took Feng Zhao Zhao's necklace before this gets blown up, you'd better hurry and hand it over. The crowd kept pressing. Come on, hand it over. Exactly. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences alone. Xiao Zhang, as long as you return the necklace my father gave me, I can let the previous matter slide. Those aggressive words left Xiao Zhang completely helpless. That girl stole Feng Zhao Zhao's necklace? Really? She actually dared do something like that in front of so many people? It's worth over 100,000. We need to call the police and sue right away. Hand over the necklace now. Xiao Jing was so anxious she was nearly in tears. At that moment, Yin Hai stepped forward to protect her. Feng Zhao Zhao, do you have any evidence proving that Xiao Zhang took your necklace? If you do, Zhao Zhao pointed at her and said with absolute certainty, she doesn't even dare let me search her, so there's definitely something wrong. And everything she's wearing is cheap street stall stuff, not even worth 300 in total. She's the most suspicious. Hearing that, Yin Hai turned to encourage Xiao Zhang. If you're upright, you need not fear a crooked shadow. Let her search you. If she can't find anything, we can absolutely make her pay compensation for emotional distress. Sister Tan, hearing this, Zhao Zhao eagerly pounced forward. Then I'll search her myself. She turned out Xiao Zhang's pocket, but there was nothing inside. That's not right. I clearly remember putting it here. Yin Hai voiced her deduction. Feng Zhao Zhao, just now, when you searched Xiao Zhang's vest pocket, you looked like you already knew the necklace was there. Could it be that you put the necklace into Xiao Zhang's pocket beforehand and then deliberately framed her for stealing it? This made Zhao Zhao terribly guilty, and she quickly denied it. I didn't. Who said her vest only has those 2 pockets? Yin Hai smiled and suggested. Then could it be that you put the necklace into your own vest pocket? Aren't you being a bit much? Accusing someone like this without even getting the facts straight? Zhao Zhao hurriedly reached into her pocket while denying it. I didn't. Everyone look. But the moment she touched it, the necklace appeared and fell to the ground with a crisp clang that sounded especially harsh throughout the room. Zhao Zhao was in disbelief. This. What's going on? The crowd immediately began mocking her. What is this? It was clearly in her own pocket. Just now she was searching someone else so arrogantly. What was that supposed to mean? That's too much. Just because she has money and influence, she looks down on people and bullies them. Yin Hai folded her arms and said coldly, Feng Jiajia, looks like your slander and framing both failed. Do you want to apologize to Xiao Zhang in front of everyone? Or do you want to wait and go to jail? The voices around her forced her to choose. Feng Zhao Zhao's father is a principal. She's always talking about what a good upbringing she has. How could there be such a coincidence? Maybe just like Ms. Tan said, Feng Zhao Zhao deliberately framed Xiao Zhao. In the end, Zhao Zhao lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry. But in her heart, she was already calculating. This time I can only swallow the loss. If this really gets to the point of checking surveillance footage, the only unlucky one will be me. She had actually vaguely guessed it too. There was no way such a ridiculous switch of the necklace could have happened without Tan Yin Hai's involvement. Tan Yin Hai, just you wait. At the same time, Mujing's voice rang out. Everyone, don't let a small matter affect your mood. 3 people walked in one after another amid the greetings from the crowd. Hello, Director Lu. Hello, President Lu. Hello, President Gao. Lu Mujing strode in with elegant bearing, handsome and dazzling. The discussion around them instantly exploded. President Lu is here. I've seen him so many times in magazines. He's so handsome. He looks even better in person than in photos. He's exactly the kind of overbearing CEO they always write about in novels. If I could just say one sentence to him, I'd be completely satisfied. Yin Hai suddenly had a guess. Could Lu Mujing have been standing in the back and watching the whole time just now? Then she warmly greeted him as well. Director Lu, thank you again for trusting the Lu Group and awarding the North City New Stadium project to us in order to give back to society. I promise I will allocate. He was very pleased by this. President Lu truly is a model for modern enterprises. I admire you. Standing nearby, Gao Shuai mocked. President Lu is really generous. You must have made a lot of money this year, right? Since you're so rich, why not buy everyone here a house? Mujing smiled and accepted the challenge. Sure, I'll host, and you can pay. He joked with a smile. Besides, it's not that I'm generous. It's that President Gao's vision is too narrow to see what contributions I've made to society. Then he raised his hand and pointed, mocking him. But then again, that makes sense. An employee of a Europa group just falsely accused an employee of our Lu group of stealing her things. This immediately made everyone around laugh. President Lu is so witty. The boss of Europa Group's face darkened on the spot. Jiamin praised in a low voice. You and your husband are both so good with words. Inhai awkwardly protested. Don't talk nonsense. Gao Shuai was already furious inside. Feng Jiao Jiao, that stupid pig. At first I thought she had some looks, and later the old man arranged for her to join the company. I never expected her to make me lose all face in front of Director Lu and Lu Mujing. I'm firing her the moment we get back. Mujing raised his glass and announced, the day after tomorrow at 6 in the evening, I will officially host. Everyone readily agreed. All right, President Lu, I'll definitely come support you the day after tomorrow. President Lu is not only young and capable, he's also incredibly broad-minded. Exactly. Inhai Sai Inhua Li. As expected, he really is surrounded by admiration from all sides. Suddenly, she realized something. Inhai stirred slightly. It feels like he's looking at me. The thought made her blush bright red. Anyway, if Lu Mujing is hosting an orphanage charity event, then Aunt Jean will definitely be very busy, so I'll go back and help when the time comes. Beside her, Jiang Min was still praising him. Professor Lu is so handsome. The scene shifted to the changing room, where Inhai was tidying herself up. Hair okay, color okay. She cheered herself on. All right, I have to do my best at the contract signing meeting this afternoon. Suddenly, a hand lifted the curtain at the doorway. Mujin walked in and pulled her into his arms. Xiaohai, would you be my partner for the orphanage charity ball? Inhai jumped in fright and cried out, Lu Mujin, what are you doing? This is the women's changing room. The next second, she hurriedly covered her mouth again. Oh no, I was too loud just now. What if someone heard me? Mujin gently soothed her. Don't worry. Before you came in, I already had this place cleared out. No one will hear, Inhai said in surprise. No wonder I didn't see a single person when I came in. You were obviously lying in wait for me. He used an excuse to defend himself. Because Xiaohai doesn't like me talking to you in front of everyone, and you don't want other people knowing about our relationship. So I had no choice but to sneak in like a thief to find you. She was speechless for a moment. Shameless. So it really was him. Mujin lightly kissed her on the neck. Back in the restaurant just now, I kept forcing myself to hold back the urge to introduce you to everyone, and I tried desperately not to look at you. Do you know how hard that was for me? Inhai's heart was already in complete chaos. So itchy. The next second, she resolutely pushed him away. What are you thinking? If I become your dance partner, won't people still gossip? I refuse, Inhai seriously reminded him. And if you wanted to ask me to be your partner, couldn't you just send me a message? Did you really have to come looking for me in the changing room? In the end, she even mocked him. Looks to me like you just used this as an excuse to act like a creep. Hearing that, Mujin instead hugged her tighter. Since you've already seen through me, I won't pretend anymore. Xiaohai's figure seems even sexier now. He asked with concern, have you been tired lately? Your waist seems even slimmer. Angrily, Inhai rammed her head into Lu Mujing. Behave yourself and stay away from me. But in the very next second, the world spun around her and she grew dizzy. Not good. Looks like I used too much force. That bastard is perfectly fine, but I can't hold on anymore. Lu Mujing spoke with helpless affection. All right, I won't tease you anymore. If you're hurting, my heart hurts too. Tanning Hai raised a hand to stop him. Why you don't touch me. Lu Mujing tried to coax her. If you don't want to attract attention at the ball, then after all the guests leave, how about you dance one more dance with me? He looked at her with deep affection, his voice full of pleading. Just one dance. Would that be okay? Inghai felt a little flustered. How could this man be flirting 1 second and then suddenly say something so heartfelt the next? She turned and left, tossing out one sentence. We'll talk about it later. I need to go to a meeting. Suddenly, Lu Mujing's large hand grabbed Tan Inghai's hand. What are you doing now? Then he gently pressed a kiss to the back of her hand. The two quickly separated. Lu Mujing waved goodbye. Go on. Work hard, Inghai. Inghai ran off in a huff. Is there any god out there who can take this devil away? Later, he made a call and instructed assistant Chin. Prepare a gown for Tan Inghai for the charity gala and match it with suitable jewelry. It has to be the best. Yes, President Lu. Suddenly, his phone rang. The moment he answered, he was met with a furious scolding. Lu Mujing, Explain this to me clearly. Why has Wang Chuaning brought her mother to our house to discuss your engagement? Mujin froze. What? The old man angrily questioned him. You're really too troublesome. The way you're treating Yinghai has me worried for you. He explained. Wang Chuaning told Aunt Wang that I'm her boyfriend. Lu Mujin's voice turned cold. I already warned her to clear things up. Looks like she took my words as water off a duck's back. Help me turn them down. There's no need to save her face. The old man cleared his throat and set a condition. I don't want to offend anyone on your behalf, unless you get your mother to call me. Then I'll help you. Lu Mujin looked a little impatient. Then don't bother. I'll go talk to Wang Chuaning myself. The old man said resentfully, you're threatening me. Hearing that, Lu Mujin smiled cunningly. If it feels like a threat, that just means I have enough leverage in my hand. So you'd better help me refuse Mother Wang. Maybe I'll even say a few good words for you in front of my mother. The old man was completely out of options and grumbled. How did I end up with such a scheming son? Fine. I'll help you. Remember what you promised me. With that, Lu Mujin hung up. Wang Chuaning is forcing me into a corner. She's disappointed me, and she's leaving me no choice but to make things clear. He calculated silently in his heart. With her scheming mind and methods, she'll definitely go cause trouble for Yinghai. I need to assign even more bodyguards to follow Yinghai. A few days later, at the charity gala, Yinghai was radiant as she gave instructions. Director Zhang, here's the media reporter list I organized along with the list of sponsor representatives. He was deeply grateful. Thank you, Miss Tan. You've really helped me out tremendously. At the same time, Aunt Zhang came over with 2 children. Sister Yinghai, she asked with concern, have you been tired lately? Are you feeling all right? Yinghai smiled and shook her head. Not all. I'm not that delicate. Aunt Zhang looked very worried. Yinghai, I haven't seen you in so long, and you've gotten thinner again. Yuan blinked mischievously. Sister Yinghai, your dress is so pretty. Did your boyfriend buy it for you? Hearing that, she coughed lightly twice. Honestly, I originally thought Lu Mujin would prepare some dress with that typical straight man taste, but I didn't expect it to fit my style so well. The next second, she flicked the boy on the forehead and scolded him. Yuan, you know way too much. You're getting naughtier and naughtier. Then she scooped Duo into her arms and kissed her. Oh my Duo, you've grown again. Did you miss Sister Yinghai? Just then, Lu Mujin walked over and greeted them. Yinghai, Ms. Zhang. Yinghai introduced him. Aunt Zhang, this is Mr. Lu, the one who's been sponsoring our orphanage. Mr. Lu Mujing is not only the president of the Lu Group, he's also my professor at university. Aunt Zhang was startled and blurted out, the Lu Group? When his assistant came to discuss sponsorship with me before, he only said he was an ordinary businessman named Lu Mujing. She was extremely surprised. He never said he was from that famous Lu Group. Then she guessed again. Judging by his age, could he be Lu Yaoti's youngest son? Aunt Zhang lowered her head and greeted him respectfully. Young Master Lu, our orphanage and Yinghai have both benefited from your care. We truly can't thank you enough. Lu Mujing responded politely. It's nothing. Yinghai has helped me a great deal as well. She began trying to matchmake. I heard President Lu is about to turn 30. Truly young and accomplished. At such a golden age, someone is actually better suited to a girl of 27 or 28, since their life experience would be more comparable. But as she watched the scene before her, she secretly blamed herself. I was careless. I never expected Yinghai to get entangled with the Lu family. Aunt Zhang continued to stir the pot. Yinghai is only 22. She hasn't had much exposure to the problems of society and can easily be misled by appearances. I was just planning to introduce her to a young man around her age, someone motivated in his career and not too late to start a family. What do you think, President Lu? Yinghai was thoroughly startled by those words. Aunt Zhang. But Lu Mujing smiled and deftly sidestepped the attack. A stable career doesn't prevent someone from having a family. Besides, Yinghai was raised very well. Aunt Zhang carefully sized up the man. This man really is mature and well-mannered. In that case, I'll just follow her lead and keep talking. But once you marry into a wealthy family, it's as deep as the sea. I only hope Yinghai's future path will be an easier one. What's more, even if she does marry into wealth, it absolutely cannot be the Lu family. Suddenly, Qin Song ran over to report. President Lu, County Magistrate Chun has arrived. Hearing that, Lu Mujing inclined his head slightly and left. I have business to attend to. Please enjoy yourselves. Aunt Zhang found an excuse and coaxed the two children away. You in. Take duo to get something to eat first, all right? Okay. After that, she asked Ying anxiously, what exactly is your relationship with this Mr. Lu? The way he looks at you is obviously different. He sponsors our orphanage. Could it be because you made some kind of exchange with him? Ying held her hand and comforted her. Aunt Zhang, what are you thinking? He does charity to give back to society. Besides, Mr. Lu is both my teacher and my boss. If he wants to do charity and help the poor, of course he'd start with the people around him. Even so, Aunt Zhang still couldn't put her mind at ease. Hi. Annie knows you've always been a child who can tell right from wrong, and that you've always been diligent and independent, but deep down you're actually still very. Ying hugged her and soothed her softly. How could that be? Even if I really did go down the wrong path with my personality, I'd definitely correct it and turn into the right one. Aunt Zhang sighed, knowing she couldn't persuade her. You child, you always share the good news and hide the bad. You shoulder everything yourself. Now that the orphanage is already on the right track, you'll be able to worry less from now on. But she still couldn't stop worrying about Lu Mujing. Even so, Annie still wants to say this. Being well-matched does make sense. You and Mr. Lu differ greatly in family background, economic foundation, education, lifestyle, and the way you handle things. In a relationship like that, it's easy to end up at a disadvantage and easy to suffer grievances. Ying confidently patted her chest. I'm so independent. Who would dare look down on me? Aunt Zhang, don't worry. I won't let myself be wronged. Aunt Zhang held her hand and patted it. Anyway, Aunt Zhang doesn't expect you to become rich and powerful. I just hope you can live happily. Oh, right. Aunt Zhang knows a few young men with good character who are around your age. I'll introduce them to you sometime. Ying hurriedly refused. Aunt Zhang, you're really overthinking it. I don't want to date right now. I just want to work hard and earn more money. I never told you before about my marriage arrangement with Lu Yuran or about those ties with the Lu family because I was afraid you'd worry and think too much. But Aunt Zhang was actually so wary of Lu Mujing that it seemed to go beyond what was normal. Soon after, Ying hurried away. Aunt Zhang, get some rest first. I'm going over there to help out. She thought back to the past. Back then, Zini and I often came to the orphanage to volunteer, and we were very close. Her thoughts had already drifted back to old memories. I knew her boyfriend at the time was the eldest young master of the Lu group, but the Lu group rarely made internal news public, and I had never met anyone from the Lu family. Later, the Lu group's eldest young master publicly announced his marriage, but the bride was the Xin family's daughter. Aunt Zhang had been shocked then. The bride wasn't Zini. I don't know what exactly happened between them. I only know that something went wrong in Zini's family at that time. To avoid being tracked down, she could only flee abroad and hide. Several years later, one day, Zini suddenly came to see her carrying the newborn Ying. She said she was going to take revenge. She also entrusted me with a family heirloom necklace from the Gu family and warned me that no matter what, I must not let anyone know the necklace was here. If possible, it would be best if that necklace never saw the light of day again. She blamed herself in her heart. I waited for Zini for 1 year, 10 years, and now 20 years have passed, but she never came back. I thought she must have suffered a great deal of misfortune. Perhaps she was no longer alive. So I decided to follow Cindy's instructions and conceal Yinghai's true identity forever. In the next second, Aunt Jing's face became resolute. But if this girl gets entangled with the Lu family, that means she thought of even deeper consequences. So she absolutely could not let Yinghai become more and more deeply entangled with Lu Mujing. After the ball ended, Yinghai and Mujing were dancing together. Hey, Lu Mujing, didn't you say you wanted to dance with me? Why are you still wearing that expression? He said frankly, didn't Aunt Zhang want to introduce you to a boyfriend? How did you answer her? She smiled playfully. So you're jealous over that? She deliberately teased him. That's right. Doesn't President Lu know that my dream is to become a rich woman? So I asked Aunt Zhang to keep an eye out for me. Hearing that, Lu Mujing smoothly replied, what a coincidence. I could be a big dog or a little puppy, and I also have a dog's loyalty. He asked deeply, will you consider it? Yinghai's face reddened, and she turned away. President Lu, why do you like this kind of overbearing, forceful love? Lu Mujing smiled meaningfully. I don't know what other domineering CEOs are like, but everything I say is sincere. Yinghai was moved by those words, but the kind of forceful love he gave her was far more love than force. Yinghai immediately pushed him away. Why you? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't believe you. Her steps faltered for a beat. Strange, why was I teasing him just now? Yinghai lowered her head and said, I'm done dancing. I have to go. Lu Mujing shamelessly said, then let's go together. Haven't we already been living together? Hearing that, Ying jumped back in fright. Don't come over here. With the atmosphere tonight, if we go back to the west, suddenly, someone opened fire toward the ballroom. A burst of bullets shot straight at the chandelier on the ceiling. Just as Ying turned to look, the chandelier was already falling. What was that sound? When Lu Mujing saw this, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he rushed over at once. Ying, she hurriedly pushed him away. Lu Mujing, don't come over. However, before the chandelier crashed down, he still moved swiftly to shield Ying beneath him. The sound of shattering glass rang continuously through the air. She cried out in terror. Lu Mujing. When Ying saw he was hurt, she instantly screamed. Lu Mujing, you're injured. Let me see. He asked anxiously. I'm fine. Are you hurt? Ying was deeply shaken at that moment. Even now, he's still thinking about me. Qin Song immediately gave the order. President Lu, hurry and call an ambulance. Get President Lu to the hospital. Yes. Lu Mujing, try to stand up. It's just a minor injury. No need to make a fuss. Ying supported him and reminded him, careful. Don't force yourself. Just then, he examined the chandelier carefully and discovered that the break in the suspension rope was not part of some prearranged mechanism, but had been severed on the spot by a bullet. He said in a low voice, the assassin must have used a silencer. Ying continued the analysis. So this wasn't an accident. It was attempted murder, and I was the target. I estimated the risk. If that chandelier had hit my head, then even if it didn't kill me, I would have suffered brain damage and been disfigured. Who could possibly hate me enough to insist on killing me like this? And since this time failed, there will definitely be a next time. Lu Mujing's expression also turned grave, and they actually dared to make a move on you right in front of me. Then he instructed Qin Song, investigate it for me. Yes. Ying urged him, no matter what, go to the hospital first. Your injury is the most important thing. It's fine. Lu Mujing pulled her into his arms and comforted her. Ying, I won't let anything happen to you. Don't be afraid. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his chest. Not good. Ying was filled with worry. I'm afraid I'm about to fall into an even more troublesome situation. And even deeper. A few days later, at First People's Hospital, Johnny came to visit Lu Mujing. Second brother, I stewed some fish soup for you to help you recover. He replied coolly, Johnny, there was no need for you to specially rearrange your time off to come see me, and you didn't need to stew soup for me either. She smiled and tried to smooth things over. I caused a scene at Uncle Lu's house before, so coming here now can count as apologizing while I'm at it. And since you're injured, I came to take care of you. Lu Mujing glanced at the lunch container and refused. My girlfriend, Ying will bring me food. Her cooking is excellent, no worse than any restaurant's. Those words stabbed fiercely into Johnny's heart. She could learn too. In the future, she could easily win over her boyfriend's stomach as well. Hatred showed in her eyes. Tan Ying had actually already become second brother's official girlfriend in his heart. In the next second, Lu Mujing snapped his laptop shut. Since you're here, there's something I want to clear up. He got straight to the point and demanded the chandelier incident at the ball that night. Did you send someone to do it? Are you going to admit it yourself? Or do you want me to prove it with evidence? Johnny was startled and didn't know how to answer. Since second brother is asking like this, that means he's already found out. There's no use saying anything now. If I lie, it'll only make him angrier. In the end, she gritted her teeth and admitted it. It was me. I hate that second brother always secretly arranges bodyguards for Tan Ying, making it hard for me to make a move. The ball that night was a rare opportunity, so I sent someone to take a chance. I didn't expect it would still fail. Then Johnny hurriedly explained, but listen to me. I only did it because I love you. For you, I've already done evil things. Lu Mujing coldly drew a line. Don't call me second brother anymore. To her, those words were like a bolt from the blue. He continued, from the very beginning, I only ever treated you as my best friend's younger sister, which is why I took care of you. Lu Mujing made the boundary crystal clear. Our relationship ends here. From now on, I'll have people keep an eye on you. You know very well what you should do. If there's a next time, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Hearing that, Johnny let out a cold laugh. Second brother, don't tell me you've really fallen in love with Tan Ying. Don't forget, you still have plenty of things from your past that you're hiding from her. He closed his eyes and admitted it. That's right, I do love Ying, and that answer will never change. Besides, do you really think those things from the past can threaten me? Johnny was so shocked that she muttered under her breath. For Tan Ying, he practically doesn't care about anything anymore. If I keep provoking him, the only one who'll suffer losses is me. At that moment, Ying, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, heard everything. My love for her. She'll see it more and more clearly from now on. Come out. She could hardly believe it and thought to herself, Wang Johnny would actually try to kill me for Lu Mujing's sake. Lu Mujing says he loves me, but he's also hiding things about his past from me. What exactly is going on? Just as Ying was about to push the door open and go in, Johnny walked out. In a sharp tone, she said, Tan Ying, don't say I didn't warn you. Second brother is definitely not the good man you think he is. You will regret it. Ying smiled and replied, I don't think you're qualified to interfere in matters between Lu Mujing and me. Besides, with my personality, the more someone tells me I'll regret it, the more I want to do it. Johnny folded her arms and pointed at her. You really have no self-respect. To put it bluntly, what can you give him? Power? Influence? A career? And Ying confidently replied, then aren't you just as lacking in self-respect, interfering in someone else's relationship like this? Hands on her hips, she said righteously, it's not like only rich people deserve love. Are poor people only allowed to have sorrow? Humph. Johnny couldn't be bothered arguing with her and only provoked her on purpose. Just wait and see, little girl. I will never admit defeat. I'm just waiting for an opportunity. As she was leaving, she was still plotting to herself. I can't make second brother angry these next few days, but after a while, I'm definitely going to tell Uncle Lu about you and second brother. I refuse to believe second brother would disobey his mother. The moment she walked in, Mujing smiled and praised her. I heard everything. Little Stone is so handsome. Ying deliberately kept a straight face. A woman is getting jealous and fighting over you, and you're very pleased with yourself, aren't you? How ridiculous. Hearing that, Mujing reached out and pulled her inside. He pulled her close in one motion. You're obviously proud of me. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. You're moving around so much. Aren't you afraid the wound on your back will split open? The next second, the two of them were locked in a deep kiss. Mujing lifted Ying onto his lap. He coaxed softly, soft little stone, just like a delicious pudding. Ying shyly pushed at him. Let go of me. Weren't you going to eat lunch? Lu Mujing held her gently. You know what I want, and you know what I want to do. Her whole face turned crimson. I know what Lu Mujing wants to do. In the past, I always pretended not to understand, but my heart has long since been completely captured by him. His hand lightly caressed her thigh. There had already been plenty of ambiguity between Lu Mujing and me before, and now it seemed there were real feelings too. I knew I had already fallen in love with him, but there were still many concerns in my heart. Mujing gently kissed her neck. There were still too many uncertainties, too many convictions that reality had long ago crushed to pieces. Ying resisted a little. I don't know how far we can go in the end, but just the fact that he helped the orphanage is already enough to make me repay everything to Lu Mujing. That way, he'll feel at ease, and I won't be left with regrets or confusion anymore. Mujing's face lit up with joy. You agree? He immediately pressed Ying down. She was still thinking, I know what's going to happen next, but my fear of the unknown still lingers in my heart. There's a voice in my mind. Ying closed her eyes and turned away from Lu Mujing. I'm very grateful that you helped the orphanage. Mujing's expression darkened at once. So, she covered her eyes with her hand, and he questioned coldly, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to use this to repay your gratitude? Tang Ying, what do you take me for? Those words jolted Tang Ying violently. Then what had she taken herself for? She sat up and cried, Lu Mujing, you. He turned and walked away. If you can degrade yourself like this, then you don't deserve my love. Ying's words caught in her throat all at once. Mujing said coldly, leave. She stayed silent in pain. It was the first time Lu Mujing had ever said such harsh words to her. And she had also laid bare what she really thought. Maybe you can hate me and leave my world because of it. That would be fine too. She ran out quickly, but every time she remembered what Lu Mujing had said, why did her heart still hurt so much? Mujing turned his head and denied it in a low voice. Little Stone, I don't hate you, and I won't leave your world either. He lit a cigarette and spoke his heart. How could I, in a moment of anger, say something like me leaving you would be good for you? Mujing fell into thought. I promised you I wouldn't let you suffer the slightest grievance. Yet in a moment of impulse, I still said cruel things and hurt you. We are both people with strong pride, so we should understand each other more, not hurt each other. He let out a low laugh. Looks like after Xiao she calms down, I'll still have to continue this long road of winning my wife back. Suddenly, his phone rang. Mujing picked it up and saw that it was a call from Las Vegas, but it was only 5 in the morning over there right now. Could something have happened to Nan Nan? Lucy reported anxiously. Mr. Lu, this is bad. We can't find the young master. His expression sharpened. What happened? She said urgently. At 12 last night, I still saw the young master in front of the computer. Following your instructions, I cut off the internet at home, and then I saw him go back to his bedroom. But this morning I discovered he was gone. His suitcase, bank card, and some personal belongings are gone too. Could he have run away from home? Mujing rubbed his temples tiredly. If he took his suitcase and bank card, then maybe that brat ran off somewhere on his own to have fun. Lucy felt terribly guilty. I'm sorry, sir. It's all my fault for not watching over the young master properly and letting bad people abduct him. Mujing said softly, don't worry. It won't be that easy for anyone else to catch him. Nan Nan has a strong personality, and you usually take good care of him. I'll send people to look for him. I'll fly over tonight. After hanging up, he thought to himself that perhaps it would be better to bring Nan Nan back and keep her by his side. Then as someone with Tang Yin Ying's clever, mischievous personality taught him, maybe she really could make that brat behave obediently. A few days later, at Luning University of Architecture, Ying said in surprise, I never thought I'd actually still be able to get my diploma. Jimin smiled teasingly. President Lu must have spoken up for you, so they didn't dare affect your diploma. Besides, that was illegal to begin with. Hearing that, Ying couldn't help thinking, is that so? Since then, I haven't seen him again. I only heard from my colleagues at the company that he seemed to have gone to Country M. Suddenly, Yuran stopped her from beside a tree. Dang Jianjing. Ying walked over and asked, what's wrong with you again? It's early in the morning, and you've already got such a long face. He said with a gloomy expression, how could I not be upset? I promised I'd help you keep the orphanage, but that little uncle beat me to it. I wanted to help you get your diploma, but Fong Russian said little uncle had already arranged everything for you. Ying found it hard to believe it. Jimin had guessed right again. Lu Mujing really had gone to find the Fong sisters. No wonder I got my diploma so smoothly. Things were so awkward last time. Why did he still do all this for me? Yuran irritably punched the tree. Damn it, why am I always one step slower than that little uncle? Ying moved closer and tried to persuade him. Don't be angry. You don't need to compare yourself to that little uncle all the time either. If you have time, you'd be better off doing something that makes you happy. Even though our engagement has been canceled, I'll still help you with the Mahadio project. He angrily stepped toward her. Tang Ying, exactly what is wrong with me? You won't even give me the slightest chance. Ying rejected him coldly. I don't think I need to confirm whether you're good or not. Besides, do you really know me? She folded her arms and explained. Do you know when my birthday is? Do you know what I like to eat? Do you know what I care about most? What I most want to do? What my dreams are? Do you know what kind of past I have? Do you understand my real personality? Then why are you still so obsessed? Yuran couldn't believe it. It seems I know nothing at all. Why am I this obsessed? After saying all that, Ying turned and left. All right, stop being angry. I'm leaving first. He stood there in a daze, thinking, because of Tang Ying, it seems I'm not just simply competing with that little uncle anymore. Facing her, Jimin leaned close to her ear and praised her with a smile. Ying, you were way too cool. Then she lowered her voice again. But after offending this young master like that, won't he make trouble for you? Ying reassured her, not likely. Lu Yuran still has his bottom line. Hearing that, Jimin leaned in again and asked, so, do you think he might actually like you? Ying froze and blurted out, what? She immediately waved both hands and denied it repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. Don't turn everything into romance. Jimin looked at her worriedly and said, sometimes feelings are really hard to predict. I think you'd better be a little careful. Ying was utterly baffled by what she said. Huh? Suddenly, a ringtone sounded from her bag. Good luck comes. Wishing you good luck, she answered, and the voice on the other end was full of mockery. Dandruve, congratulations. I heard you got your diploma without a hitch. President Lu is completely bewitched by you. It's all because of you that Lu Yuran won't even spare me a glance now. Hearing that, Ying shot back. If you have something to say, say it quickly. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Yin Ruowei leaned against the car and raised her voice. Haven't you always wanted to leave our Tan family? My mother told me to inform you to bring your ID card to the police station this afternoon and quickly separate your household registration from the Tan family. Yin Ruowei's words stunned Ying. She thought, I was originally planning to wait until after I got my diploma before bringing up the household transfer with Feng Ruyan. I never expected them to bring it up on their own first. Seeing that she still hadn't spoken, After a brief silence, Ying finally replied, "Couldn't ask for anything better. See you this afternoon." Seeing her hang up, Jiamin said worriedly, "I heard everything Yin Ruowei said. Could this be a trap?" Ying only told her calmly, "If soldiers come, we'll block them. If floodwaters come, we'll dam them. I've seen their little tricks since I was a child, but now I'm not a child anymore." She looked at Jiamin, her expression full of confidence. "I still have plenty of leverage over them. I believe they won't dare play any tricks with me." Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind them. "Pretty big sister, pretty big sister." Conan ran over with tear tracks all over his face and said, "My dad is having an affair with a maid at home. Can you take me in?" The boy even blinked and promised her, "I'll definitely stay quietly by your side and be a pretty, obedient little puppy. I can wash clothes, cook meals, warm your bed, and shield you from the wind and rain, and protect your personal safety. I'm a high-quality home essential." The two girls looked at the child with eyes full of affection and praised him. "So cute, like a little angel." Ying crouched down and asked, "Little brother, if you run out like this, your family will be worried. Where's your mother?" Conan answered dejectedly, "I have a mother, but I can't accept her yet." Hearing that, Ying patted his head and comforted him. "Don't be sad. Your father will definitely take you home." The moment he heard the word father, Conan immediately clenched his fists. Anger tinged the boy's voice. "If he takes me home, does that mean I have to go back? If heaven gives me another chance, I'm definitely going to change to a father who doesn't make things difficult for people." Hearing that, Ying's heart shook, and she secretly thought that, judging from the child's condition, he must have suffered a lot at home before running away. She held out her phone to the boy and suggested, "How about this? Tell me your father's phone number, and I'll call him. Then you can make things clear with him and think about whether you want to give him another chance to start over." Conan immediately smiled and played dumb. "I don't remember his phone number." Ying's expression stiffened, and she thought, he clearly knows it, but he just won't tell me. That smile, and that punchable little expression, why does it feel kind of familiar? Conan stared at her and said softly, "I didn't expect Mom to be even prettier than in the photo. Even her personality and temperament suit me perfectly." The boy secretly thought it really was the right decision to run away from home and come see Mom. Ying vaguely caught what the boy had said and asked in surprise, "Did you just say you've seen my photo? Where?" Conan pressed his lips together and thought Mom heard that. The boy hurriedly stammered, On that honor board for outstanding students over there. I think your photo is on it." Jimin spoke up. "This child looks all alone and homeless. How about letting him stay at my place for a few days first? You're staying with me these past few days anyway." Ying refused at once. "No, he's not some cat or dog. How can we casually take him home to live with us?" Seeing that what she said made sense, Jimin continued, "Then how about posting a missing person notice?" She rejected that idea too and said directly, "Taking him to the police station is still the most appropriate. His father must be anxiously looking for him." As soon as he heard that, Conan quickly waved his hands and asked, Is it really okay to discuss sending me to the police station right in front of me?" Ying poked the boy's cheek and replied, "It is. A woman's heart is the cruelest of all. You'd better go back into your father's arms. That's the safest greenhouse for a little flower." The boy's face darkened at once, and he threatened them. "If you two send me to the police station, I'll tell the police officers that you kidnapped me." Jimin said in a fearful whisper to her, "What do we do? This kid is way too sly. Who does he take after?" She too vaguely wondered, is it just my imagination? That crafty smile. Ying compromised again. All right. Then you can stay with me for the next few days until your father finds you." "Okay," Conan said happily. "Then let me formally introduce myself too. My name is Nan. What are your names?" She smiled and introduced herself. Dang Jianjing. But in her heart she was thinking, Nan? Why does that name sound a little familiar too? Conan ran over and hugged her leg. "Then from now on, I'll call you Fire. Fire. Jimin leaned close to her ear and said, "Ying, didn't you say we shouldn't casually bring people home to stay?" Ying replied softly, "After this brat falls asleep tonight, secretly take a photo of him and then call the police." Hearing that, Jimin smiled and praised her. "You're so smart." The boy heard all of it. Conan thought angrily, "You want to secretly photograph me after I fall asleep? No way." Conan secretly planned to himself, "I went through so much trouble crossing the ocean to find Fire. I absolutely won't leave Mom again." By the afternoon, Ying held the boy's hand and reminded him with a smile, Nan, I'm here to meet someone. Stay obediently by my side and don't run around, okay?" The boy obediently answered, "Okay." She smiled and thought, I was originally planning to have GCMN take him back first, but he absolutely refused to leave me. She looked at her phone and muttered softly, strange. The agreed time has already passed for a while, so why hasn't Tan Ruai come yet? Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech of brakes came from behind them as a car stopped abruptly. Sitting in the car, Jiao Jiao said venomously, Tang Yining, I lost my job at OKF today, and I'm definitely going to settle this score with you. Thinking of Johnny, she muttered in a low voice. And Miss Wang promised me that as long as I get rid of you, she won't just help me smooth things over. She'll also arrange for me to work at the Qin Corporation. Hearing the sound of the car, Yining turned around in fright. She quickly shoved Conan away and shouted, Watch out! Her heart jolted. It's Feng Xiao Xiao. Conan also shouted anxiously, Fire, 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 fire. Just as the car was about to crash into her, a man suddenly rushed out and pulled her into his arms. Seeing that she had failed, Xiao Xiao cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it. But then she froze, thinking, it feels like I hit something. Xiao Xiao walked over to look and found someone lying on the ground. The surrounding crowd started shouting, Someone's been hit. Call an ambulance. She trembled all over and stammered as she comforted herself. Run. I need to run now, or I'm finished. Yining rushed over, yanked her back, and demanded, Where are you going? Jiao Jiao shoved her away and yelled, What's it to you? What does it have to do with you? It's all because of you, you bitch. Yining raised her hand and slapped her across the face. Idiot, she said in one breath. You hit someone and still want to run? That'll only make the consequences even worse. Why aren't you hurrying up and taking the person to the hospital? After hearing that, Jiao Jiao calmed down a little instead. She hurried over to help the person up and said, Wake up, please don't let anything happen to you. I'll take you to the hospital. At that moment, Along walked over and said in a low voice, It doesn't look too serious. I'll help take the injured person to the hospital. Yining lowered her head and replied, I am very sorry, sir. I really owe it to you for stepping in and saving me just now. I'm truly very grateful. Along said politely, Miss Tan, there's no need to thank me. Ever since Mr. Lee's incident, too many people with bad intentions have approached you. So President Lu has always had me protecting you in secret. Hearing that, warmth instantly filled her heart, and she thought to herself, so that's how it is. Lu Mujing really has had bodyguards secretly protecting me all this time. Just then, Conan ran over and shouted, Fire, 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 fire. Tears streamed down the boy's face as he complained through sobs. Stupid fire, fire. You pushed me away, so what were you going to do yourself? I was scared to death. She gently soothed the boy. I'm Fina. Thank you for worrying about me. Along looked at the boy thoughtfully. The young master has already arrived in China. Should I report this to President Lu? Suddenly, a car came speeding over and stopped in front of them. Along instructed two bodyguards, carry this girl into the back seat. Raise her head a little higher so the blood doesn't choke her. The two of them responded immediately, yes. Along glanced at Xiao Xiao again and said, You're coming too. You hit her, so you must take responsibility to the very end. Xiao Xiao was instantly terrified and could only sob. Before long, they left, while Yin Ying and the boy stood quietly where they were. Watching the car drive away, Conan looked unhappily at Along and thought, Along definitely recognized me. He'll definitely report it to Father. But then the boy happily thought, Father actually arranged for Along, the person he trusts most, to stay by Huahua's side. Looks like Father really does like Huahua. I'll forgive Father this once then. Standing in the corner, Yin Ruowei gritted her teeth and thought, Xiao Xiao, you've really caused a disaster this time. Damn it, why is she so hard to kill? Frowning, she calculated silently. Yining, if you want to leave our Tan family, it won't be that easy. Standing behind her, Yin Ruowei sneered. Yining, where did this child come from? Don't tell me he's your illegitimate son with some man. She glanced at her and thought, Feng Jiao Jiao just left, and Tan Ruwei showed up right after. There can't be such a coincidence. Feng Jiao Jiao tried to run her over, so maybe they planned it together long ago. Conan stepped forward and scolded Yin Ruwei. Although your brain capacity is smaller than the wax in your ears, at least shake your head a few times and get your brain working before you talk to me. Furious, Yin Ruwei shouted, Brat, what did you say? The boy kept provoking her. Some people are so ordinary that even boiling water can't wash them clean. Some people are so ugly it looks like they've been wronged by fate. One more glance, and you might summon a ghost. She was so angry she could barely speak. Why you? His words made Yining laugh, and she thought, this kid really has a vicious tongue. He never lets himself lose out. Then she stepped forward and said firmly, Enough, Tan Ruwei. Hurry up and go with me to process the household registration transfer. I don't want to stay on your family's household register for even one more second. It makes me sick. Yin Ruowei only gave a sly smile. She waved the paper in her hand and said, sure. But first you have to pay off the Tan family's $1 million in outside debt. As long as you repay it, I'll transfer your registration immediately. Yin Ruowei pulled out an IOU. Holding the paper, she asked in confusion, what? She stared at it in shock and thought, this is the 1 million phone Ruyin borrowed from relatives in her own name at the start of this year when the Tan family's Project A failed. But back then, I knew nothing about it all. Yin Ruowei said flatly, whoever borrowed it pays it back. Hiding her phone behind her back to record, Ying guessed, so this is the trap they set for me. She calmly said, Yin Ruowei, you two really know nothing about the law. Do you think I don't understand it? This debt was incurred when She stepped forward, slapped the paper onto her shoulder, and continued, besides, I have nothing to do with the Tan Group. If you insist on making me pay, then I'll sue Feng Ruyin and the Tan Group. See you in court. Yin Ruowei stared at the IOU and frowned. This. Ying kept pressuring her. Besides, the Tan Group has done plenty of illegal things over the years. Do you really think I have no leverage at all? And since this is the Tan Group's debt, when we go to court you'll have to submit tax filings, right? She curled her lips into a smile and asked, how about we start by checking the Tan Group's taxes? Yin Ruowei clenched the paper in her hand and stammered. Ying immediately raised her phone. And I recorded everything you just said. That's hard evidence. Yin Ruowei pointed at her and cursed. Why you? You've completely disgraced the Tan family. She smiled back. Disgraced the family? You people don't even want your own dignity anymore, and you're asking me for face? Either you solve it yourselves, or we'll meet in court. Yin Ruowei had no way to deal with her, and could only grind her teeth in fury. The sound of her high heels grew sharper and quicker. Yin Ruowei turned around and threw out one last sentence. Ying, just you wait. Ying sighed and muttered softly, I still couldn't get my household registration moved out. What a waste of time. Seeing this, Conan comforted her. Hua, don't be mad. Want Nan to help you catch that bad woman and shock her a few times? The little boy shouted excitedly, Lu Mujing, I'll protect you. She raised a hand and reminded him, little friend, you can't learn bad habits, okay? Ying picked up the boy and instructed him, when you run into problems, you can't solve them with violence. You have to use your brain, otherwise you'll become just like that bad woman. Conan looked at her with sparkling eyes and thought, this is the first time Hua has reasoned things out with me. I'm so happy. Seeing his face turn red, she asked, why is your face so red? Conan could only dodge the question. Hua is right. Nan will listen to you. Then Nan will go buy you some ice cream. The boy said happily, Dad says when girls are unhappy, eating something sweet will make them feel better. She nodded too. Okay. Watching the boy run off, she thought, I always feel an indescribable sense of closeness with this child. What a strange kind of fate. Suddenly, a yellow sports car sped toward them. She froze slightly and saw it stop right beside her. Lu Ran got out of the car and said, what a coincidence, Ying. I just saw Tan Ruowei up ahead. Did she come to make trouble for you again? Tired, she complained. Don't even mention it. I made an appointment with Tan Ruowei today to move my household registration out of the Tan family, but she actually said I had to pay off the Tan family's $1 million in outside debt first. A bunch of people who know nothing about the law actually dared to talk law in front of me. They were obviously trying to trap me. No chance. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ran said, lawsuits take time and energy. People with nothing to lose aren't afraid of those with everything to lose. If the Tan family really clings to you like a stubborn skin disease and wastes your energy for nothing, you won't be able to take it either. He took the initiative and proposed, I'll help you solve the Tan family's problem. Be my girlfriend. What do you think? Hearing that, she frowned and rebuked him. Oh, so young Master Lu really is an expert at taking advantage of crisis. Lu Yuran grabbed her wrist and asked seriously, other than me, where else can you borrow money? Don't tell me you're going to. Ying shot back by saying that, aren't you just assuming deep down that I can only rely on other people and can't solve this myself? Then you don't understand me at all. Lu Yuran hurriedly explained, I'm worried about you. I want to help you. But Ying resolutely shook off his hand. She turned and ran off, still saying, even if you really do want to help me sincerely, I don't have the blessing to accept it, because young Master Lu's purpose is far too obvious. I can solve this myself. There's no need for young Master Lu to worry. She thought. I have to admit it, Lu Ran's help, with that sense of coercion behind it, only made me feel even more clearly how good Lu Mujing is. Still lost in thought, she reflected, Lu Mujing has done so much for me, and it all came from his recognition of me, not because he thought I could only rely on him. Her gaze deepened. Maybe he was hurting that day too. I shouldn't have said those things. I wonder if he's still angry now. Lu Ran could only silently watch her leave. He muttered to himself, if I tell Ying about the relationship between my uncle and Liang Shira, would anything change? I know I shouldn't have such a dangerous thought, one that could hurt her again, but I'm really afraid of that ending. In the corner, Conan, holding an ice cream, was thinking too, why is my cousin also chasing after Hua? I wonder whether father will be in trouble. Sure enough, coming back really was a wise and correct choice. Night fell, and the lights in the apartment came on one by one. In M Country, inside a luxurious villa, old Master Lu's voice came over the phone. What's going on? Nanan called me and said that child is with Ying. You can't even keep an eye on one child. So how are you supposed to keep a woman? Lu Mujing said in a low voice. Nan ran away from home and went to China to find Ying. I'll go back tomorrow morning. He loosened his tie and complained, Old Master, I haven't slept all day. I need some rest. Hearing that, Old Master Lu said impatiently, Rest? Nan said the Tan family tried to hit Ying with a car. When that failed, they even came up with a 10 million IOU and threatened Ying into repaying their debt. Do you know about this? Lu Mujing frowned and explained, Dad, don't worry. I've already sent people to protect Ying in secret. Besides, the Tan family's little tricks aren't enough to handle Ying. But if the Tan family really dares to treat my warning as if it were nothing, he said coldly, then they should know the consequences of offending me. The person on the other end asked, it looks like Nanan is absolutely determined not to leave Ying again. So are you planning to tell Ying about Nanan's identity? Lu Mujing replied with certainty, Dad, you don't need to worry about that. Whether Ying knows the truth or not, in the end she will become. After hanging up, he murmured softly, in just one day, my little treasure found Ying. Maybe this is fate. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Mujing said, with my little treasure by her side, my road to winning my wife back will go much more smoothly. I'm looking forward to the future more and more. He closed his eyes, thought of her face, and wondered, I wonder if Ying has missed me. The next morning, at Jiamin's home, the three of them were quietly eating breakfast. Seeing the boy carefully picking food out of his meal, Jiamin burst into laughter. Such an adorable child, yet he's such a picky eater. He's even got that rich young master sickness. He definitely doesn't come from a poor family. Sitting beside him, Ying gently reminded him, Nan, green peppers have lots of vitamins. If you don't eat them, you won't grow up handsome, and you won't grow tall either. Hearing that, Conan picked up a piece of green pepper and with great difficulty brought it to his mouth. Jia Min cried out in surprise, Teach, this child actually listens to you so well. Conan said solemnly, My dad always says that you must listen to your wife, so the world can be peaceful. Jia Min laughed and added, No wonder people say if you take good care of him, your husband will stay like a child forever. Ying, you really did strike gold for yourself. Conan said expectantly, Exactly. I want Hua to be my mommy. Ying asked back, Then what if your dad isn't handsome? Wouldn't that mean you'd be getting the short end of the stick on this issue? Conan said confidently, How could that be? Just look at these handsome genes of mine. You should have some confidence in my dad's looks too. She stared at Conan and thought, really, the more I look, the more alike they seem. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ying called out, Come in. She opened the door and casually asked, Who is it? Standing outside with a bouquet of flowers was Lu Mujing. He said, Ying, I'm back. Using that handsome face of his, he pleaded softly, Please forgive my rudeness that day. Please accept my apology. Ying was stunned and thought, We haven't seen each other for just a few days, yet it feels like a first meeting all over again. His voice was still as pleasant by her ear as ever. Ying, you seem to have lost weight, but you're still very beautiful. May I have the honor of inviting you to a meal with me? Ying refused with practiced ease. Everything President Lu says is too sweet, far too easy to bewitch people. I've already eaten. Help yourself. Just as she was about to close the door, she thought, the one who's really lost weight is him. I clearly want to show concern for him, yet what comes out of my mouth is the opposite. Suddenly, Lu Mujing clutched his stomach and cried out, My stomach hurts so much. I haven't eaten properly these past few days. Seeing this, Ying hurried over to support him. her voice full of worry. Lu Mujing, what's wrong? He replied, could you give me a cup of hot water? As she helped him inside, she said, come in quickly. You must have been very busy these past few days. How do you not even know how to take care of yourself? Suddenly, Lu Mujing bent down and kissed her on the lips. The kiss grew deeper and more intoxicating. Panting, Ying said, let go of me. She said sharply, Lu Mujing, grabbing his collar in one swift motion. She scolded, don't push it too far. He merely let out an innocent little sound. Frowning, she asked, since when did you learn this kind of trick? She pushed him toward the door and snapped, why should I tell you? Go trick some other girls instead. Lu Mujing quickly grabbed her. Wait, he explained, don't overthink it. My son has been missing lately. I've been looking for him everywhere these past few days. My mind's been a mess. I haven't had the time to go trick any other girls. Hearing that, Ying hurriedly urged, what? Your son is missing? Why are you wasting time here with me? Hurry up and go find him. Right then, Conan suddenly ran out and warned, Dad, you're not allowed to bully Hua. Ying looked at the boy with a face full of suspicion. Dad? She pointed at Conan and exclaimed, so Nan is your son? He didn't avoid it and answered smoothly, that's right. Lu Conan, nicknamed Bao Bao. Nan calls himself Brother Nan. 5 years old, in kindergarten, used to live in M country, and a few days ago, he ran away from home and came back to China. Hearing this, Ying thought, I remember now, Nan does sound a little familiar. Thinking back to that conversation, Meow Meow had said that he just liked acting mysterious. Although he'd already returned to the country to develop his career, Nan would come over later for school too. Back then, that child was only 4 and didn't have his father by his side. Only then did she realize that earlier, when she was at the Lu family home, Mr. Lu and Lu Ran had mentioned this name before. It had simply been so long that she had completely forgotten. Then she remembered something else and questioned him. Wait, Nan said his father had fallen in love with a nanny and abused him, so he ran away from home. Could it be that President Lu has an improper relationship with a nanny? Hearing that, Lu Mujing could only press a hand to his forehead and explain, Sophie is already over 50. Obviously, Nan just got playful and sneaked out on his own. Ying quickly said, so that's how it is. Lu Mujing stared at Conan and said seriously, Bao Bao, it looks like Daddy really does need to discipline you properly. Otherwise, you're getting more and more unruly, actually daring to tell such a huge lie. Conan wasn't afraid at all. He even stuck out his tongue at him teasingly. The boy ran over, tugged on her clothes, and said, so, Hua, would you be willing to be my tutor and help Daddy keep me in line? Every evening from 6 to 9, monthly salary 40,000. Is that okay? Ying froze and stammered. With a headache, she pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed. This is way too much information for early in the morning. I can't keep up at all. Jiamin stepped forward, picked up Conan, and said to President Lu, actually, Nan is very well-behaved and very smart. I know you're busy with work, but I still hope you can spend more time with your child. Patiently listen to what Nan is thinking and give him a little more freedom. Holding the boy, she waved at them and said, that's that then. I'll take Nan out for a walk. You two take your time talking. Conan cried out, but I haven't put on sunscreen yet. Before the two of them could react, Jiamin had already run off carrying the boy. Only the two of them were left in the room. He lifted her chin and said, Ying, I have a lot to say to you. Can we talk for a while? She agreed and thought, this time, I have to explain that misunderstanding from that day, clearly. I can't keep sulking anymore. If I keep blaming myself, it'll only make me look more pitiful. The two of them sat facing each other across the coffee table. Ying took the initiative to explain, I really shouldn't have said that you leaving me was a good thing. I remember all the kindness you've shown me. I understand it all. Lu Mujing continued, I also shouldn't have said those hurtful things. You don't need to torture yourself, and you're not someone unworthy of my affection. Maybe our feelings just weren't deep enough yet. I was too impatient. He took the chance to make his feelings clear as well. But Ying, I'm sincere about you. I want to give you the very best of everything. She only replied softly, I know. She thought, when I first met you, I thought you were an arrogant, narcissistic, perverted man, and I never wanted to see you again for the rest of my life. She recalled all those intimate moments between them, her heart overflowing with thoughts. But I never expected that it would be as if heaven deliberately wanted us to come together through fate. The bond between you and me has only been growing tighter and tighter. You're not only Lu Ran's uncle, you're also my university professor. And I even became your assistant at school, then had to live with you and take care of your daily life. But in reality, the one who took care of me more was you. You made me feel a warmth I'd never felt before, and little by little I came to understand the real you, and even fell for you. Your love is too intense, too blazing. It always makes me lower all my defenses at once. Ying remembered that kiss. You stood silently behind me, and that gradually gave me enough courage to bravely face my own heart, accept it, and stop running away. She stood up and spoke from the heart. I know that although you're very scheming, love to joke around, and are sometimes not very serious, when it comes to this, you've never lied to me. Lu Mujing called her name emotionally. Ying walked over and confessed, I don't want to keep lying to you anymore. Lu Mujing, I like you. Hearing this, Lu Mujing held her tightly and said softly, Ying, thank you for being willing to tell me this. It really means so much to me. Suddenly, she cupped his face and said, but for now, it's enough to stay at the point of liking. She held out her hand before him. I don't want to fall in love with you so quickly. Let's get to know each other all over again. This time, he held her hand against his cheek and replied, all right. Mujing whispered to her, whether or not we cast off the shackles of our identities, I will make this feeling grow from liking into love, no matter how long it takes.